Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to Roll the Tape podcast with manager Marty. I am not keeping count of how many episodes we are at right now, but we're going to say episodes are unknown. I'm so excited to be here with all of you tonight. Thank you for your viewership tonight. Salute to everyone in the chat. Salute to everyone. Welcome. If this is your first time joining us tonight on this live broadcast, I welcome you. Feel free to relax, sit back, watch how, we do things around here. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. I'm sure you're going to have fun because we have an interesting and an intriguing live broadcast tonight as we talk about the sport and the business of boxing. So I welcome you. Feel free to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And if you like the content and even this live and through the duration of this live, feel free to click on the like button so that the entertainment value and the education can reverberate all across the world on our YouTube boxing community platform. I'm so happy to be here tonight. Before I get into our traditional preliminary of our Town Watch check-in, I want to let everyone know that the link is in the chat. Feel free to come on up. If you want to join the panel, we have an interesting boxing dialogue we're going to have this evening. We have Crown Jewel Boxing. He's in the green room. He's in the background right now. I know D-Town Boxing. Salute to him. I know he's in the chat. D-Town, the link is in the description. Excuse me, the chat. That's for my my audience who's going to replay this live. But the link, D-Town, it is in the chat. Come on up if you want, D-Town, because I know that you, Crown Jewel Boxing, were scheduled to come back up here tonight because I invited you all back up here along with BVO Boxing. So in any event, let's get down to our check-in because we have to be able to make sure that we all be a part of this experience, okay? Because we want to make sure that you are represented and acknowledged where you're from or where you are now. So, of course, I'm going to start it off. If this is your first time viewing, I will start it off. But I want to explain to you all, if this is your first time viewing or if you're watching the replay of this live, I will definitely let you know how it works. Crown Jewel, I know you're on the live broadcast right now. You can't see yourself, Crown, but I did mute your mic. I'm going to bring you on the live broadcast. Just hold on for 1 second. I'm going to do the live check-in. First, you already know I am representing the state of Texas by way of my hometown, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And just all you got to do is tell us where you're from, born and raised, in the chat, no matter what city, no matter what state, no matter what island, no matter what country you are from, or if you want where you are now to be acknowledged. There's a reason why I do these check-ins every time we go live, and I will explain it to you in just a brief moment. Right after I let you know that, of course, Philly is in the house. Crown Jewel Boxing is here, so I got to give him a shout out and let y'all know that New Jersey is in the building. Dallas, Texas is here tonight. Alaska. Oh, yes, Alaska is here tonight. Who else we got in the building? Come on, y'all. Let's check in real quick. We don't want to draw this thing out. Wilmington, North Carolina, the port city, is in the building this evening. Who else we got here tonight? Who else we got here? While we still getting our Town Watch check-in popping, let me tell you why I do this all. I do this all with the Town Watch check-in because even though we are all from different parts of the world, we're all from different walks of life, we all share one thing in common, and that is the fact that we love the sport of boxing. Dallas is in the building. The Windy City of Chicago is in the building. All the way on the West Coast, Los Angeles is in the building tonight. Come on, I know we got a few more. Y'all. Let's liven this thing up. Let's liven this thing up. Born and raised all the way in Harlem, New York, but now living in Charleston, South Carolina. I see you in the chat, Valerie. Thank you. Come on, y'all. Let's do our check-in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on and check on in. I'm going to give y'all a few more minutes. Come on and check on in. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. I just had to take that call. That was a very, very important phone call. I appreciate your patience. I was trying to see if we was going to get some more check-ins, but it's all good. Hey, we got D-Town. D-Town that definitely probably about to come up soon whenever he wants, if he decides to. We have Crown Jewel Boxing in the background. I'm about to bring him up. Let me just make sure I didn't forget any check-in. Salute to everybody in the chat too. Salute to everyone in the chat. I just want to make sure I didn't forget anyone. I did not. Okay, great. So we have a great show this evening. If you're just joining us, I welcome you. If you are watching the replay of this live, I welcome you. Guess who's here? I knew we couldn't start this show without him. I knew we just couldn't start the show without him. And he is here. He has been missed. He has been relaxing. We don't want to bother the man, but I got to put him on the spot tonight because he's always supporting the channel. One of my day one subscribers and supporters, my friend, my guy, Mr. Pragmatic from New York, living in the state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Prag, for your contribution to the channel. Thank you for your support. And Mr. Prag says, I was vacationing in Hawaii for a week or so, but still managed to miss the Roll the Tape Film Crew chat family. Mr. Prag, you have been missed as well. Salute to you and your family. And it feels so good to have you back. No, I couldn't start the show without you, my brother. Glad to see you again. Now, with that being said, let me do two things. Number one, let me turn my camera off because I love human interaction. We have Detailed Boxing in the chat, so salute to him again. And we have the link in the chat as well. And it's pinned to the top. All right, but right now we got my guy, Crown Jewel Boxing is here with us this evening. And I'm trying to see what's up with Crown Jewel because they won't let me. We got D-Town coming up. They won't let me unmute Crown Jewel. There you go. Crown Jewel, you with me?
Yeah, I'm here, man. My bad. It was buffering for a second. How's everything?
Oh, man, everything is going well, sir. Glad to have you again. Hold on one second. Let me introduce D-Town Boxing to the stream. So now we have Crown Jewel Boxing and we have D-Town Boxing here live and in living color on the Roll the Tape podcast with manager Marty. D-Town Boxing, what's up, my brother?
What's going on?
I see you got that fresh shirt on, brother.
Oh, yeah.
What the bottom of that shirt say, man? That's what that is.
What's going on, my brother?
Cooler, man. Cooler. Y'all know who I want to see.
Well. Here's the thing. Hold on, because I want to make sure that everybody see this, because I'm not one to instigate, and I'm not one to blow smoke up anybody's tail. But I wanted to do this because I think it's equally as important. I reached out to the brother, my guy, BVO Boxing. I tried to get a hold of the brother. He did reach back out to me, and we were expecting him to come tonight. If you're just catching up to speed, I know Mr. Prag wasn't here, but if you were just joining the live stream, what happened was several weeks ago, matter of fact, a month ago, to be exact, 1 month ago, D-Town Boxing was here live on the panel. So was Crown Jewel Boxing here live on the panel. And so was BVO Boxing was here live on the panel 1 month ago. We were discussing strategy for Gervonta Davis versus Ryan Garcia, who we thought we would win. Most people on the panel said that Gervonta Tank Davis would win. BVO says King Ryan Garcia would win and he would stop Tank Davis. Not only that, BVO said that when Ryan Garcia beats Tank Davis, he wants everybody that said, particularly D-Town Boxing and Crown Jewel, who said that Ryan would lose, to come back right here live and living color on this podcast and say King Ryan, his words, not mine, King Ryan is great. And also that whoever said he was going to lose, we were wrong. Unfortunately, to my dismay, and I'm sure the dismay of Detail Boxing, and I'm even more sure to the dismay of my guy, Crown Jewel Boxing, BBO, he hit me up. I'm going to read it live so you all can see that it's not fake. This is real. BBO, I actually reached out to him. I finally got a hold of the brother, and I said, are you still coming on to the live tonight at 7 o'clock? This was a few hours ago. He did hit me back and says, these are his exact words. I can come next week. I'm working late, but I will be back. We lost. LOL. Detailed. I see some facial expressions you're making. I'll let you start off first about that, and then Crown Jewel, you go right behind Detail Boxing. Before I get your words, Detail, I got another guy I'm going to bring up. This is his first time on the panel. My guy, the guy who gave me a shot to come on his channel and debate, and that's Knockout Boxing. I'm going to bring him on. Knockout Boxing 86. I'm going to bring him on. But while I'm bringing him on, Detail, what's your take on BBO's not here tonight?
I think he's pulling the Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins. That's what I think he's doing.
And with that, what exactly do you mean?
Well, we know that Oscar De La Hoya and the Bernard Hopkins, they didn't show up for their fighter, Tank Davis. Ryan Garcia. So, I wanted him to keep that same energy. You know what I'm saying? He had that same energy. Y'all come on here no matter what, this, and that, and that, and that. I need that same energy. I need him to show up, even if he got to show up for 15 seconds or whatever, just apologize. I'll take that.
You got it. Crown Jewel, what's your take on the brother not coming, brother? He called you out, Crown Jewel. He called you out.
With venom in his voice. And you're right. I agree with D-Town. I understand you got to work, but we live in the United States of America, regardless of your state. They have labor laws, and I know you get a lunch break. And on your lunch break, I want you to come eat this crow, because you was talking real reckless last week. And you told me how I was going to have to come on and address this man and how wrong I was. And I saw you. I saw your little short where you said you was wrong. I've been watching your posts but no. You need to come on here and face the music. To quote my man D-Town, unlike Bernard and Oscar did, that was deplorable for them to leave their guy hanging like that. Because best believe, had he won, they would have been at the post-fight presser with bells on. And the excuses they gave were even more deplorable. First, they said they had a dinner date that they were going to go to regardless, and they thought the fight was going to be later, which makes absolutely no sense. Nobody is scheduled some kind of work meeting or dinner meeting the night their most prized possession is protected.
I think Crown Jewel's Crown Jewel's signal. Oh, there you back.
I seen it went out, but I was just agreeing with D-Town that BVO was pulling a Bernard and Oscar, and I feel it was deplorable for them to leave their guy out there on was probably the most traumatic event of his boxing career, or maybe.
So as you can see, Crown Jewel's having some audio difficult. There you go. You were having some audio difficulties, Crown. Say it again, Crown.
I said I'm not buying Bernard excuse or BVOs. I keep it short. I'm not buying the excuses. You got to show up.
You got to show up. That is correct. We had my guy Knockout Boxing. 86 TV. He was here. He did say he'll be right back. He's coming right back, and when he comes back, we're going to basically welcome him with open arms. This was his first time on the panel. Love to get his take. He has some great content. So you all feel free to go subscribe to Crown Jewel Boxing's channel. Subscribe to D-Town Boxing's channel. Subscribe to Knockout Boxing 86 TV channel as well. We saw Bernard Hopkins and Ryan Garcia. Excuse me. We saw Bernard Hopkins and Oscar De La Hoya leave Ryan Garcia by himself. I mean, they didn't even come to the post-fight press conference. I did a small little video on it a little earlier. I know YouTube is not really pushing it out there like that, but you know what? The bottom line is we're going to discuss a little bit of that. You know, right now we're already here, and you brought it up, Crown Jewel. I mean, the issue that I had with it was the excuses that were made. I mean, Bernard, he had an excuse, and Oscar had an excuse, and both of their excuses did not even line up with each other. In fact, both the excuses contradicted each other from what I've heard. You know, De La Hoya said that he was receiving death threats, and he received that message through his paid private security detail that told him that somebody's threatening my life. You know what I mean? So we got to leave, or somebody's threatening your life, rather. So we got to hurry up and get out of here. I don't know who would want to assassinate De La Hoya in a state and in a city that he made a lot of money for. I'm sure they will protect Oscar out there. Not only that, he's from LA. He's from the West Coast. You know, not only that, but you can't have any weapons inside the venue. So whatever was going to happen was going to obviously have to happen as soon as you step outside. But we already know that you got vehicles inside of the parking area of the venue. So it's like, you know, he didn't sound too scared to me when he did the live, you know, on this FaceTime. He didn't sound like he was scared. So to me, it's like, you wasn't in fear for your life. Within 2 hours, you do a video about why you wasn't there. Okay, cool. You said death threats, no problem. I asked you a question on that, Oscar. You said you had death threats coming your way all week. His words, Crown Jewel, D-Town, he had death threats all week. But that didn't stop him from having his wife there, half naked, with her breast out and her cleavage and all that showing, and her backside showing. That didn't stop him from having his woman there if his life was being threatened for the entire duration of a whole week. That didn't stop him from being at the press conference, your words, Crown Jewel, not mine, in velour see-through suits and all kind of stuff like that. He said, just like Bernard, that Eric Gomez, the president of Golden Boy Promotions, was there on behalf of the promotion company at the post-fight press conference. The issue I have with that is not that Eric Gomez was there. I think he should have been there. But throughout this whole duration of the press conference leading up to this fight, I didn't see Eric Gomez make one statement on that podium. Did y'all? I didn't see it. I saw Bernard Hopkins sitting at the table on the end. I saw Oscar De La Hoya throwing shots at Floyd Mayweather, PBC, Al Heyman, and Leonard Ellerbe when he was on the microphone. I never even saw Eric Gomez make any public statements, is what I'm saying. So now everybody want to use him as the scapegoat so that he can babysit Ryan Garcia. I don't agree with that. I think that Bernard should have been there, and so should have Oscar De La Hoya. And Bernard's excuse was, well, it wouldn't have made no difference to be there because we was going to say the same thing we've been saying anyway. And on top of that, it wasn't about us. But Bernard made this whole thing about him from the very beginning. When he went over there, he was on Ryan Garcia's side at the weigh-in. He left Ryan Garcia's side of the weigh-in to come beeline and walk all the way over to the other side where Tank Davis was, just to touch that young man on the back, on his lower back. What's all that about? Now, De La Hoya claimed that the reason why he did that is because he wanted to prevent Tank Davis from falling off the stage. Even though Tank had his trainers there, even though Tank had his security detail there, even though Kelly Swanson, who set up the promotional press conference in the weigh-in, because that's what she does as a public relations expert. She owns her own company, Swanson Communications. I have told you all about her many times over and over since I've been on YouTube, that PBC hires her for all of the public relations, responsibilities. Okay. And so it's like, she's not going to, put that together. The commission was there. The directors were there. The supervisor for the commission was there waiting in the fighters. The promoter, Tom Brown, was standing in between Garcia and Tank. He wasn't about to fall off the stage. So what was that really about? So my thing is, everybody's making all these excuses, but the bottom line is they should have been there regardless. Even if you have a death threat. D-Town, you my guy. We like family. Crown Jewel, we like family. If we together, and I'm saying I got your back, 1,000%, because that's what we heard De La Hoya say. And somebody said, Marty, when I see you, it's on site. If I see that guy right there, I'm not going to say, Crown Jewel, I know I said I was going to stay here with y'all. I'm going to dip off. No, we're going to stand right there. Whatever's going to happen, it's just going to happen. That's just how it is. Or what your shirt say, detail, that's what that is. So even if y'all whispered in my ear, yo, I'm getting death threats, the bull over there in the black shirt. Where at? Over there? Okay. I'm not going to tell you, all right, well, leave. And you want to leave? If you want to leave, detail, Crown Jewel is cool. But we're standing right here. We ain't going nowhere. That's just the type of person I am. And I feel like if De La Hoya and Bernard really had this young man's back, they should have been there. 1,000%. Because you know why I say that? Look at when Blair Cobb got TKO'd by Alexis Rocha. Bernard was at the post-fight press conference then. So why would Ryan Garcia lose by knockout? Y'all wasn't there. Not only that, but when Bernard Hopkins got knocked out the ring by, what's the kid's name? Joe Smith? I think his name Joe Smith. Knocked B out of the ring. Joseph Smith. At the post-fight press conference, De La Hoya promoted it. He was there with B-Hop. So it's like, y'all both were fighters before. Y'all know how I feel to get y'all first loss, and you need support as a fighter. So why y'all sitting up there gonna act like y'all wasn't supposed to be there? That's my take on it. What's your take on the Crown Jewel? Then we go to you, D-Town.
My take is exactly the same as yours. You too. And I like to poke a little bit of holes in the excuse. You said that he said his second excuse, because the first.
You going in and out, Crown. Salute to everybody in the chat. If you're watching the replay of this live, thank you for your Yeah, you were out. You were out now.
I had to move real quick, my bad. But I wanted to address De La Hoya's excuse. First, he said something about a business meeting, dinner date or something, which we all know ain't happening. On his most popular fighter is having his biggest fight of his career. He didn't have nothing scheduled that night, first of all. Second of all, when he said death threats, I just want to ask, we're all sane-minded people, right? And where we come from, we're probably even a little militant-minded, right? So we're going to look at logistics. How many people's at the actual fight, right? We were told 20,000, right? How many people were at the press conference, the post-fight press conference? 30 or 40? Which place you think you're safer? At the fight or the post-fight presser? If I have a death threat, I'm not walking into a room with 20,000 people where there's no way everybody could be watched. I know I'm much safer at the post-fight presser when there's probably more security present than there is people that need to be protected. So that's ludicrous, that excuse. Then we go to, again, he kind of exposed himself. Because Leonard Ellerby had been saying up into the build-up in the fight that Oscar never wanted the fight. We know that because initially Oscar said he didn't want the fight, and Ryan said, I ain't gonna say the word, F Golden Boy. He said this publicly, I want this fight. So we know when Oscar started lying and saying he actually wanted the fight, he believed in Ryan, we knew that was cap. And he validated it last night because what I think happened is, he was mad at Ryan for pushing an issue for the fight. And afterwards, he had sour grapes and say, see the position you put us in? Now you lost. We didn't want you in this fight. You're our only star we got left. and now we in a bad position because you took a fight that we never wanted to take. But my thing is, as you said, when you're handling fighters, at ultimately the decision making is up to the fighter which way he wants to go in his career. He took a chance on himself. He lost. We know how traumatic that can be. If you've ever had your heart broke, trust me, your first professional boxing loss is very similar. And there's nothing worse than being in that dressing room, most likely tears running down your eyes, and the guys you've put your trust in to handle your career, which you're literally putting your life in their hands, left you hanging. It's deplorable. If I'm him, I'm doing everything within my power to get away from Golden Boy Promotions because they showed their true colors on that night. They don't care about that young man. If I'm rocking with you, win, lose, or draw, whether we up or down, we came together and we leaving together, period. That's
Very well stated. Very well stated. And that's what I was trying to convey when I said if someone that I love and I'm cool with standing with me, whether I got a death threat or allegedly or they have one, basically is we leave together because we came in together. That's what I was trying to convey. D-Town is on you. What's your take on the matter, my brother?
I mean, Crown Boxing, Jewel Boxing, he already really said everything that needs to be said because, they supposed to been there, what I'm saying, with their fighter. I mean, they was there with him the whole time, before those fights and those other fights, they was there. And you mean to tell me you're going to make up an excuse in the biggest fight of Ryan's career? I mean, he didn't say many times that he didn't believe that that his fighter Ryan, was ready for Tank Davis. He said that out of his own mouth. And then I heard one of his excuses. He said that he didn't want it to be about him. He wanted to be about Ryan Garcia. So that's the reason why he wasn't there. But it don't matter. Everybody know that Ryan Garcia is jumping in the ring to fight Tank Davis. So it ain't nothing that you can do that can actually take that publicity or the the view from Ryan Garcia to Bernard Hopkins or Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, even when coming out with that net shirt or whatever, that ain't gonna take people attention off of Ryan Garcia and Tank. You know what I'm saying? You or your wife, nothing you do. So really, it was an excuse. It was embarrassing. For me, I think that Ryan Garcia need to check out, maybe trying to get with the PBC and get with them and let them direct his path. I mean, it's sad to see that the fighter Ryan Garcia actually had to push for that fight. He pushed for that fight because he believed in himself. Even if you won or lost, it's still a victory in Ryan Garcia's eyes because he actually gave the fans what they wanted to see. So, I mean, I don't think it hurt him at all. Maybe hurt his feelings a little bit, but I think it just showed the fans that he actually wants to fight the best instead of making excuses like Terence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? So it's sad to see that the young guys are actually showing some of these older guys how it must be.
Yeah, I mean, very well stated, both of you guys. I mean, I do believe from a business standpoint that for me, if I'm managing King Ryan Garcia, I'll tell him right to his face, Ryan, you got more heart than Bernard and De La Hoya put together. And for that reason, I'm going to make one phone call and we out of here. We're not dealing with Golden Boy Promotions no more. I can assure you that. And let me leave it with this because I see the viewership is increasing exponentially. Ryan Garcia will be a world champion. Mark my words. He does have to work on a little bit of fundamentals. The young man got skills. You can see his potential in the fight. There's nothing wrong with losing to a better fighter. There's nothing wrong with losing to a good fighter. I know here in America, there's no shame. I know in America, we deal with our fan base a little different when it comes to fighters. If they lose their first fight, some fans, not all, but some fans will discard them, where you have other countries who will stand behind their fighter even if they have 20 losses, right? So we have to learn how to support our fighters no matter how many losses they have, but especially with Ryan Garcia. This is his first loss. He's only 24 years old. The sky's the limit for this young man. He is going to be a world champion. He does have to work on his fundamentals. There's another guy who I personally believe should have been there too. I want to say his name. I do respect him, but he should have been there too. I haven't seen an interview with him yet, and that's Joe Goosen. He should have been there as the trainer as well. We're not going to let him off the hook either. D-Town, what's your take on Joe Goosen not being there? Then, of course, Crown Jewel.
I mean, it's sad. It's sad still. No matter how you put it, it's sad. I mean, you got grown men who've been in the sport of boxing for a very long time. I mean, they didn't made fighters champion. They didn't have fighters that was on top of their game on high level and actually fell down. Some was down and went up, or got, whatever the case might be. And they was there. So it's really no excuse. I mean, now we look at them a different way now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we probably had high regards. When I say high regards, I ain't saying like way up there. But I mean, we might have had them on a level of 9 or 8. Now, by them pulling this stunt, I mean, you look at him in a whole different way, and it's not on a good level because, I mean, they should have had that boy back. Just like my brother Crown said that when you get your first loss, it hurts. And Ryan Garcia is a young man. You know what I'm saying? He's still learning. And they should have been there to aid him and to help him through his down times. And like I said, Ryan Garcia, I believe he's going to be a champion. I believe he's going to bounce back. I believe that he needs to surround himself with people that's more positive and not people that just want to be in the limelight, while everything is good. But they have to be there when he's down also. And that shows you your true friends, and true promoters.
Yeah, what's your take, Crown, on Joe Goosen not being there, man?
I wish BVO Boxing was here for this. He was so big on Joe Goosen. Joe Goosen was the savior. Joe Goosen was going to turn this man around. He was going to correct all his mistakes. He one of the best trainers in boxing. And while I do believe he's a good trainer, I felt like, and I said it, his reputation is a little inflated. And to me, he showed what type of man he is the other night by not showing up with his guy, because you came in as the trainer that was supposed to correct the very flaw that got this man put on his back in the second round, dropping that right hand. And I've been saying through the build-up of the fight, I don't care what you show this man. When he's under pressure, he's going to go back to what he normally does. But him not being able to correct that is a failure on whose part? The trainer, correct? That's who usually takes the blame for tactical flaws. So, since you came in as the savior to correct his tactical flaws, and you were unsuccessful in doing that, you should have been man enough to come to the post-fight presser with this young man, say, listen, we still have work to do. I still believe in this young man. I need a little more time with him, but we'll be back stronger than ever. But he did not. But one thing I can assure you, when check day comes, he will be there front and center to collect his 10%. And that's why I feel it's deplorable. Again, you have no problem showing up on fight night and check night. But when it's time to answer for the failures of yourself and your young fighter, you're a no-show. It is inexcusable for Joe, Oscar, or Bernard. Because like I said, all three of them will be present front and center and early on check day.
Yep. And you know what? All three of those guys have legendary careers and have more than 10 years, 20 years in the business, so they know better.
30. More than 30.
They got probably 100 years in the business from being young all the way up to now, over 100 years collectively combined to know better than this.
So it means it's all about this. They don't care about that young man.
But how did all three of them do this at the same time? I don't understand. Did they talk about this? I mean, what happened? I mean, I can understand maybe one or maybe two, but all three? I mean, dude, how did that happen? I don't understand it.
They got together and said, we told him don't take the fight. He got us all looking bad out here. No, he got you looking brave out here. He took a chance. He dared to be great. He came up short. And I'm not going to say against a good fighter, because now I'm saying Tank is scratching the surface of being a great fighter. You came up short against a great fighter who's at his absolute peak and really coming into his own. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Same thing I said before the fight, I think is even more solidified now. The only guy at 135 that even has a chance to beat Tank is Shakur Stevenson. And even I love Shakur. He's from Jersey. But even him, We got to see what happens when Tank lands because he has that kind of power. I don't care who you are. I don't care how perfect you fight. At any given moment in those 12 rounds, you can be touched and be looking at the lights.
And you remember when is it BBO or BVO?
BVO.
BVO.
Oh, BVO. He said that Tank Davis couldn't fight off the back foot. I mean, what fight is this man watching? Like Tank, he usually do that through majority of his fights, and he'll plant his feet, dip his head, and go over the top with that hand, hit him on the chin. I mean, I don't understand what fight. And I believe that BVO was the one who was in his feelings. You know what I'm saying? When I say in his feelings, I mean I think he was taking it. He was taking it a little bit more. He was actually accusing us of something that he actually was doing. I mean, he was just your opinion off of facts that we have seen. He was giving his I guess what his opinion, he was giving it off of him being emotionally, you know what I'm saying, invested. I don't say invested, but this was the fighter that he actually wanted to win. Like, I don't believe that he was actually going off for things or really looking at Gervonta Tank Davis. I think he was just looking at Ryan Garcia, looking at the trainer and saying that the trainer go do this and that, instead of actually looking at both fighters and seeing what they're great in and what they're not great in. And if you look at that, you'll see that Ryan Garcia was not ready for Tank Davis.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I saw, and I kept screaming this at the screens as I was watching it, like Tank Davis kept his, and you know this as a trainer, Crown Jewel, and a former fighter yourself, and I'm a southpaw, so I was looking at it, I was like, uh-oh, he got him now. He was losing, Ryan Garcia was losing the foot battle. And you know, as a southpaw, we go out of our way to make sure that our lead, you know, foot, the right foot, is on the outside of the orthodox's left foot, so that once we go to jab, the orthodox fighter is in line right there with the straight left hand, or to the body, or even a right hook. So I saw that Ryan Garcia's foot position was off the entire night, not just like one round, the whole entire night, you know, and that's why when he landed that hook the first time, he landed those hooks too high anyway. Tank got right under it, and he countered him with the left hook and put him down in the second round. These are technical flaws that we were waiting for Joe Goosen to improve on. Not saying everything going to turn around overnight with one fight, but these are the little things with Joe Goosen's experience. We was, you know, looking forward for him to help Ryan improve on. That left hook that he was throwing was way too high. Way too high. His footwork wasn't there, and he wasn't doubling the jab. He kept doing one jab at a time, looking for the left hook, keeping his head on the line. He has to double that jab and use his reach as an advantage. And every time Tank would duck down, he should have went up with the uppercut, threw a, you know, hook to the body, but he didn't put those combinations together. But that's because of his inexperience. He's going to be greater than what he is now if he just work on, you know, those improvements. And I think he's still going to be a world champion one day.
If I can, I'm gonna take it a step further, my man BBO. And like I said, I'm really not trying to gloat, right? But I kind of hinted at this before the fight when we talked and we went back and forth a little bit. But it's not just him. All the people that were picking Ryan, right? It makes me question your boxing knowledge. Because to me, if you know the sport and you watch those two, there's nothing Ryan has shown you in his career that would display he would be trouble for Tank. If you just look at it plainly, and I try to tell everybody that would listen, all of Ryan's flaws play directly into Tank's strengths. He has one of the best left hands in the game. He has a very good counter left hand. Ryan is a sucker for a left hook. He stands straight up and drops his right hand. He was going to be able to need to outmaneuver Tank. He has slow feet. There was nothing, if you know what you're looking at, that would indicate that Ryan Garcia would give Tank trouble in this fight, which is why I was so confident coming in. So I think it goes beyond emotion. I think the people that were picking Ryan obviously don't know what they're looking at. That's just me.
Well, they know now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely know that. That's why I wanted knockout boxing to rejoin. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, because sometimes this might be going in and out. That's why I wanted Knockout Boxing to come on the panel because he's well versed in Tank's strengths, and I wanted him to kind of like expound on that more. I mean, I can, but I like hearing it from other people, so it won't sound like I'm being biased just for one or two fighters. And that's why I have you guys here. You know, when you look at Tank Davis, though, the question I have now: what's next for him? I mean, y'all seen what he did Saturday night. We already called that this was going to happen. He said after May 20th, when Devin Haney takes care of Lomachenko, he can get it next. Do you think that's a good fight for him, Crown Jewel, for him to fight Devin next? Hopefully by the end of
I
the year.
think I think it's a great fight for him. Unfortunately, I don't think the fight's gonna happen because I think Devin's gonna price himself out. I forget who you had on here, but there was somebody else on here that got on towards the end when we were on last week that was screaming Devin Haney and waving his flag and saying Devin was bigger than Gervonta, right? I gotta
Yes.
get ready to go, but I just want to give y'all a fact before I go, right? For those that think Devin Haney is bigger than Gervonta Tank Davis, right? And they believe the craziness you see on Google, you think because it's on the internet, it got to be true. I speak in fact. I look at numbers, right? Gervonta Davis just sold out in a 20,000 seat arena, correct?
Yeah.
Not only did he sell out a 20,000 seat arena, they had closed circuit at the MGM Grand where Devin Haney's fight is going to be against Lomachenko, correct?
Yes.
So Gervonta Tank Davis's overflow arena for the people that couldn't afford a seat at the live fight and had to go watch it on a movie screen is where Devin Haney versus Lomachenko is taking place. He's much bigger. Not only that, one more fact. The least expensive ticket for Gervonta Davis versus Ryan Garcia is more expensive than the most expensive ticket for Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. Checkmate. Tank is the guy, and even with four belts, Devin Haney is going to have to take the smaller share of the money, or the fight ain't going to happen.
Yup. And you are absolutely correct about that. He is definitely the triple A side fighting Devin Haney. Before you go, Crown, quick question. Can you
Okay.
say something just in case BVO is at work and he might be watching this or he might watch the replay of it? Send him a little message so that we can entice him to come on and talk to you, brother. What you got to say about that, the BVO?
I want to keep my boxing brother who passed away defending his world title back in 2005's name alive. My brother Levander Johnson, former IBF lightweight champion of the world. Something he said in his step up fight against Sean B. Mitchell in a press conference. You can run, but you can't hide. I'm going to see you. You're going to have to come back on here. And I'm going to be in the chat. So if he makes his way on here, by some chance, during your break tonight, I'm on you. I'm on you like a pit bull on a chew toy. I'm coming for you. You had a lot to say last week. You was calling me all kind of names. You had jokes flowing. I want you to come back with that same level of energy so I can destroy you because I earned it. Much love to you, brother. It ain't personal, it's business. But this time I got a clue. This to y'all, not y'all. BBO.
No.
We was right. You was wrong. I don't want to see that written statement you did because you posted a message. I don't care about that. I don't care about that short you did. Come back to Manager Marty, roll the tape live. Face D-Town, face Crown Jewel Boxing, face Manager Marty. Look us in our face and say, big dogs, I was wrong. I can learn a thing or two from y'all. So I'm going to sit back, listen, and learn. See you next week, BVO. I hope you're taking notes because you're going to need to bring the heat.
Thank you so much, Crown Jewel, for your time, brother. Look forward to seeing you. Hopefully Friday night he can come on. We can do this all over again. Give you guys an opportunity to, address each other, all in fun, all in love with the sport of boxing,
Absolutely.
brother.
It's all
You
love.
know,
It's all love.
that's all it is. Thank you, Crown Jewel, for your time, brother. Much love. Appreciate you, man. Salute.
Appreciate y'all too. Peace.
D-Town, you heard what Crown Jewel said about, you know, Devin Haney possibly being next. Tank Davis basically was saying after May 20th, when Haney finished fighting Lomachenko, if he wins, that he can get it next. What you think is next for Tank? Should he fight Devin next? I mean, you think Devin ready? I mean, what's your take on that, brother?
I think it's a fight that's needful. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these young guys are going after each other. I mean, like, man, I'm like surprised. You know, I thought that it was going to be more excuses. You know what I'm saying? But they're not. They going in the furnace. They going in the fire. It don't matter if somebody lose or not. That's what that is. Give the fans what they want to see. And I understand sometimes the fights might need to be built up. I understand that. But these boys are coming. I mean, like, they all in the same weight division. There's no excuses. You know, we didn't heard some people trainers, some people fathers, and people say different things. But we want to see if it's true. If these young killers are going out for one another, man, it's going to be a happy moment for all of us. And like I say, I want to see what happens between Devin Haney and Tank Davis. I believe that Tank Davis hit Devin Haney the same way he did Ryan Garcia. I believe he gonna go down. I believe that Devin Haney actually need to not pressure the issue like Ryan Garcia did. If he do, just keep his distance and keep that jab out and work off of the jab. Ryan Garcia was throwing all these looping shots. I heard I did a video about Ryan Garcia's father. You know, when he told his son, hey, you know, you need to slow down. And he said that Ryan Garcia said, yeah, Pops, it's my fault. You know, I need to slow down and pay attention and take my time. And then he said after that, my son got hit in the body. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that Ryan Garcia, maybe he was not used to the limelight. I mean, maybe he was not, you know, ready overall. I want to say that I know that Ryan Garcia wanted to fight. I understand that. But do you think that he should have waited just a little bit longer, like his promoter said? Or do you think, Manager Marty, that he did the right thing by just going to jump in the fight?
You know, that's a very, very good question. And before I answer your question, I have to salute and welcome the ladies. They are in the chat. I salute to all of you ladies that are in the chat. Thank you for your support to the channel. And thank you for supporting the sport of boxing. I think from a business standpoint that Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia should have happened right now. And I'm going to tell you why. Ryan Garcia, the reason why he was begging for this fight, and I'm just talking because I understand the business, is because if you really think about this, and I said this in my special edition live I did Sunday evening, Ryan Garcia is the number one guy over there, number one fighter over at Golden Boy Promotions. I know somebody will say, well, no, Alexis Rocha is because he, you know, he's ranked number 3 in the WBO and all this blah, 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 blah. But let's look at it for what it is. Ryan Garcia is number 1 over there in Golden Boy. He's young, he's hungry, he's undefeated. He's their number 1 fighter. This was his first pay-per-view, and he was on the B side. What I'm basically saying is he should have had a pay-per-view or 2 as the A side, as his promoters building him up. You don't get the 20-something to know like a Ryan Garcia did and still didn't have 1 pay-per-view under your belt yet if your promoters are building you up properly, right? So he should have had a pay-per-view, at least 1 or 2. You know, you usually don't see a fighter coming all the way up the rankings, being undefeated, and then all of a sudden he just walks in and become a B side to a triple A side fighter who had way more skills and more experience and polish than he was in Tank Davis. So to me, I think that Golden Boy Promotions was doing Ryan Garcia a disservice for not bringing him up the right way. I'm not saying that he should have lost to the fighters he lost to. I mean, the fighters that he won against. But what I'm saying is it was designed for him to win against those fighters. But what was the end goal? He's already 24. What's the end goal? We had Devin Haney. You know, you seen how many fights he had already. Big fights, you know, in the division. You know, you see Tank Davis, you see how many fights he had in the division. So why not Ryan Garcia having a bigger fight or at least one fight that was like big before. I'm talking about when I say big, I don't mean as big as it was Saturday night. I mean something on a lower level than him fighting Tank Davis to prepare him better. But what were they doing with him? What were they doing with him? They got a contract with the Zone, Golden Boy do. So it's not like you have to find a home for him to fight on the network. The network already giving you a check for the fighters. So it's like, what you taking so long for? What's the holdup? They should have been promoting him a little bit better and using his following. This kid has a $9 million, what he got, 9 million followers or something like that, his fan base and all that. You use that to his advantage, to be able to market him for stardom. The same way you look at Mayweather Promotions and Al Heyman and Leonard Ellaby and those guys, they took Tank Davis from 11-0 and brought him up to this fight on Saturday night. And remember, I said this before and I'll say it again. Tank Davis was fighting on major undercards before he got his own headline. He fought on Adrian Broner's undercards. You know what I mean? I think he fought on a Wilder undercard. Don't quote me on that, but I can say you can quote me on this. He fought on Mayweather versus Conor McGregor's undercard a few years ago. So they were building this young man up for the moment that he had in this fight Saturday night. Ryan Garcia wasn't afforded those opportunities over there at Golden Boy. So my point is, because he wasn't afforded those opportunities and he probably didn't know when he was going to be afforded those opportunities to be built up the correct way to headline his own card and use his 9 million plus followers to his advantage to promote him to be like a pay-per-view attraction. We're going to take this fight with Tank right now. And I think that's what Ryan Garcia did. I'm not going to assume that that's what his mindset is, but I will say that it made a lot of sense that this fight should have happened now sooner than later, because he wasn't being promoted, in my opinion, knowing the business, quicker than the other competitors in that division.
So I want to ask you a question. I know you got a super chat you got to read, but I want to ask you a question before you read it. So do you think it was easier for Tank Davis to be on the undercard of the pay-per-views because it was so many PBC fighters that actually was fighting on pay-per-view, but then over there on the Golden Boy Promotions, it wasn't enough fighters that actually fought on pay-per-views, the same as PBC fighters? Or you think he could have been on any pay-per-view undercard, even if it was not with the Golden Boy Promotions, or how that work?
That's a good question. That's a really, really good question. Here's the thing. It's all about cross-marketing. It's all about working with other promoters. So even if, like you said, most of the PBC guys can go on each other's cards because some of them are pay-per-view attractions. But think of it in this regard. Ryan Garcia not being a pay-per-view attraction just yet, put him on a promoter's card who does have the attraction so that you can put those eyeballs on him. And I keep saying this on this channel, and I'm going to say it again tonight. There is a difference between live viewership audience and pay-per-view audience. There is a totally different demographic. Okay? I'm going to use this example. Terence Crawford. He can go fight on ESPN on live TV, free of charge, and get 1 million viewers to watch it, right or wrong, no matter who he fights. But when it's time for the pay-per-view audience to buy into Terence Crawford, he doesn't sell. And so what I'm saying is, and we're going to talk about that real quick, detail. But what I'm saying is, look at Ryan Garcia. If he doesn't have, the experience of being on the pay-per-view, because there's not a lot of, pay-per-view attractions over at Golden Boy, why not put him where the eyes are? That's when you pick up the phone and you call Tom Brown. That when you pick up the phone and call Al Heyman. That when you pick up the phone and call, what's my guy name over in the UK, Queensberry Promotions, Frank Warren, right? And you say, listen, can we do a deal where one or two of my fighters go on, like it's already on the same network, the Zone. Frank Warren and them got a contract with the Zone too. Then you say, well, listen, I know that Eubanks is fighting on the Zone, right? Put Ryan Garcia on the undercard over there. You understand? Because they both on the Zone. Now De La Hoya and I'm going to make a couple dollars. They usually get 30%. Not telling people business with the contract. but they usually get a percentage. A promoter usually get a percentage when they allow their fighter to go and fight on another promoter's card. You know what I mean? Cross-marketed. The same way Golden Boy did with this fight. It was cross-marketed with another promoter, right or wrong. Even though he was fighting that other promoter's fighter or environment, bottom line is get him where the eyes are able to give him that exposure so that when you start marketing him the headline, fans are already ready. Fans was already ready for Tank Davis to be a headline because they kept seeing him on pay-per-view undercards and live TV undercards over and over. He kept getting that exposure. That's how you move a fighter.
So, do you think that after the Devin Haney fight, that Devin Haney might try to fight Tank Davis? Because if I'm not mistaken, I did hear Bob Arum say something about that. The winner of Devin Haney and Lomachenko was probably going to fight Shakur Stevenson.
All that trash Bill Haney and them talk for years against Tank. All that trash Tank done talked against Bill Haney and them. It's time for them to fight next. I would love to see Shakur versus Devin because it's easier to make, with regards to they both have relationship, obviously, with, you know, Top Rank and Bob Arum. But at this point, Devin Haney has the belts. Devin Haney been calling Tank out. They've already sparred back in the day. Tank been calling them out. Bill Haney been getting on everybody's social media platform except for mine. And he's been saying all of these things about Tank. So why not get it on now? Nothing, ain't no wait. I believe Devin Haney's going to beat Lomachenko. So not trying to look past Loma. I'm just saying I think he's going to beat him. So right after that, at the end of the year at least, let these two young guys get in there and rumble.
Yeah, that'll work right there.
Let me get this super chat real quick. Salute to John Bowie. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. John says, just my opinion, if they put a pay-per-view on, it's Ryan in it beforehand, and he's so... Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I read this correctly. I'm sorry, John. Just my opinion. If they put a pay-per-view on, it's Ryan in it beforehand, and he sold 100K pay-per-view, he would never make 60-40 versus Tank. It would be 75-25. I assume that what John is saying is if they would have put Ryan Garcia on a pay-per-view beforehand and he would have done, let's say, 100,000 pay-per-views, he would have never got 60-40 against Tank. It would be a lesser percentage, like 75-25. Here's the secret in that, John. I want to educate the fans today, even though I haven't gotten paid for it. I'm going to give out this free knowledge right now. When a fighter is signed to a promotional company, right? And I've said this before, when you hear the words guarantee, there's a minimum and a maximum in most contracts that promoters pay the fighters. When fighters are being compensated for televised fights, of course, they get more money. Minimum, maximum. If it's a pay-per-view fight, they're guaranteed that maximum. But after that maximum is exceeded, that's it. The promoter is not contractually obligated to put more money in the fighter's pockets. So that's what I'm trying to explain about Ryan Garcia taking this fight right now against Tank. Because let's just use it as an example. Let's say his contract states that he'll receive, I'm just using this as an example. His contract says that he'll receive $500,000 if he fights on a pay-per-view card, right? Well, that's his maximum. It doesn't matter what the pay-per-view numbers are because they paid him, the fighter, his maximum according to the contract. So that 60-40, 70-20, 75-25 won't even really apply to Ryan. And that's what I'm trying to say. But the thing about it is, it would apply to his promoter because the promoter is going to be the one to recoup the profit after making the initial investment. And this is why I said, take Ryan, go put him on another promoter's card, like a Frank Warren card over there on the zone. Not saying they got to fight in the UK, but even if you do, so what? You're getting the eyes on him because the promoter is still going to make a certain percentage by allowing him to render his services on another promoter's card. You see? So it works where everybody at the table wins. And so my point is, it's not about 60-40. Even if that was the case, we know Ryan Garcia wouldn't have made 60-40 fighting Tank anyway. We already know that. We already know that. He don't have 40% that he's bringing to the table. That's facts. He doesn't have any experience with his own pay-per-view. He doesn't have any experience of him selling out arenas, 10,000, 20,000. You know, Tank can go to Brooklyn, New York, 18,000. He can go to LA, 18,000. Vegas, 20,000. So his numbers speak, you know, for themselves. And so Ryan Garcia doesn't have that pull when it comes to the being exposed to that fan base that's going to continuously pay him for his services all across the world. You can keep him over there in Vegas. You can keep him over there in LA. He going to sell. He's from the West Coast. But can you take him over to DC and he sell like Tank did? Can you take him over to Brooklyn, New York and sell like Tank did? Can you take him to, you see what I'm saying? You got to be able to take him all over. And you can take Tank anywhere in the country and he going to sell. His numbers speak, you know, for themselves. So that was actually a good point, John, but I wanted to give you that perspective too, so you can look at the whole picture holistically, so you can understand the point that, you know, I was making. There's a guy that he says something derogatory about me, and I want to make him famous this evening because the link is still in the chat. And I wanted to publicize it because I thought it was very interesting. It basically segue me into the next point. And I'm glad I have you here, Detail, because you're also an expert when it comes to the ins and outs of what's going on with Terence Crawford. John Bowie actually had another super chat. Thank you so much again, John, for your contribution. I really appreciate you, man. John says, I understand what you are saying, and I'm not trying to disagree, but no one has any fighters that the United States audience watches, I believe. That's a good point, John. That is a good point. It's really hard to sell here in the United States. You know, the fan base here is a little bit different than the other, you know, fan bases in other countries, because they stand next to their fighters and behind their fighters, and they'll pay. You know, they'll pay for tickets. They'll fly all across the country. Even if their fighter has 10 losses, they will support their fighters. So, you know, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. And if you are disagreeing, John, that's okay. You know, we don't have to agree on everything. You know, it's just about, you know, trying to build up fighters here in the U.S. I mean, let's keep it all the way 100. We only got just a few: Deontay Wilder, Errol Spence, and Tank Davis. We only got like 3 fighters here in the U.S. that sell very well on pay-per-view. And they sell more depending on their dance partner. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's only 3. Not saying it should be more, because that'd be a lot of competition, you know, for fans to keep paying for pay-per-views every month. And we don't want that, you know, because we don't want to burn each other out as fans. But I mean, look, Tank fought within 90 days. He had 2 pay-per-views and 2 big checks. So, you know, you're right about that, John. I do agree. There's a guy in the chat I'm not really familiar with seeing, you know, his name before, but I'm going to put it on the screen because this segues into, you know, the point that I wanted to talk about with Terence Buck Crawford and 40 Street Black. If you're still in the chat, 40 Street Black, the link is in the chat. I would love for you to come on. I have some questions I want to ask you since I'm a clown. It's all fun and love in the sport of boxing. 40 Street Black says, yo, this clown, Mart, I'm actually assuming that he's referring to me, always talking about Crawford numbers. Sean Porter had horrible numbers, and Spence had no problem fighting him. 40 Street Black, if you are still here, I got some questions I want to ask you, 40 Street Black. So if you in the chat, you know, the price is right. Come on down. Link is in the chat. I have some questions I want to ask you because you said I'm concerned. You said I'm concerned about Crawford's numbers. Salute to my guy, Dub Right Side. I see you. in the chat. Salute. And I welcome you as always, brother. But I got some questions I want to, because you call me a clown, and I don't care what people call me. This is all fun. But I do have some questions since you brought up Crawford's numbers. And speaking of Crawford's numbers, it has been reported that Terence Buck Crawford did 150,000 pay-per-view buys versus David Evanesian, according to the Dallas Morning News. Detail, me and you kicked it a couple weeks ago, man. We spent a few days together, my brother, and I kept telling you over and over again, who got the numbers? I've been asking for almost 90 days at this point. The numbers for Terence Buck Crawford versus David Evanesian, we still haven't found them, but all of a sudden out of the clear blue, the Dallas Morning News, they popped up with the numbers. It says reportedly those numbers, so somebody reported those numbers. What's your take on that, Detail? 150,000, that sounds like pretty good for $39.99 over at BLK Prime.
I mean, they actually had to sell them cheap just to get people to buy them if the numbers are correct, and these people keep saying that Crawford is a top pound-for-pound fighter. They keep going back to what he has done at 140, 135. They can't stay at 147 when they talk about Terence Crawford. They don't even want to talk about the Jeff Horn fight. So, I mean, this guy who's so-called trying to call my brother a clown, talking about why Earl Spence fight Sean Porter because his numbers. Earl Spence beat Sean Porter and fought Sean Porter for the belt. That's what happened. But then Terence Crawford, yes, he did fight Sean Porter. I believe Sean Porter was his mandatory. But before Sean Porter pulled out the mandatory card, he was trying to fight Terence Crawford, and they was trying to give him $1 million. So it looks like when Terence Crawford, come face to face with a real champion or a real fighter, he's always scratching and clawing like the crawfish Crawford that he is. So Spence did fight Sean Porter, yes, and he collected the WBC belt. But the problem is, yes, y'all Crawford fans, politician fans, always talking about everybody else pay-per-view numbers. But when it come down to Terence Crawford, y'all want us to forget it. Y'all want us to look past Terence Crawford and what he is doing. Like we said before, Terence Crawford is holding up the division. Terence Crawford had, fought one champion at 147 in 2018, and his whole career came to a halt after he fought Jeff Horn. Earl Spence went on to collect more belts while Terence Crawford was waiting at the wayside. Even when Earl Spence was hurt, Earl Spence came back and collected belts. When he was hurt, Terence Crawford had an opportunity to go and fight other champions. So I'm not sure what he is saying about Earl Spence fought Sean Porter. Yes, he collected the WBC strap. That's what Earl Spence did. So, I mean, we supposed to talk about Terence Crawford numbers because y'all always talking about Earl Spence numbers. Y'all talking about Gervonta Tank Davis numbers. Y'all talking about all the PBC fighters numbers. But when it comes down to Terence Crawford, it's a hush-hush. I'm not understanding what the problem is.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, just like John Bowie said, he said to answer 49th Street, the letter I and the letter D after that, Sean Porter had a belt. Same point that you referenced. Thank you again for your contribution, John. John actually also said that K, gotta go, peace out, everybody, or all. Thank you, John. Salute to you, man. Thank you for your support to the channel. I really, really appreciate you, man. Look forward to seeing you Friday evening if you can, John. Come join us back again. The thing about it is this, and I love how you say that, Detail. When it's time to talk about Terence Buck Crawford's numbers, I keep hearing birds. I keep hearing whistles. Where are the numbers? And, I don't want to rehash nothing with Blue Blood Sports TV because there's no beef, but let's keep it all the way 100. Blue Blood didn't even produce the numbers yet. And he's over there with BLK Prime. But everybody keep talking about PBC numbers, Tank numbers, this numbers, that numbers. But when it's time to talk about Crawford, I haven't found nobody in the last 90 days, almost 90 days. I've been asking for Detail. what are the numbers? Because I want to make sure he can utilize those numbers and those resources in his new negotiations with Spence and Al Heyman, so he doesn't feel like he's being lowballed. So he doesn't feel like somebody's trying to quote unquote F him in the long run. His words, not mine, that he said on the IG Live. So he won't feel, like what Steven Espinosa said in his recent interview. He talked about, hey, both fighters, they know what their worth is. They know what their value is. I know what Steven Espinosa really want to say, but he don't want to tick Terence Crawford off again for some odd reason, and then the fight don't happen. So he's trying to be politically correct, but the truth of the matter is he's basically saying Crawford is overpricing himself again, talking about his worth, talking about his value. And that's the issue that we keep running into of why this fight did not happen. And it reminds me of how, I don't want to put nobody on the spot. I'm just using this as a reference detail. And I've made a reference to you privately when we laughed and joked about it, when we kicked it. A woman, we've heard women say this, not in our chat, not that's viewing us, just other women outside of boxing. We've heard women time and time again say, I know my worth. I ain't tolerating this. I ain't tolerating that. I know my worth. This is just women in general. This is not about a particular woman. It's in general. We hear more women say it than men. I know my worth as a woman. And because I know my worth, I'm not settling for less. This is what we keep hearing. And most of the women that say that are still single, still in dysfunctional and toxic relationships, and are still not getting their results met. And there's a reason for that. The purpose of me illustrating that is because Terence Crawford says he knows his worth, he knows his value, but the results are not matching up to what his value is based on what he thinks. I said this on his channel. I'm going to say it again. Your worth in business is not based on how you think and how you feel. It is based on the projection and the perception of the one or the ones who are willing to make an investment in you. It is very simple. It's just like a man dating a woman, living with a woman, being in a relationship with a woman, or being married to a woman. I always call it the productivity versus tolerance ratio. In other words, is the more you produce, the more tolerant she can be. The less you start producing, the less tolerant she will be. In other words, is you can say how much your worth is all you want, but if you're not producing, no one's going to tolerate hearing you talk about your worth if you ain't producing.
I see a guy in the chat called J-Rock or whatever. I mean, I think the dude, maybe he's like 15 years old or something. I mean, I'm not sure.
No, I think J-Rock was on here at that time. I think that's the guy, J-Rock.
I mean, the stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds like somebody who making excuses. Ain't no way that a champion or supposed to be a champion in Terence Crawford politician fans saying that Crawford already been undisputed. If Errol Spence wants to be undisputed, pay the man. You tell me, what is this right here? Some kind of trickery or something? Ain't nobody out here looking for no, you know what I'm saying, to be out here flirting with somebody. These are two men trying to fight. Terence Crawford said that he wanted to be undisputed at 147. That's what he said out of his own mouth. But it's funny when Terence Crawford say something, his fans always say, that's not what he said. That's not what he meant. No, he didn't mean it that way. But Errol Spence can actually tell you what he meant, and y'all take what he actually meant and switch it and say, that's not what he said. He meant this right here. Y'all playing like little kids. This ain't no kid game. These are two grown men that actually supposed to be in the sport of boxing and give the fans what they want. When Terence Crawford first came in the sport of boxing, I guarantee you his mindset was to be the best that he can be. I mean, if in his mindset, he probably wanted to be undisputed in every weight class that he go to. So you mean to tell me that his politician fans, a politician for Crawford just sell his belt? So you telling me that Crawford can't beat Errol Spence? That's exactly what you telling me. Because you saying that if Errol Spence wants to be undisputed, pay the man. Pay the man what? The man is going to make more money than he was going to make in Manny Pacquiao fight. The man took less money fighting Amir Khan. Manny Pacquiao is a bigger name than Errol Spence Jr. A bigger name. And Terence Crawford was what I heard, I don't know how true it was willing to take $10 million. But Earl Spence supposed to be a drunkard. Earl Spence supposed to be a one-dimensional, one-trick pony. And you mean to tell me you want over $20-something million to fight Earl Spence? What that's telling me is that Terence Crawford don't believe that he could beat Earl Spence, but he believed that he could beat Manny Pacquiao. So ain't nobody gonna pay the man what he want because that's not how this works. So I don't know what kind of business that you run, but a real business just don't pay somebody to come off the street that actually don't have anything because all he have is a WBO strap. And I mean, they need to change the rules for people like Terence Crawford. They need to go ahead and strip his tail, let him go somewhere over there in the mountains with Keith Thurman and go smoke weed and play the flute.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing about it. You know, the whole thing is we can't keep saying if he don't get the money that he wants, then it's politics. No, it's just business. I mean, come on, everybody, all of us in the chat, on this live, even if you're watching the replay of this live, you've been somewhere and you work for a company where they told you how much you was going to get paid and you said yes or no. They told you what your salary or your hourly rate is before you signed on the dollar line. You said yes or no. If you said no, you're not going to work for them. It's just that simple. You're not going to reapply and fill out another contract after you said no. You're not going to fill out another application after you said no. It's either yes or no. It's the same thing with this. You know, we're not going to try to spiritualize it and over sensationalize it. Either the man want to fight Spence or he don't. 40 Street Black. I still see you in the chat, bro, but you called Manager Marty a clown. So I'm giving you an opportunity. The link is in the chat. You come on up here, brother or sister, because you don't have no picture next to your face now. Come on up. I got some questions I want to ask you because you called me a clown. So come on up. Link in the chat. You know what I mean? I don't understand the detail. You know, see, if he wouldn't have called me a clown, I would have just been like, oh, all right, I see what's going on in the chat. It's cool. But when you start putting names attached to my name, when you have the opportunity to say it, I'm gonna give you a platform to come up here and say it. And you can't say I'm picking on you, 40, because you know why? You've seen me do this to other people, and they still ain't come up here yet. So you are no exception to that rule. So the bottom line is, you know, we don't do that in our chat. Everybody knows this channel. Everybody know how this podcast roll. But I'm just saying, come on up, 40 Street Black. The link is in the chat, brother or sister. Come on up. Show your face. So, because I just want to ask you just a few questions. That's all I want to do, you know. And my thing is this. If the details of the contract from last year were almost similar to the details in this contract this year, what is the delay? It's been almost a year. You know, according to Terence Crawford, his IG Live, he said it. I think he said May, right? Right, detail May of 2022 when he first received that proposal. So he first received a proposal from PBC, Al Heyman and them to fight Spence. That was May of 2022. Here we are coming up this Monday. We'll be at May 2023. How long do we have to wait? It's been almost a year. Literally a year. What else is there to discuss? If the man didn't do 150,000 pay-per-view buys, I don't know who told Dollar Morning News that. But even if he did, we haven't heard anything from BLK Prime publicly yet. So do you think that's true, bro? Do you think he did 150,000 pay-per-view buys in BLK Prime?
No, I don't think he did that. I mean, if he did that, like you said, Manager Marty, it could have add that with the rest of his low pay-per-view numbers. You know, I mean, he might need to fight 10 more to just try to make, 400,000. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's sad to see that a man that they claim that's supposed to be this guy, that's supposed to be the booger man. He ain't no boogie man. He the booger man. This man can't even sell. And it's sad to see that you have Terence Crawford politician fans in the chat crying for Terence Crawford, but they can't even buy the man pay-per-views. I mean, Terence Crawford ain't doing his fans no justice, and the fans ain't doing Terence Crawford no justice. So I'm not understanding what's going on. That's crazy. Like, man, what is these guys saying? I don't get it.
And,
So let me see. Is my stuff okay? Maybe that was on my end. Yeah, but like I'm saying, Manager Marty, you know these guys they delusional. I mean, Terence Crawford whole career is a sham. You ask me. Just like you said that they matchmake Terence Crawford fights for him. And when it came down to fighting Earl Spence Jr., the man knew he didn't want no smoke. The man couldn't even call Earl Spence's name out in the ring after cheating against David Evanesian with those hot pocket gloves. He cheated against his man, and then after he cheated, they asked him about Earl Spence. They had to actually say Earl Spence's name for this man, and this man still couldn't say Earl Spence's name. That don't make any sense. You at your own hometown. You probably got your kindergarten teacher there, your first grade, second grade, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10, whatever, however far he graduated, whatever it is. You had everybody there, even the guys you probably beat up when you was a youngster. And you mean to tell me that you had a perfect time to call out Earl Spence's name, and this man was afraid to say Earl Spence's name? Earl Spence showed Terence Crawford how you call out a champion. He showed Earl Spence was a true champion that called out Terence Crawford's name. Terence Crawford was supposed to show up at your Dennis Ugas fight and Earl Spence fight. He said he was. And that man was a no-show, but you got these Mr. Duck Dynasty Crawford fans talking about that Earl Spence got up and walked out when Sean Porter's father threw in the towel. Terence Crawford didn't stop the fight. No, Sean Porter's daddy stopped the fight. And Earl Spence knew that Sean Porter could have went to the 12th round. And we already heard what his daddy said. It wasn't because of Crawford was doing a hell of a job. He said he threw in the towel because he was disgraced at his son for not doing what he was supposed to do. And both of those knockdowns that Crawford did to Sean Porter were flash knockdowns. It was flash knockdown. That's the reason why Sean Porter said I was more hurt in the Earl Spence fight than I was in the Terence Crawford fight. So what I'm saying is Earl Spence called this man out like a true champion, and Terence Crawford ran into a bunker 6 feet deep to jump back on his phone and start twiddling beef instead of calling Earl Spence out on national TV.
Yeah, I had my mic off. Yeah, he definitely didn't take the opportunity to say when he was in Nebraska, hey, I want Spence next. And he was asked specifically about Spence, and he didn't do it. And so he went behind closed doors and he did tweet. We had Green coming on. Green, he did come on the this panel before. We welcome Green. Before I let you on, Green, let me get this super chat because I know you want to cook for Crawford. You made some interesting points before when I talked to you, Green. So stay right there. I'm going to get my guy, member of this channel. Always a pleasure. My main man, Mr. Pragmatic. Thank you for your contribution again. Salute to you, my brother and friend. D-Town, you are forgetting that the tickets to Bud's last fight went on sale on Groupon. In his hometown, Bud is not a draw. That's from my guy, my main man, Mr. Prag. Thank you, Mr. Prag. I didn't know his tickets was on Groupon. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Dang, bro. Green. What's up, brother? Are you there?
What's popping?
I'm good, brother. How you, man?
I'm cooling, man.
What's up, man? What's going on with you, brother? I know you heard Bud name, and I think that's why you jumped on. Talk to us, brother.
Yeah, I seen. I was scrolling through these YouTube streets, and I seen that. I'm just interested because like Tank and fought like 3 times since Errol been in the ring, and we talking about what Terence Crawford doing.
Well, let me tell you why. Well, the reason why I'm saying something about Crawford is because, and you may have more information on this than I do, Green. About last week or a couple of days ago, the Dallas Morning News said that reportedly Terence Bud Crawford did 150,000 pay-per-view buys on BLK Prime, and that was the first time any of us heard anything about it. So that's the reason why I'm speaking on it right now, because, you know, if he did do those numbers, I think they're good, and he can use those numbers to give him more leverage in the new negotiations that he's allegedly having with Errol Spence and Errol Spence's team behind the scenes.
Yeah, you're getting this topic to the forefront, right? So are you implying that they may be fighting in 2023?
Who's that? Crawford and Spence?
Errol Spence Jr. and Terence Crawford. Are you implying that they may share the ring in 2023?
I'm not implying anything, but I will tell you what I think about it. I won't believe that those two guys are fighting until Friday night, when both of those guys step off of the scales the night before the fight. That's when I believe it.
Okay.
Let me ask you this question, Greg. Oh,
yeah, go
speak
ahead.
on it, bro.
Go ahead.
Before this report came out, do you know the pay-per-view numbers that Terence Bud Crawford did as a fan with David Evanesian?
Nah, because BLK Prime, they don't disclose they don't disclose that information to the public. I can go to Wikipedia, because when I debate these topics, this is the platform, Wikipedia, that I use to govern over the pay-per-view numbers when people want to take it into that arena. So because I hear you, and then I hear your D-Town boxing homie talking, and I've been on his channel before, and just like I told him, if your man's Errol Spence is this transcendent big pay-per-view star, then how come the PBC doesn't have Fox to promote their fights on there anymore? He's only fought on Showtime once.
Who are you referring to, Spence?
Yeah, Errol Spence. Errol Spence and the PBC Premier Boxing Champions, they don't have the Fox Network platform to use for pay-per-views anymore. They only have Showtime left now.
Well, that's not true. At what point do you think that is? What month or year would you say?
What do you mean? What month and what year?
Let me reframe the question. So you said they don't use Fox pay-per-view anymore as a platform. PBC don't.
No.
When did they stop using Fox for pay-per-view?
After the Ugas and Manny Pacquiao fight.
After the Manny Pacquiao Ugas fight?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to have to correct you if you don't mind, Green. And if you do mind, I know you'll appreciate it later on. I was at the fight in Brooklyn, New York, when Deontay Wilder fought Hellenius in October of 2022. And that was a Fox broadcast on pay-per-view. You remember that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Oh, okay.
I forgot.
I just want to make sure he was on this.
I forgot about that. You're definitely right about that one.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure he was on the same page. I got Carl Brown here, and then the guy J-Rock. He's the guy that you were talking about, D-Town. He's here. Let me let Carl on first. Carl, what's up? J-Rock, stay right there. Don't move, J-Rock. I got you. I'm going to give you your proper introduction. What's up, Carl? How you been, brother?
What's good? Let me go downstairs because I don't want no noise to interrupt. What's good? How y'all been, man?
Oh, man, we good, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, I miss being on YouTube. My hands was full lately. But but what topic we on?
Well, I was just asking the question about the 150,000, pay-per-view buys that has been recently reported that Terence Bud Crawford did with David Evanesian. Nobody never knew all this time, but now, the numbers been out. I don't know if it's true or not, but the numbers is out now.
Oh, this is my first time hearing.
Yeah. Somebody, the Dallas Morning News just published it about a few days ago about the numbers were reportedly 150,000 pay-per-view buys on BLK Prime against David Evanesian.
I mean, that ain't really shocking, because remember when it first came, when the fight first happened, that was the first number. That was one of the first numbers that came out. Then everybody tried to, reflect it with other numbers. So that first number that came out was 150. That was the first exact number that came out with Terence Crawford and David Evanesian did. And then everybody started coming up with the 90,000, the 120 because the 150 was first.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What I heard, and this is when me and Blue Blood first started going back and forth. This was months ago. I remember Blue Blood Sports TV said that he didn't have the numbers. This was like on a Wednesday. The fight happened Saturday. By Wednesday, Blue Blood Sports TV said that he didn't have the numbers yet, that they were still, I guess, tallying it up. So I don't know when the I'm just saying all that to say I don't know when the 150,000 came up because I never heard that before. This is the first time I've heard anything about the numbers.
No, look. Remember when right after the fight. Dang, who channel I was? Dang, man, I was on somebody's channel. The first numbers that I ever heard about Terence Crawford was 150, and right after that 150, somebody came out with 120, and they ran with 120 for a long time, and then 90 came up, and then a whole bunch of 50, 20, 10. You know what I mean? But 150 was the first number that I heard.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
Let me.
Wow.
Let me get these 2 super chats, and I'm gonna let J Rock come on. I see you, Green Green. I didn't forget about you. Hold on 1 second, because like I said, I never heard the 150 before. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Thank you. So let me put it on the screen so that everybody can see the support. Thank you, Octavia72. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Crawford is a coward, in my opinion. He is allowing young cats like Keyshawn Davis to do his dirty work. Be a man and call out Spence himself instead of having his minion talk trash to Errol and his fighter, Frank Martin. That was from the Octavius 72. That was a comment by him. Thank you again, Octavius. We got my guy, one of my day oneers. Love to see him in the chat. My main man, Pots and Pam, Mr. Matthew Thomas. Haven't seen him in a little bit. Thank you, Matt. Matt says, yo, Manager Marty, Team Thomas coming through from hot Vegas. We had a great weekend. Salute to you and our usual suspects. Salute, Matthew Thomas, over there in Vegas. And I'm sure you all had a wonderful, wonderful time. Thank you again, Matt, for your contribution to the channel. We got J-Rock just joining us. What's up, J-Rock?
What's good, man?
Man, we're glad to have you. I know you got some cooking you want to do. The floor is yours, my brother.
Hey, look, I just want to be real brief, man.
Hey, hold on, J-Rock. You always trying to be real brief because you keep running when I got some questions for you, bro.
Oh, no.
I'm just messing with you, man. Go ahead, Jay. You got it, baby boy.
Hold on, man. I'm getting a lot of echo, man. I don't know what's going on.
Do you got your YouTube still playing?
Can I leave and come right back? I don't know what's happening. Oh,
all right, come right back, Jay. We got you. We gonna hold it down for you.
Nah, we good now.
All right. We got detail on here, J-Rock. I think he was asking you a question about something.
Yeah. Hold on, brother. It looked like I got into his feelings a little bit. He seemed a little upset early. You know what I'm saying? But look, it's just a couple of things I want to address right quick, briefly, man. You can ask your question, and then I'm gonna get out. I keep hearing y'all saying this word. Y'all keep bringing up this word leverage right here, man. Basically, to me, it seems that Terence Crawford got more leverage than you people think out here, man. To me, he hold all the cards right now. Yeah, and I see your face, brother. And let me break it down for you, though, fam. It's either Earl Spence won the fight on that. Earl Spence trying to accomplish something that Terence Crawford didn't already accomplish, man. Terence Crawford didn't been undisputed before, bro. You see what I'm saying? And if Earl Spence won the fight, he gonna have to make a respectable offer. You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all last time, we got several people out here that saying the offer PBC threw out was garbage, man. And I promise y'all wouldn't sign it. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is this. Yeah, you can look all funny, bro. It's okay. You can look funny. But what I'm telling you is PBC gonna have to play ball regardless if they want the belt. Terence Crawford are already accomplished and undisputed, bro. Something Earl Spence haven't yet. That's my first point. Another point I want to make to you, brother. I keep hearing and not just y'all, Spence fans in general. Y'all keep saying Terence Crawford fight cab drivers, he ain't fight nobody, this and that. I hear all this. But the whole division running from my man, bro. I keep running down all the names. Danny Garcia ran. You know what I'm saying? Virgil Ortiz. Spence running right now, fam. And then he called Charlo out. And what Charlo say? I'm talking about little Charlo at 154. He called him out, and what he say? I think he threw Fundora name out there or somebody like that. He didn't ask to fight Fundora. He asked to fight Charlo. But he started stuttering and everything when, you know what I'm saying, when my man threw him out there. He didn't want no smoke for real. You know what I'm saying? You can see in his body language. He didn't ask to fight before nobody. You look like you can really talk. Hold on, fam. Give me a second. You know what I'm saying? But so let's keep it a buck. The whole division run. He can only fight who, you know what I'm saying, who in front of him or whatever. He can only fight who's out there. And then when he do fight somebody, it's always excuse. When he fought Kell Brook, what happened? He stopped him. Oh, Kell Brook wasn't the same Kell Brook that he that's Spence for. He fought Sean Porter. Oh, he wasn't the same Sean Porter. Listen, you know what I'm saying? It's just 100 excuses, man. He was the first guy to ever stop Sean Porter. Facts. Go ahead and nod your head, right? Did Earl Spence stop Sean Porter? It was even debatable if he beat Sean Porter or not. Correct? I don't want to hear. Let's move along. You know what I'm saying? I got one more point, and then you can come with the nonsense that you about to come with. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about what you saying nonsense? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's nonsense, big guy. I talked to you last night.
What you
got up under your skin look like, but look.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep on going with your nonsense, man. Y'all don't get it out your system.
But nah, man. Yeah, okay. I'm waiting on your rebuttal. I'm gonna get back to you. But yeah, that's all I want to pretty much say, man. I'm gonna let you talk and then I'm gonna come back. Wait.
Hold on, D. Hold on, D. Let me get this cash app because I forgot this cash app. Thank you, Janet, for your cash app. Thank you, Janet, for your contribution. Janet says, "This is for you. This is for you. Speaking nothing but the truth." Thank you so much, Janet. I appreciate your contribution to the channel. D-Town, you got the rebuttal, bro.
First of all, Terence Crawford, when it came down to fighting somebody, he always saying that people overprice themselves. But then Terence Crawford is overpricing himself. He said that these guys overpriced themselves because they didn't want to fight. Now you got Terence Crawford overpricing himself because he don't want to fight. The man was willing to take less than $10 million or $10 million to fight Manny Pacquiao, who's a bigger star than Earl Spence. But he won over $20-some million to fight Earl Spence. Now, me personally, between Terence Crawford and Manny Pacquiao, to me would be a bigger fight at that time than Terence Crawford and Earl Spence. So he was willing to take a less amount of money to fight Manny Pacquiao, who's a bigger star than Earl Spence. But now Earl Spence is a nobody. He ain't fought nobody. He fought number bums. But you want over $20-some million to fight Earl Spence. It's because that man know that this is going to be his last fight, and he know that Earl Spence is going to do him worse than he did any of the other fighters. You know what I'm saying? And then you keep talking about what kind of fan would say, oh, well, Terence Crawford already been undisputed. You should want your favorite fighter to be undisputed in another weight class, like Terence Crawford said. But for the excuses you saying, talking about, oh, he already been undisputed. That don't even make no sense. Because up to me, I would want my favorite fighter if he's able, because we know he was undisputed at 140. Terence Crawford is able to be undisputed at 147. He's able. He only fought one champion at 147, and his whole career came to a halt. And now Earl Spence collected all the belts. All he have to do is sign a contract that he will make more money than he made in any other fight. And you got nerve to tell me that what fighter will sign that contract? Any fighter will sign that contract when he's making over $20-some million, like Al Heyman told him. Terence Crawford was happy and all gutted like he was at Toys R Us for $25 million that he claimed that some people had when he couldn't even present a name. But when Al Heyman actually did him some kind of justice to tell him, hey, don't put a cap on yourself. They could have got over on this man. But Al Heyman, he's not that kind of guy. So he told the man and was kind enough to tell Terence Crawford, hey, you could make more than $25 million. Don't sell yourself short. But then you had Terence Crawford will back out of the deal to go and fight a David Evanesian who nobody wanted. Jerome Boo Ennis had his hand up. Yeah. Dennis Ugas had his hand up. Yeah, Keith Thurman had his hand up, but the man went and fought somebody at the bottom of a barrel. So don't tell me that he only fought the people that was there because he claimed that he was a boss, and then he had nerve to say that the name was not presented to him. So he was not his boss. He went and found the guy that nobody wanted to see him fight. He had to actually cheat against the guy and had broken gloves. And you mean to tell me that he only fought the guys that he was willing that was there for him to fight? No, he pulled the man out of a card that he already had lined up. The man already had a fight lined up, and you had guys that was ranked number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 that did not have an opponent. And you mean to tell me that he only fighting people that he was able to fight because everybody else is ducking him? No, Terence Crawford don't want to fight anybody that will give him a challenge because he will be exposed and find out that he's not really that guy that people acclaim that he is because he only fighting C-level opponents. So once he have to fight a top guy, and plus 2 with the Sean Porter league. Sean Porter's father came out and said out his own mouth that his son did not train for that fight. Now, I'm not taking nothing away from Terence Crawford by beating him. Of course, hey, that's on Sean Porter end. He dropped the ball. But everybody know that Sean Porter had 4 or 5 trainers when he fought Earl Spence Jr. He didn't have those same trainers when he fought Terence Crawford. So don't tell me that's the same Sean Porter. That's not the same Sean Porter. Sean Porter was a retired mind Sean Porter when he fought Terence Crawford, and the man still gave Terence Crawford that work. Terence Crawford was losing. His own corner told him that he was losing, and Terence Crawford did what he's supposed to do, go out there and make it happen. But he was losing to a guy who wanted to retire, a man who half trained. So don't tell me that the Sean Porter that he fought was actually the same Porter that Errol Spence fought, because the man did not train, like his father said, did not train for that fight like he did for Errol Spence fight.
Let me get this super chat real quick, and I want to comment on J-Rock saying that Crawford already accomplished what he should have accomplished as undisputed at 140. Hold on one second. Let me get this. The Octavius 72. Thank you again. There was a question. Thank you again for your contribution. Octavius 72 says, "Is this dude talking drunk?" Guess that was a question for you, J-Rock. Let me play something here because J-Rock, this is actually going to contradict what you said about Crawford already accomplishing what he needed to accomplish as an undisputed champion. Let's hear when he did an interview with Andre Ward when he talked about being undisputed. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Where are you at in your life and your career right now? How do you just feel as a whole? I feel great, but I feel like I still got a lot to accomplish. I want to become undisputed. At 147? At 147, yeah. Sure.
I want to become undisputed at 147 for sure. Those were the words of Terence Crawford when he was in front of Andre Ward. When Andre Ward asked him about being undisputed at 147, he said, "I have a lot of things to accomplish in the sport of boxing. I want to be undisputed." Andre Ward says at 147, he said yes, at 147 for sure. That's what he said. Y'all just heard the man say it. J-Rock went off and said he's coming. J-Rock went off and said he's coming right back. Green, what's your take on what Crawford just said?
Oh yeah, I remember that interview clearly. See, the thing is when we use these talking points, they go both ways because I remember Errol Spence saying the same thing, and I also remember Errol Spence sitting on the stage with Keith Thurman. When Keith Thurman came to the microphone, Keith Thurman turned to the right side of his shoulder, looked Errol Spence in his face, and told him, "I'm not fighting any champions coming off of injuries." And Errol Spence looked up at Keith Thurman. He extended his hand, and they shook hands. So if we're using that talking point from Crawford having an interview with Andre Ward, fast forward to present time where they didn't get the deal done, the same scenario should go for Errol Spence. Why would Errol Spence wait around for Keith Thurman, who had two of the belts, when he could have easily went and made a fight with a guy that had a belt? So when he came back to fight Keith Thurman, or when Keith Thurman became available to fight, it would have been a Ring Magazine event. It would have been for Undisputed up under their PBC banner. Because a lot of people said it. Because a lot of people said, Errol Spence, he said he's going to clean up his side of the street. Yeah, that talking point sounds cool, but we all know Errol Spence didn't get his first belt on his side of the street, so there was no excuse for him not to go and chase the WBO belt when he got the IBF belt via a Eddie Hearn fighter.
Well, here's the thing about it, Green, and I want to agree with you and say that quote unquote talking point should apply for both fighters, and this is how I'm going to apply it to both fighters. Errol Spence basically showed us all with not just his words that he wanted to be undisputed in the division. He showed us with his actions. Terence Crawford said with his words that he wanted to be undisputed at 147, but he has yet to show us with his actions. And I'm sure J-Rock or you, Green, or anyone else that want to come up here, I'm sure y'all can't legitimately tell me with a straight face that Terence Crawford showed any of us that he wanted to be undisputed at 147. Like he said with his words, we haven't seen his actions thus far. You would agree with that, right, Green?
Oh no, I most definitely don't, and here's why. Because when the Manny Pacquiao Errol Spence fight fell through, he set his sights on fighting Yordenis Ugas, but Terence Crawford.
Oh, who did? Who? I'm sorry. Who set their sights on fighting Ugas?
Errol Spence set his fight on fighting Yordenis Ugas after he was deemed injured and couldn't share the ring with Manny Pacquiao. But before that fight took place, Terence Crawford had already fulfilled his obligations with a top rank, so he could have fought Terence Crawford there, and that would have been a Ring Magazine event because that's what the sanctioning bodies were waiting on for the 1 and 2 guy to fight. But since Manny Pacquiao has an illustrious career, they were going to give the Ring Magazine belt out for the number 1 guy in the division, which was Errol Spence, and Manny Pacquiao being the number 3 guy due to his illustrious career. But
okay,
instead,
I got you.
But instead, Errol Spence set his sights on fighting Yordenis Ugas.
So
after he had defeated Manny Pacquiao. So what I'm saying to you is Errol Spence could have fought Terence Crawford, and if he was successful, he would have had the WBO belt and he would have had the Ring Magazine belt. And the only thing he would have had to do to fulfill his destiny that he mentioned for Undisputed is fight Yordenis Ugas under the PBC banner totally.
So let me ask you this. Okay, so when Manny Pacquiao fought Ugas, who did Terence Crawford fight?
He fought Sean Porter at the end of 2021. Mandatory for the WBO belt.
Right. So he fought Sean Porter November 2021, and then Ugas fought Pacquiao before that. Correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Who did Errol Spence fight when he came back off of the eye surgery?
He fought Ugas in April of 2022.
That's what I knew, and I'm glad you brought that up. Who sent Crawford a contract in May of 2022 after he fought Porter and after Spence fought Ugas?
Yeah, they began negotiations, but that,
no. You saying that? I want us to be clear, Green, because J-Rock is back on the line now. So who gave?
Let me say this real quick, man. Jamar J-Rock, I don't know him. Salute to him. But he's got his talking points. And as your man D-Town know, I'm a whole nother different breed when it comes to this.
Oh, I respect your breed, brother.
Yeah,
I respect your breed.
I'm a whole nother different breed when it comes
that's
to
what.
purge.
But Green, that's why I'm asking you the question, because you know your worth and you a different breed. Now tell us, who sent Crawford contract in May of 2022 then?
The PBC.
That's what I'm talking about. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that when Spence fought Ugas, a few months after Crawford fought Porter, it was in the making for both of them two now to come together after they won. And Spence's team, they initiated the process based on your admission. They sent Crawford the contract, or at least a proposal, his words, not mine, and he agreed to those terms that was in that proposal. You agree with that, right?
If you fast forward from the date you just mentioned, from the time you just mentioned, May 2022 until months past, yeah, they said that the terms were agreed upon. Transparency was needed, but the actual date was changed to the following year, not 2020.
No. That's not Green. You trying to distort the people. That's not what happened.
I'm not distorting anybody.
All right, I got you.
Because I know where you're going with this. And
no, you don't. You don't know where I'm going yet.
You can go ahead though.
You don't know where I'm going. So they sent Crawford a proposal. It wasn't that he agreed to the date, but he didn't agree to this and he didn't agree to that. They sent him a proposal. He agreed to all of the terms. You said he didn't. I'm gonna show you how he agreed to all of the terms.
No, I said he agreed to terms. He didn't agree to the date, because the date that they sent him was for the following year.
No, it wasn't.
The last sheet that he got, it was for the following year. He clearly told them that he wanted to fight in 2022. Because after Errol Spence successfully defeated Yordenis Ugas, he said, "I want Terence Crawford next."
Right.
So by Errol Spence's own admission coming out of his mouth, the fight was supposed to be, they were supposed to fight in 2022, not 2023.
Yes, I agree with you. And that's what I'm trying to get all of the people that's watching this live and live in color right here to listen to and agree that they, when I say they, I'm referring to PBC, I'm referring to Al Heyman and Spence team. They sent Crawford a proposal in May of 2022. Crawford agreed to the terms that was in that proposal. The proof of that is that a few months later, by Crawford's own admission, we rolled the tape on Crawford about 2 weeks ago on this channel, and we played the words of what he said on IG Live. They sent him an actual contract to sign based on him agreeing to the terms in the proposal in August. And that's because they knew that the fight would happen later in 2022 if he signed. But we also recognize that in June, a month after they sent him a proposal now, by his own admission, he was over there fraternizing and negotiating with BLK Prime. Correct?
I don't know the exact date he started talking.
He said June, bro.
He entertained BLK Prime, but if you're using that talking point, please add to the fact that he told BLK Prime that his number one goal was to make the Errol Spence fight, and that anything that they had to offer him will become secondary after that for 2022. Let's add.
I got you.
Let's add that.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Let me put this in relationship terms, since we have women in the chat. We have men watching this live all around the world. If a man is interested in a woman and he says, "Woman, I would love to talk to you. I am interested in getting to know more about you. Here is my phone number." And the woman tell the man, "Okay, I'm interested in talking to you too. I'm going to call you." And the woman never called that man. Never called him. Didn't keep her word, didn't call the man yet. And the man find out that she over there talking to a whole nother guy. She on the phone with him. She done with the roof Chris with the other guy and everything. Quick question, Green. How do you think that man's supposed to feel after hearing a woman say she's going to call him and she don't call him, but she's over there on a date on the beach with another guy? How you think that guy's supposed to feel?
Well, let me say this: it's tears to man. So one guy might feel offended, and another guy might have options. So I would prefer to be the guy with options. One monkey.
I got you. No problem. No problem. Detail how you think the man would feel.
Like Earl Spence said, the man that ran away. The man don't have no options. The man just didn't want to fight. I feel upset if a man told me and led me to believe that he wanted this fight, and the whole time he's dealing with somebody at the same time. Ain't no way that Terence Crawford wanted to fight Earl Spence Jr. I mean, and one thing I wanted to say, I don't understand, and he can say what he wants to, talking about he's a different breed, but a different breed will accept the facts that's in front of him instead of making excuses. So
no, I'm not making excuses.
I'm not sure what kind of breed that you say you is, because
the same one that came over there to your channel and caused destruction.
Well, like I say, it's no, you didn't cause no destruction. You just came with opinions. You came with opinions that actually didn't have no weight. So anybody could throw down cotton and say that they destroyed something. That's actually what you're doing, because right now he give you information and you keep saying what.
I'm adding. When you structure sentences, right, it's a subject and a predicate, right? So you have to put the full sentence in context. So when you making these talking points, you have to put the full spectrum in. So the people, the audience, or as Manager Marty would say, the jury can see it in full spectrum. We're not going to leave anything out. Yes, they did say BOK Prime presented themselves to Terence Crawford around June, but he also said on his live stream that he told them that his main focus was making Errol Spence.
But you're making okay, but Green.
So my thing is this: if he didn't want to fight Errol Spence, he could have just went on and did whatever he was going to do with BOK Prime and not even entertain them, because Green from PBC came out in 2022, the top of 2022.
No, but Green
Smith said that whatever Terence Crawford would want to fight Errol Spence, they won't be able to give him due to him not being built up as a pay-per-view star.
Hold on, Carl.
Without asking Terence Crawford what he would want.
Hold on, Carl. Let me address Royalty Kane 13. Let me say this to you. I'm not familiar with your name in the chat. Let me say this to you. I would assume you're a man, but I can't assume that. Royalty Kane 13. I don't mind you saying, certain things. Let me tell you how we do it here. I can't speak for no other content creator. But let me tell you how we do it here in the chat. Okay? We don't use the N-word or any type of inflammatory remarks in the chat. I just want to say that publicly. I'm putting you on the spot because I saw your name. We don't use the N-word. If we can't say something about other races and cultures that's offensive, we can't offend our own. We can't use the N-word in the chat. I really appreciate it. Now, back to my point. When you talked about the guy, Tim Smith is who you're referring to, who is an executive over there at PBC. Let's be clear. He came from being a reporter. Okay. And then Al Heyman gave him a job and he's doing a great job. But you said that Tim Smith said in the beginning of 2022, I love when everybody used that talking point, that Tim Smith said the fight's not going to happen in 2022. If the fight wasn't going to happen in 2022, I can assure you they would have not sent Crawford a proposal in May, a contract in a contract in August, and a revised contract in October. They only sent him the revised contract in October because he did not sign in August for the fight to be properly promoted so that they can fight at the end of the year. Now, you said, hold on, Green, you said, okay, well, at least he told BLK Prime that the fight that he wanted was Spence. Well, like the girl in the equation and illustration I gave, even if the girl came back to the guy in that illustration and said, well, I did tell the guy, even though I was on the beach with him, even though I was on a date with him, I did tell him that I was interested in you. Guess what I'm going to say? Guess what a natural man would say? You shouldn't have been over there talking to him in the first place. If you wanted to be with me, you shouldn't have been over there fraternizing with the guy. So it's no different than Crawford. If he didn't want to fight on BLK Prime, he shouldn't have went over there. If he wanted to fight with Spence, why would he go to BLK Prime, another streaming platform, when Showtime was over there on the silver platter waiting for him? That makes absolutely no sense, Green, and even you know that.
No, it makes perfect sense, Manager Marty, because
Thank you.
Because after Jake Paul fought
No, we're not talking about Jake Paul, brother. Jake Paul 6-0, bro. We talking about Crawford, bro.
Talk about the Showtime platform because you
How we talking about Jake Paul, bro?
Because you always talk about the business of boxing and whatever the case may be, right? So when you talk about the business of boxing, we're talking about networks, we're talking about Showtime. Now, I just spoke with you earlier, which you corrected me on that. Deontay Wilder and Robert Helenius was the last fight that Fox aired pay-per-view for the PBC. Now we know that in 2018 there was a 3-year deal between extension with PBC and Fox with a 4th-year option. Fox did not pick up that fourth. Fox did not.
What that got to do with Crawford, bro? What that got to do with Crawford?
It has a whole lot because Showtime did not have any more pay-per-view.
All right, say no more. I got you. You right. All right. Okay, so let's say that's all true. Why was Steven Espinosa in the interview talking about the Crawford and Spence fight if he ain't had nothing to do with it?
No, I never said he didn't have anything to do with it.
No, he wouldn't have nothing to do with it because he was just the president of. Hold on,
Green. They didn't have any more pay-per-view slots going into that end of the year. Mind you, this is the end of the year where it's college football, baseball, or whatever the case may be. So if we're talking about business and context, right? It doesn't make sense to even put a fight of that magnitude on at the end of the year when you have all these national sports going on.
I got you. And you know what? I'm glad that you said that because don't forget Terence Bud Crawford for Sean Porter at the end of the year in November of 2022, and then a year before that. You know who his opponent was, and you know what month and year that was, right? And then before that, he fought in December at the end of the year. So
streaming platforms don't leave that out, Manager Marty.
What?
Put that in. He fought those guys on streaming platforms.
Showtime is a streaming. Showtime is a streaming platform too, bro.
Yo,
golly.
Hey, let me say something.
Go ahead. Hey, Jay, who that talking? J Rock? I got you, J Rock. Hold on, Carl Brown. I know you wanted to talk. Go ahead, Carl. You got it real quick, bro.
Yeah, like from the first time he jumped on, I knew something was. I knew the water wasn't good when he said something about Fox. Like
everything I said can be proven. It can be proven. Bro, you can pull it up. You can pull it up with your phone.
What you doing?
The water's good this way.
No, what you doing? You bringing up all the rumors that was said right after the David Evanesian and Terence Crawford fight, and they start talking about how BBC and Fox and all. That's what you just brought up.
That's not that's not a rumor. They picked up the 4th-year option.
Hold on, Green. Hey, Green, hold on. Let him finish his point, Green. Go ahead, Carl. You got it, buddy.
You just brought all that up because everybody started jumping on different topics, and that was a rumor going around at one point. And this ain't the first time I ran into you. I just never jumped on a platform with you. You do this.
Yeah, you knew better.
You do this constantly. You bring up old things that were said. That's why you keep bringing up Terence Crawford. That's all Terence Crawford fans do. They keep running back to his undisputed. Y'all forgetting that.
I never said nothing about his undisputed.
Wait.
I never said that. That wasn't me though. That was the other brother. I never said nothing about him being undisputed. That's not my talking point.
Wait, bro, look. He said being undisputed. Look. Terence Crawford said being undisputed at welterweight is what drives them. Remember that. You remember Terence Crawford said that? And then every time a camera jumped in Terence Crawford's face, it's either the Earl Spence fight was past me, I'm done with that fight. He claimed that he was chasing him, but I'm gonna be real with you. You tell me, as a Terence Crawford fan, have you ever heard Terence Crawford say Earl Smith's name besides that day that when they was in that hallway with red and black on? Have you ever heard Terence Crawford say Earl Smith's name? The only one that been calling out Earl Smith was Terence Crawford fans. Why do you think Terence Crawford never brought Earl Smith's name up in that ring? Because he know he could get to his fans on social media. He know wherever he say out of his mouth on social media, y'all gonna run with it and y'all gonna believe it. Y'all, that's all y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna run with it. Y'all gonna believe it. He know this. He not dumb. And they asked him clearly. So are we gonna make this Earl Spence fight right after David Evanesian fight? That was the prime time to get one up on Earl Spence. That was the time to get.
If that's your talk, if that's your talking point,
it's the truth. All this is true. I didn't make this up.
But you do remember Errol Spence was present at Terence Crawford's fight against Sean Porter, right? And
no.
And they won't go allow him in the ring.
Just listen, bro.
How do you know that?
Because it was.
Do you work for Errol Spence?
They wasn't
one mic.
Listen, that's what I'm trying to say. Listen. So everything that I'm saying, this is what I want to ask you, Green. Everything that I'm saying, that I just said, and I still got more to say, but everything I said, did I say that, or was those actual words that came from Earl Smith and actual words that came from Terence Crawford? I'm just asking that. Did I say this, or did them words really come out from them?
About Terence Crawford saying he's past the Errol
I'm
Spence
talking about
fight?
the whole thing. What Earl Smith said when he called Earl Smith's name. When he called Terence Crawford's name out. Everything I just said about what Terence Crawford actually said every time a camera got on in his face. Only time he said something about Earl Smith's name and what the business was when he went on social media. And who is on social media repping him? His fans. All y'all do is repeat the same old thing that he said. I never seen none of y'all tell. Look, you know something? Do me a favor. Tell me something you like about Earl Spence besides his jab and look. That's how crazy it is with y'all. Y'all can't even say nothing.
Hold on. First off, bro, I'm a boxing savant. I love boxing overall. You can't generalize me just as a Crawford fan just because I argue on his behalf on certain platforms. I am a Crawford fan. I believe he's one of the best fighters on the planet. But I'm a boxing fan. I can tell you great things about Errol Spence.
All right,
so don't generalize me or put words in my mouth. I can tell you great things about Errol Spence in the ring. I just feel Terence Crawford is tier above.
Okay, if you feel Terence Crawford is tiers above, why do you go around like just making up like extra lies and stuff? Like
what did I make up?
No,
because
what
did I make up? Everything.
Look, everybody on this platform right now say I'm lying that he didn't come on here and say that PBC the Fox situation. We all know that's not true. Everybody on here know that's not true.
You can research it yourself.
You want to see how much you could get in our head and have us really like. Come on, but besides all that, we ain't even talk about that. All I'm saying is, okay, look, Terence Crawford been undisputed at 140. We all get that. You can't even use the because you say he's a real dog. Look, you can't even use the nana. I got the WBO belt, so Earl Smith need me because you said Terence Crawford is a real dog. He's a real champion, right?
That's not what I said, man. You're speaking for me instead of asking me. You can't win an argument like that.
See how your brain works? You know what I'm saying, but you
have to articulate what you're saying. You're in a debate. You have to articulate what you're saying. You can't make up what you want me to say and then argue against it. That doesn't make sense, brother.
I'm not making it up. I'm actually.
I never brought up Terence Crawford being undisputed at 140 pounds. Who cares about him being undisputed at 140 pounds? I'm a Crawford fan, and I'm telling you that. Who cares? We're talking about the 147 division. And how this fight got broke down and not getting made. You're the one reaching in the past.
No, because I'm going there because Like this basically where you was at. You was stuck there.
That's
You was
not.
stuck there.
I never said anything about him being
You
undisputed
didn't
at
have to
140.
say
Who
that.
cares?
You didn't have to say that. All right, why you go back to the why did you go back to the PBC and the Fox thing? That's what I'm talking about. You went back to that. That's past. We talk about now. The only reason that Terence Crawford and Errol Spence really sound realistic right now is because they behind the scenes. Terence Crawford comfortable being inside the media talking about it. Errol Spence not. So why wouldn't you believe that Errol Spence really making this happen? Like Terence Crawford, stay off of social media for a minute. Let's make this happen this way. Because Terence Crawford didn't want to do that. He was okay coming
that's
like,
speculation. That's
look,
speculation. And I brought up Fox and the PBC because
look, no,
Deontay Wilder and Robert Helenius fight is
we ain't
not in the
talking about
same
that though.
magnitude as the Spence and Terence Crawford fight. And this is what I might add. Spence has done all his biggest pay-per-view numbers on the Fox platform. all his biggest pay-per-views have been on Fox. He's only fought on Showtime once. That's a fact.
All right, but listen.
Hey, tell the truth. None of that stuff really matters.
It does matter. It means a whole lot.
You keep talking about platform. What matters is Terence Crawford need to sign the contract. If he would have signed the contract when they gave him the proposal, like he agreed to, he would have had this fight. Quit talking about other platforms and people selling pay-per-views over here. They don't have nothing to do with Terence Crawford.
Those are your talking points. Those are your talking
What's that, moderator? Where you at, man?
Those are your talking points.
What's up,
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Let me. Oh, everybody, relax. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Let me get this super chat. It's no. Everybody's good. We having fun. It's all good. Let me get this. I got it. Bruce Leroy, thank you for your contribution to the channel. Thank you for your support. Bruce Leroy says, Green, are you aware that Bud and his
right quick, man?
Oh, J Rock. Oh, brother, I'm trying to read the super chat, brother. I got you. Bruce Leroy says these words. Green, are you aware that Bud and his team paid Evanesian's opponent step aside money just to fight him? If so, how can you say he wanted to fight EJ?
Do you want me to answer that, Manager Marty?
Well, I think that's a rhetorical question because we all know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I mean,
but like I said, when we use these talking points, we have to go both ways for it because wasn't Emmanuel Stanionis pay step aside money?
No, we're not talking about standing up. See what you're doing.
Exactly.
Marty, can I say one thing real quick?
Let me read this other super chat, brother. I got you, Carl. After I read this super chat, though, I want to give J Rock an opportunity because I did give him my word that I would let him sneak in real quick. Hold on 1 second. The Octavius 72. Thank you, Octavius, again for your contribution all night. I got to get him. I don't know if you. I got to get Octavius something special. He's been contributing to the channel. Thank you, Octavius, again. He says Crawford has gone on record stating he can make it to the Hall of Fame without fighting Spence. That is not a man who wants to fight. Green, stop it. J Rock, give us 30 seconds. What you got, buddy?
Hey, I just want to respond to my man right here that just finished talking. He misspoke and said Crawford ain't never called Spence out in the ring, man. I don't know if you saw that Sean Porter fight, but he definitely called him out after that fight. The fight y'all was just references when he walked out the door. I'm gonna be real quick. Another point I wanted to make, man. You misspoke also when you said Crawford didn't accomplish what he said. You said I said he already accomplished everything in the sport. Nah, you good at spinning stuff, bro. I ain't say that. What I said was he already accomplished being undisputed. I said he already accomplished something that Errol Spence trying to accomplish. And I was talking about the leverage. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about leverage, I said he got more leverage than y'all think. Because at the end of the day, he already said it, man. This fight ain't gonna make or break it. We all want to see it. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? He already accomplished being undisputed, bro. I mean, he can only fight the people that's in front of him. Everybody running, the whole division running from him. Another thing I want to bring up right quick, man. Y'all keep talking about you asked the question specifically. Why would he want to? Why did he break away and go talk to BLK Prime because the numbers wasn't right, man. And then y'all thought he ain't had no options, just like my man said. He got plenty of options out here. Just like you said, detailed boxing. On your channel last night, man, I looked at your blog you made last night when you said he should retire because he don't have no options. He back in the corner. That's false, bro. He's always gonna have options. Hold on, big dog. He always gonna have options, man. He just made 10 million for fighting Evanesian. And like I said, he can't win out here because you know what I'm saying, either he not fighting the right person or he's supposed to take a raggedy offer, man. You want him to fight for free. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. And I heard you also say Boots tried to step up and fight him, bro. He tried to make the fight with Boots through BLK Prime. It was nothing but excuses. Again, you know what I'm saying? It was nothing but excuses when it came to the Boots fight. You heard his father get up there and come up with all them excuses and everything, man. So and another thing, bro, y'all can't get mad. You know what I'm saying? If the man feels as though he's worth more than what they offer, well, you can't tell another man what he worth. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell it. If somebody asks you, you know what I'm saying, made you an offer right now for a job, right? If you feel as though you worth more than that, you're not going to accept the offer, correct? You can't tell a man what he worth out here, bro. So let's throw that out there. You know what I'm saying? So if he don't want to take the offer, he don't have to take the offer. But my point is, if Crawford want to accomplish with, if Spence want to accomplish what Crawford has already accomplished, they gonna have to make a respectable offer, man. If not, he's doing what he gonna do, and I don't blame him. He want to see the fight, but if he don't want to take the fight, he don't want to take the fight. And I know what you about to say. He already accepted the offer, but somehow the fight, you know what I'm saying, wasn't made because he wanted to see the books according to the reports, and they denied him the opportunity for that. Go ahead, bro.
All right, hold on, J Rock. Let detail get it in. Go ahead, D.
You say that you can't tell a man what he's worth. If you come from another job and they paying you $19 an hour, you can't go to another job and saying you worth $25 an hour when you only been paid $19 an hour. So we already know what Terence Crawford pay-per-views are. So Terence Crawford, and that's what Bob Arum said, and a lot of promoters. When he said that what's wrong with these fighters today is because they believe that they worth more than what they're actually worth. Now, we already know a business-wise. In business, they have to see results. They have to see money. They're not worried about what you feel and what you think. So what I'm saying is, when it comes down to business, these people not going to take money out their pocket and give it to Terence Crawford because he believed that he worth this amount of money. If that was the case, how come Terence Crawford, and you said something about $10 million, you can't show me where Terence Crawford got $10 million.
Google it.
So that's all speculation because I Googled it. I Googled it and it said he got $2 million. So I Googled it and it said $10 million. It said $2 million, but all it said in Google that Terence Crawford said that he got $10 million. It never said that he
got more than that up front, home.
No. I Googled it. It said
got more than that up front.
It said $2 million. So stop the cap. And regardless, you can't tell Terence Crawford can't tell another promoter how much he wants them to take out of their pocket to give to a man who can't sell. When I say he can't sell, I'm not saying he didn't sell nothing. What I'm saying is he can't act like he sold a whole lot more when he actually didn't. That's all I'm saying. So you can't tell a promoter that, hey, this is how much I want because this is what I'm worth. So that's just like somebody come and tell you that I'm going to cut your grass for $100 because I believe I'm worth the $100 to cut your grass. You say I'm going to give you $30. You can't do that because you ain't going to pay him no $100. You going to pay him $30 because that's what
that's why we understand still.
The problem is if he wants to be a undisputed at 147 and if he wants to be a champion like y'all claim that he is, we shouldn't be going through these petty games. Crawford is playing kindergarten games, playing with that belt. If he don't want to fight Earl Spence, he need to go ahead and just get rid of that belt and go somewhere else. Y'all talking about that Earl Spence don't want to fight Jerome Boo Ennis and all this kind of stupid stuff. Give Jerome Boo Ennis that belt and watch Earl Spence collect that belt off of Jerome Boo Ennis. And also, you said that Crawford wanted to fight Jerome Boo Ennis. You got to understand that Crawford is not signed to Black Prime.
Man,
Crawford's supposed to be his own boss.
Yeah, that's an excuse, man.
Black Prime cannot talk for Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford have to talk for Terence Crawford because he only signed a 1-fight deal with Black Prime. So what are you talking about? Terence Crawford
that's an opinion, though.
Terence
That's not
Crawford
a fact.
was nowhere in negotiation, nowhere sitting down talking to Geronimo Ennis, and Stephen Espinosa called Crawford, and it was a no-show. Nothing happened when they called Crawford. So don't tell me what didn't happen. Steve Espinosa called Crawford and nothing happened when they talked to Crawford. So how can Black Prime try to hook up something when he talked to the man and nothing happened?
Right.
Good question. Hold on 1 second. I have Sean T with us. Hold on, Sean T. I got you. And I have Levi Anthony. I want to bring these two guys up. But before I do, J-Rock, you had said something that tickled my ears. You said that after Crawford fought Porter, he called Spence out. And what I want to do, I found it. We're all going to listen to it right now. Let's hear what Crawford actually did say when he finished in the post-fight interview in the corner of the ring after the fight with him and Sean Porter when he was asked about Spence, who was sitting in the crowd. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Errol Spence was right there watching this fight. As soon as the stoppage happened, he walked out. What was your message to Errol Spence tonight?
He was at my fight.
Yeah.
Now that boy said he wasn't gonna never be at my fights, but now he at my fights. Well, you see what I did, compared to what he did.
So that's what happened. As soon as the stoppage happened, that's what happened with Errol.
Hey, listen. My thing is, who number one in the welterweight division now? Oh, okay. I love it. Who are you talking to?
All right, now the future. The future, Terence, because the most important thing is you make the decisions on what happens next in your career. What do you want next? Who do you want next?
Well, you already know who I want. I've been calling him out all day. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll go up to 154. Maybe if Spence get his tail out his butt, he'll fight me. You know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean? I will whatever.
Whoa. The man don't sound sure. They asked him what's next. He gonna go to 54, blah, blah, blah. He know what he wants.
Keep going.
He sound like Keyshawn Davis.
Come on, bro.
He simply didn't call out Errol
Why you ain't
Spence
let
at
it keep
all.
going?
He simply didn't call the man out.
Going, Marty.
It don't matter if he kept going. He never called him out.
Hold on, Holmes. Hold on. Why you ain't let it keep going?
J-Rock. Hold on 1 second, J-Rock.
I'm gonna tell you.
J-Rock, hold on, brother. Because you trying to take over the Manager Marty show, brother. Hold on, let me get control of the wheel now, brother. So, listen, we got my man Levi up here. Levi, you heard what Crawford just said. Yep. What's your take on what you've been hearing so far about this whole Terence Crawford debate? Thus, it turned into a debate tonight all of a sudden. But Levi, what's your take on everything, man?
Okay, I'm gonna just be a little brief. He danced around that. We all heard it. We just heard it. All of us heard it. If you had ears to hear.
Keep going, bro.
Hold up.
Hold on, J-Rock. Let him talk, J-Rock.
Hold up. Don't hit us with. We smart individuals here, so don't hit us with that stupid shit. He ain't let it keep going. No, even if he did let it keep going, the man didn't call the guy out. He said if Spence get his tail out his butt, that's not a call out. You understand what I'm saying? And so y'all need to know the difference between what a call out is and what isn't. What Errol Spence did after beating Ugas was a call out. So y'all niggas need to know the difference.
Oh, no N-words.
Sorry. My bad first. Hey, I'm gonna say I apologize. I can't do that to nobody page. I apologize.
It's all right.
Check this out. Y'all need to know the difference between what a real call out actually is. What Errol Spence did was a true call out. Y'all already know who I want next. That's what the fans want, and that's what I want. That's a call out. So y'all need to know the difference, and I'm gonna let y'all have this one. That's my take on it. He danced around it. Danced.
I got you. Good point, Levi. And not only that, he said, you know what the fans want. And if he wanted to give the fans what they wanted, the fans never said, we wanted him to fight David Evanesian. And he gave us something that the fans didn't want. That was his next fight. After he said all that, his next fight was David Evanesian.
Shut up, Marty. You saying too much.
Hey, Sean, is Sean T still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Speak on it, Sean T. I'm not sure if this is your first time on the panel, but I welcome you, brother.
All right, I appreciate it. Salute to the
Come back
panel.
right quick.
Hold on, J Rock. Let my man Sean T speak on. Go ahead, Sean T.
Yeah, I just pretty much want to say, it's obvious that Crawford never really wanted this fight. He says one thing outside of the ring, but when it's time to, put up a shut up, he decides to do other things. For example, I'll say that when it came to Amir Khan, he never wanted to be the A side or get the most money. He let Amir Khan make more money. So why wouldn't you want or let Earl make more money? Or if you want to take less when it comes to Manny Pacquiao, you know what I mean? Like, you never brought up the money situation then. And then if we're going to go by what Crawford said in the beginning that he was only interested in 2 fights. He said, I want Errol Spence. And if I can't get the Errol Spence fight, I'm going to move up and fight Jermell Charlo. These are facts. This is what the man said, but he opted to fight David Evanesian. He never mentioned David Evanesian, but he opted to go in that direction instead. When it comes to the Crawford fans, what they seem to do is whatever he says, that's what they go by. They don't go by the facts. They don't go by history. None of that. They go by what was said in Oklahoma, and they go off of IG. That's it. That's all. And that's supposed to be the gospel.
That was very well stated, Sean T. I appreciate that. Let me get these super chats here real quick. We got, okay, hold on. Let me make sure we get them. The Octavius 72. Oh my, I gotta get this guy. Did I read this already? Yeah, I did read that. I'm sorry, I starred that one. Yes, I did. So that was my apologies. I read that one. It was from my guy. Oh man, my fault, Aaron. I'm sorry I picked you up too late, brother. Always supporting the channel. One of my day one guys. Salute to Aaron H. Muhammad. Haven't seen you in a while, Aaron. Hope all is well, brother. Thank you for your contribution. Aaron says it's time for Crawford supporters to become true boxing fans and stop making excuses for a professional boxer who had no more excuses left. And that was true. And here's the thing about that David Evanesian situation. I said this to J-Rock when he came on the channel before, and I'll say it to you, Green, and anybody else listening. Don't forget that when I hear people say, man, he made $10 million to fight David Evanesian. He made $10 million. You don't have evidence of that. We know it's not true. When Crawford was asked by Brian Custer about the $10 million, he flagged it off and said, got to get the money. He was never definitive in his response. Number one. Number two, even if he made $10 million, look how much money the 10 fighters that was on the undercard of that fight lost because of David Evanesian's choice to move away from that card as the main event headliner to come to America to fight Terence Crawford, only to be a sitting duck to get knocked out. The promoter lost money. So did all those fighters that was on the undercard of that fight in the UK, all because Terence Bud Crawford cherry-picked him. So if you want to give credit to Crawford and say he made $10 million, look at all the money that the people that was on the undercard lost. And I say that because those fighters signed contracts that was approved by the British Boxing Board of Control. So if the bouts were approved, that means the money was there for them to be schedulally paid and compensated for their services. So the undercard fighters that was on that card with David Evanesian, who was going to defend the European title, they lost a paycheck and couldn't feed their families. So I'm not going to sit up here and praise Crawford for making $10 million for ducking Spence and fighting a cherry pick Uber driver when all those other fighters didn't get paid. That's not fair.
Can I counter that, Manager Marty?
Well, if you don't agree with that, there's something wrong with your compass, brother. You want to say you disagree with what I'm saying?
Because you're misinformed. First off, the previous David Evanesian card that he was on in the UK, that is a Queensberry Promotions card, which their promoter Frank Warren, Bob Arum's partner in promoting Tyson Fury. That's at his discretion to eliminate that card and give his fighter, which had a European welterweight title, the chance to become the WBO super champion defend and fight against the WBO super champion in America. That's at Frank Warren's discretion. That has nothing to do with Terence Crawford. And it has nothing to do with BOK.
Okay, no question. All right, let me ask you a question with that. I'm glad you said that. Are you telling me that Frank Warren reached out to Terence Crawford, that Frank Warren knew Terence Crawford was talking to BLK Prime? Frank Warren knew that in the UK?
As the situation was presented on Fight when they were doing the interviews, David Evanesian's manager was contacted by BLK Prime representatives and was asked about the opportunity to fight.
Okay, who reached out to him? Wait, hold up. Who reached out to David Evanesian?
I don't know the logistics of the exact name that reached out to him from BLK Prime, but it was a BLK Prime.
Thank you.
And it's just like you and D-Town said, he's not exclusively signed to BLK Prime. So one fight.
Green. You're making my point.
You interrupted me, Manager Marty.
Because you know why? You actually interrupted me. So now I'm going to take over from here, Green, because you're missing something. You are agreeing with me, but you're not realizing you're agreeing with me. You're saying it as if Queensberry Promotions, Frank Warren, met up and made contact with Crawford like it wasn't his fault. BLK Prime, by your own admission, reached out to David Evanesian's manager. That's what you said. So if they reached out on behalf of Crawford, why do you think they reached out to them on behalf of Crawford? Because they wanted him to fight Crawford. It wasn't the other way around. And guess what? And I don't know if you saw this on my channel months ago. I already talked to Neil Marsh. Neil Marsh is the manager of David Evanesian. Manager to manager, we had a conversation. I already know how it went down. So when I keep saying this, it's not like I'm just saying stuff without no evidence.
You did an interview with Neil Marsh?
Interview? I don't have to interview. If I'm a manager and I pick up the phone and make a phone call, I don't have to. Listen, I'm not a YouTuber for real, but I'm a manager. I pick up the phone and call commissions all day. I don't have to interview nobody.
Okay.
I had a private conversation
because we talked on this point before, and see, you know, when you're dealing with the British Boxing Commission and you're in America, you have to email them, you know, to get verification. So because your talking point was that they had to approve.
Yes.
That they had to approve that card getting canceled in order.
Absolutely.
In order for Crawford to fight David Evanesian.
Absolutely.
Which that was no confirmation. So I don't know if that's a speculation that you have.
Okay, let me.
Or do you have a concrete fact behind it or a receipt?
Let me educate you on how this works. So
I know how the business of boxing works, man.
No, you don't.
I know a lot of pros. I know how it goes. You ain't talking to a novice here.
Green. I'm not saying you're a novice. Hold on. Turn your pride down just for a second. I'm not talking about whether you're a novice. I'm trying to educate you because you're saying that I can't confirm it. So by you saying that the information that you're presenting can't be confirmed, you're telling me and showing me what you don't know. I do this for a living. Let me tell you, Green.
That's not what I said. I said, do you have a receipt? I didn't say you couldn't.
I don't need Green.
I just asked for a receipt. That's all.
Green, no problem. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'll give you the receipt right now. You can go online anywhere. When I say anywhere, I mean anywhere. And you will understand this point. If you don't learn nothing else tonight, hear me clearly. Any fight that's going to take place in this sport, I don't care if it's in the UK, in America, the Philippines, it don't matter where at in this world, any boxing match that's going to take place somewhere in this world must be approved by a sanctioning body and or a commission or both. So the British Boxing Control Board or Board of Control, that's what they're really called. We call them control boards here in America. The British Boxing Board of Control approved the bouts for David Evanesian to defend the European title in the UK. And the British Boxing Board of Control approved every other fight that was on the undercard. In America, the Nebraska Athletic Commission approved the bout between David Evanesian and Terence Crawford in every bout on the undercard. That's a fact. Every bout must be approved by the governing body, sanctioning body, and or commission anywhere in this world. That's a fact. That is not speculation. That is not, I need confirmation. That's a fact. And there is a reason. Matter of fact, there's about 3 or 4 reasons of why that protocol must be put in place. I don't have the time or the inclination to express all of the details right now, but for the scope of what I'm saying to you is, if the British Boxing Board of Control approved David Evanesian and the undercard of that entire card to fight in the UK, something had to happen for David Evanesian to get approved in Nebraska in an entirely totally different country to fight Terence Crawford. That did not happen within 24 hours. There's a process to get fights approved, disapproved, and even canceled. So there was a process for him to get over there in the first place to get approved, he meaning David Evanesian, and then to get him off and be disapproved for that whole card to be dismantled, for one fighter on that card, David Evanesian, to fight Terence Crawford in another country. There is a process with that. I can almost guarantee you, you're not going to find not one fight in this world that gets approved by any sanctioning body and don't happen unless something happens drastically, or the opposite effect where the fight don't get approved and it still happens. It's impossible. It's impossible. Just for insurance purposes alone. I'm not going to go into detail about that. So what I'm saying to you is, there were things that occurred in between the British Boxing Board of Control approving David Evanesian to fight on that card, and then the Nebraska Athletic Commission approving David Evanesian to fight in Nebraska on that card. There was a process in between that. And that's why, like you said, by your own admission, that the representation of BLK Prime reached out to Neil Marsh. They reached out to Neil Marsh because Terence Bud Crawford went over there in the first place. They didn't reach out to Neil Marsh for David Evanesian to fight nobody else. They reached out to Neil Marsh so that David Evanesian can fight Crawford. And everybody on this panel and watching me live know that's a fact. So my point is, if Crawford wanted to fight Spence, what did he go over there for in the first place? It was no point of you going on another streaming platform to fight when you got Showtime and Espinosa and them sitting right in your face with Al Heyman, who you got his personal contact information, and they sent you a proposal and 2 contracts. What we talking about? So these are facts. These are not talking points. They're not talking points. These are facts, Green. Whether you agree with it or not, these are facts, bro.
The fact of the matter is, the last revised.
Let me get in here right quick, man.
The last revised contract that was sent to Terence Crawford was for 2023. Or is that a fact?
Can I respond to that, sir?
J Rock, hold on, J Rock. Let me get this guy because I want to make sure that he understands this. We're not talking about
because
Green.
Gave me introductory into to how the commissions work and everything. That's cool. I understand that totally and clearly. But your narrative is that people lost out money because David Evanesian, which was the headliner of that card, decided to fight another bout. So are you saying that those fighters weren't monetarily compensated at all? Is that the information that you're giving?
See what you're trying to do.
That's not what I'm.
What you're trying to do,
Manager Martin. I'm asking you one about a point that you brought up. Are you saying that those fighters weren't monetarily compensated after that fight was canceled? Because me knowing the business of boxing,
why was the fight canceled? Why was the fight canceled? Why was the fight canceled, Green? Just answer that. Why was the fight canceled?
We know.
No, I'm asking you now. I'm asking you now.
Because David Evanesian came to America to fight the WBO champion. We have that.
Why? Who called them? Who called them? Who called them to tell you? Who called them?
BLK Prime.
On behalf of who?
On behalf of fighting Terence Crawford.
No. Let me ask you the question again. Who were they calling on behalf of for David Evanesian to come to America to fight?
I just told you to fight Terence Crawford.
Okay, great. Why would Terence Crawford allow himself to be in a situation where he's talking to BLK Prime in the first place after he received a proposal to fight Spence?
Because he's not exclusively signed to the PBC.
I didn't listen, bro. I didn't ask you who he was exclusively signed to. I'm asking you.
I'm giving you the reason why he was talking to BLK Prime, because he's not signed to the PBC. Your narrative that you run on your page is that a promoter he used the initiates the 3-fight deal. Are we on the same page, Manager Marty? Because
no, we're not on the same page.
Because I can take you all around the circle of what you said and bring you right back to reality.
Man. We're not on the same page because because
you're trying to move.
No, let me finish. Because you're using the word narrative when you're expressing yourself. Oh, J-Rock, hold on, brother. You're using the word narrative when you are associating my name to what I'm saying about Crawford. I asked you a question and you answered it correctly. You answered it. Yes, you did. You answered it correctly. You said that BLK Prime contacted David Evanesian on behalf of Crawford to fight him in his hometown. And you know just as well as I know Green, that they knew that on November 19th, the man was scheduled to fight. Everybody on the panel knows it, and so do you. Everybody knows that Crawford wanted to fight David Evanesian, and Evanesian was scheduled to fight already. Why would they reach out to a guy who was already scheduled to compete? You answer that, Green.
Because the ranking system at that time, Keith Thurman was the 6th in the Ring magazine rankings, and David Evanesian was number 7 because he held a European title. That's my answer.
Yeah, true.
So you cool with them contacting a guy who's scheduled to fight already? You cool with that?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I just answered your question and you playing games, bro.
I thought we were going over the facts, man. It's not about if I'm cool with it or not. We're going over the facts. The fact that
I'm asking you because you're defending it. Yeah. Are you okay with that, bro?
Okay with a guy taking a fight that told someone that he was negotiating with prior to that he was fighting in 2022 with or without them? Yes,
bro. I didn't. You're missing. You're trying to go around the question.
I'm not going around the goalpost because every time we come to this point, Manager Marty, I tell you, just like Crawford told them, that he had intentions on fighting in 2022.
Are you okay? You didn't answer me yet.
I just told you I'm fine with the guy fighting in 2022 when he already.
I didn't ask you about the year, bro. Hold on, Carl. Listen, I didn't ask you about the year. I asked you, are you okay with Crawford selecting Evanesian when everybody over there, Crawford and BLK Prime, knew that David Evanesian was scheduled to fight on a totally different card on November 19th? I'm asking you, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then. And that's why we have a discrepancy, because you cool with doing bad business and messing up people's money. That's what the problem is, and that's why you're defending Crawford, bro.
But see, here's the thing, Manager Marty. You haven't branded the fact that no one was monetarily compensated for that.
It don't make no difference. I don't have no evidence of that, bro. Exactly. It's not the point.
That's the narrative that you're saying. You're saying that people lost out money because of Terence Crawford, and that's not a fact. Because
they did.
Because
they did lose out money, bro.
Because the promoter. Queensberry,
hold
on, Carl. Hold on.
He is liable, or
no, he's not.
Are we clear on that? He is liable to pay those to compensate those fighters.
No, he's not.
How come he's not in their fight under his promotional brand? Tell me how that works, Manager Marty.
I thought you said you knew the business of boxing. You tell me.
I know the business.
All right, well, tell us why. So tell us why.
I want you to wiggle your way out of this one.
You talking slick to a can of oil, bro. Hey, Green. Now you're trying to undermine what I do, brother.
No, I'm not undermining what you're doing.
All right, well, tell us why. Tell us why you said that he's obligated to pay them. Tell us why he's obligated.
Because the promoter of Queensberry, owner Frank Warren, he's throwing a fight card, correct? Are we correct on that?
Just tell us why, bro. You just tell us why he's obligated to pay these guys.
What Well, can you answer my question, Manager Marty? He's a promoter because you're seasoned and know how promoters work, right? So he's under the obligation to fulfill what he's contractually obligated to, correct? So these
No,
fighters that were previously on this card with David Evanesian, they had to be contractually signed, and numbers had to be presented, and they had to be promised something. Are we correct on that?
no, you're
Okay,
absolutely correct. You're absolutely incorrect.
then we're not talking the business of boxing. Then we're not.
You don't know the business of boxing. I'm trying to educate you.
No, I know everything about the business of boxing.
All right, no problem. No problem.
What you're telling
No
me is
problem.
that what you're telling me is that a promoter that promotes Tyson Fury, Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois, David Evanesian is the only promoter with his own boxing channel that's on subscription on Sky Sports isn't holding the card where he's financially obligated to fulfill his contractual duties to the fighters that's on that card. That's what you're telling me, Manager Marty.
Bro, you just talking to be talking now. You just talking
because you can't do nothing with me. You gotta elevate yourself to become a
Hey, Green, you gotta need to be right, bro. And like you're not understanding and trying to listen.
Facts.
You have a need to be right.
Can you dispute what I'm saying?
I can dispute what
The
you're
thing
saying.
is, nobody's trying to dispute what you're saying because you're going all over the place.
I'm
You're
not
not
going
sticking
all
to
over
it.
the place. I asked a specific
Well, you can't.
question.
You're not
Can you
hearing
answer?
yourself. I'm listening to you, and you're going
Can you
all
answer
over
the
the place.
question though?
Yeah,
Green,
but when you
green.
answer the question, you go back to deflecting and going all
Man,
over the board.
come on, man. Now you moving the goalposts.
All right, green.
What?
Let me get in
All right,
there,
hold on.
Manager Mark.
if I'm a promoter and I have a fight card and I decide to trash that fight card because I want the main event fighter to go somewhere else, I'm not contractually obligated to
Green. We was talking about Bud
Green.
and Earl. Look where
me
you
and
at now.
Manager Marty was talking. Me and Manager Marty were just talking about how the fight with David Evanesian and Terence Crawford came to fruition. I don't know where you're at. That's the point that we're at. Stop moving the
Okay.
goalposts.
All right, hold on. Green. This Manager Marty. Hear me clearly, because I want to make sure we're in the
I'm
same.
listening, Manager Marty.
Okay. You said that you know everything about the business of boxing.
I know the business. I don't know everything. I know the business of boxing.
You know the business. Let me ask you a
You
question.
said you knew everything.
Yeah, he did. But okay, hold on. I want to ask a question. Have you made any business transactions in the sport of boxing? It's just yes or no.
Yes.
You have. Can you name one transaction that you've made in the business of boxing? Just one.
I'm not at disclosure to present.
You sound like the other content creator. All right, say no more, bro.
Because just like you said, Manager Marty,
Knock it off.
I'm contractually obligated.
Okay, hold on, guys. I want to hear him.
Under NDA, I can't present that because I'm contractually obligated. That's the same thing you said, Manager Marty.
No, don't use what I say. I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you.
I'm in the business of boxing just like you is. So.
Are you a boxing manager? Okay, great. No problem. Are you a boxing manager, Green?
No, I'm not a manager.
Are you a boxing promoter?
No, I'm not a promoter.
Are you a representative of any commission in the country of the United States of America?
I have been before. Currently, not. No. At present time, no.
Okay. Can you at least tell me what state were you a part of a commission in the country?
I'm
in Ohio. I'm in Ohio. I'm at the top of the map.
Stall them out, bro.
You're at the top of the map in Ohio.
Northeast Ohio, to be exact.
Northeast Ohio. Okay. Okay, great. Now I want to ask you a question on that. You were a part of the commission, and you're telling me
I was never part of the boxing commission. No.
Whoa! I can't. Hold on. Somebody's laughing in the background. I gotta hear this
because they don't know what's going on right now.
Okay, hold on. I want to hear you so I can understand you. You said something about a commission. Say that again.
No. I thought you said about me being a part of the boxing commission. I never said I was a part of the boxing commission. I said I was in the business of boxing, and I've been. My name has been signed on contractual things that led to boxing events occurring.
Okay, great.
Now, I just told you I wasn't a promoter, and I told you that I wasn't a manager. So me being contractually obligated that would leave 2 more scenarios for you to cross Manager Marty. Do you know those last 2 scenarios?
Brother, you trying to switch something on me.
I'm not switching them on you, Manager Marty.
Bro,
you know the business of
just
boxing.
tell us what.
I know the business of boxing. So
bro, but
those 2 out, there's 2 more X's to cross off that
sir,
in boxing to be contractually obligated.
Green. The fans don't understand the business. This is why I'm here. So if it's your position that you worked at, that you made a transaction, I'm not telling you to disclose the details of it. You should be able to just tell me what your position was. Let the people know. I mean, you want me to scratch off all this stuff. I don't want to play the guessing game or puzzle. These people want to know what your experience is, because you're harping on your experience and how much you know. So I'm asking you, what position did you hold in the business? Just tell us what position. Can you do that?
I told you that I was a part of the business of boxing previously, not at present time, and I was contractually obligated a part of an event that hosted a fighter that I was in the corner of. So
Green, you a liar, bro.
Come on, don't do that. Hold on. So what position? Green.
Do you want to debate or what? Or do you want to? I mean, like, because what do you do for boxing?
Are you talking to me or the other guy?
Because mind you, Manager Marty, I've seen you personally at national tournaments. I'm also a USA boxing coach.
Okay, so
I've seen you officiate. I come to the Philadelphia area often.
You seen me officiate?
Yeah,
that's great. Okay. Well, I mean, what's your point of telling me that?
But this isn't for you, man. This is for the dude that called me a liar because now you're being insulting because you don't know me from a can of paint.
All right, hold on. Don't worry about that. Nobody called nobody a liar. I just want to understand what your position was in boxing. That's all I'm asking you.
Well, I just told you, Manager Marty.
We're still waiting for you to answer.
I was under contract, so I can't.
No. That's not clear enough, bro. We need to understand what your position was. Were you a trainer? Or you want me to keep pulling it out of you? Come on, bro. I'm just asking you because you said you know a lot. So I'm trying to get your expertise. You're an expert. So I'm trying to get your expertise, but I'm trying to lay a foundation so people can know what you did or what you do, so that when you speak, you have credibility behind you when you speak.
Well,
okay,
it's definitely credibility, like I said.
Okay, great. But the people don't know that. Green. You said you know it all, so the people want to know what you know.
Just like Manager Marty, you know when you sign contracts, you put your name on stuff. There's fine print on those, right? We do understand that, right, man?
All this because you won't tell me your position, bro.
So you're expecting me. So you're expecting me to throw out proper legal matters.
No, I just want you to tell me what your position was in the business of boxing, sir. That's it. If someone asks me what my expertise is in boxing, you know what I'm going to tell them?
Manager.
That's what I'm going to tell them. Licensed in multiple states. Very simple. I'm not going to disclose no details. So I'm asking you what your position was.
Trainer.
Janitor.
Great. So let me give you this. You are a trainer. I respect you. You said you saw me officiate, so you know what I do from USA Boxing. I'm glad to hear that as well. So just because you are a trainer does not mean that you have made transactions in the business. That's what I was referring to. So you were not a promoter, you're not a matchmaker, you're not a manager, nor are you a part of a commission. That was the levels that I was talking about. So when I'm telling you the process of how fights have to be approved and disapproved and switched around and monies have to be paid and fees and all of those things that we do behind the scenes, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, I'm glad you went there, Manager Marty, because
you went there, brother. When you said you know it all, you went there.
If I'm a trainer on a fight card, right, Manager Marty, you do know I'm entitled to 10% of that purse for the fighter. Are we correct on that, Manager Marty?
I don't know what your percentage is. I can't speak to your pocket, bro.
By legal terms, at base, your corner, your team is entitled to 10% of the purse. So if we're on a fight card and we've already been in the camp and the card gets canceled, under legal matters, that promoter is contractually obligated to compensate us.
What legal matters did Terence Crawford have with David
I don't
Evanesian?
know. Because you asked me for my personal stuff. I don't know what legal matters Terence Crawford had because I'm not a part of Team Crawford.
Can you tell us where you trained?
You asking me about the business of boxing and what I know as a trainer. I know as a trainer, you're entitled to 10% of your fighter's purse. So if a fight card does not come to fruition, where a promoter is contractually obligated to pay this fighter.
What contract? What contract? Let me ask you that question.
The contract for the fight. If we've already started camp, which you just used in your argument for the Crawford that you were saying that the fight got canceled. Are we clear that those fighters are already in camp preparing for November 19th? Are we correct on that, Manager Marty?
I would assume that they are, but that doesn't necessarily mean
assuming or by your knowledge of the business.
Green. You are trying to.
You keep saying my name. I know my name, brother.
Well, you keep talking over me. You keep talking. I'm trying to be. Hold on for a minute.
I'm asking you a question. You ain't cooking with me.
People telling me to kick you off, but I'm being respectful to you.
Because I'm speaking the truth. That's why.
No. You're not.
Who did you train, Green?
Hold on, Lee. Let me. I want to deal with him because see what you did. You started this business stuff. I said nothing about it. I was talking about Green. I was talking
I'm
about
feeling like I won,
Green.
Don't let me exit with a win like that because I know you better than this.
Green. I'm sure that everybody in the chat and the thousands of people that are watching us right now,
for sure,
know for a fact, you will never be able to cook me. You will never be able to out-debate me, and you know you don't know as much as me. We know that.
You know. You going around the business of boxing.
Hold on for a second. Carl, hold on. Carl, hold on.
I want to say something.
Carl, hold on for a minute.
All right. Oh my God.
The only reason why. Green, chill out. Let me get this, bro. You trying to tell me how to do my channel? I got this, bro. Trust me, I got it. What I'm trying to get you to see is you brought up what you knew. When I said to you, hey, do you know how the commissions have to be involved to approved bouts? How David Evanesian had to get taken off of a card that was already approved for him to fight, to be routed to America, to be approved in the state of Nebraska to fight Crawford. That is how this started. And instead of you agreeing with me, since you know the business, you disagreed with me. And that's how we got to the place where you want to tell everybody that you knew everything about the business. So this is why we're here. I didn't bring all of this out of you. You initiated this yourself. And as a trainer, took you 10 minutes to answer which your position was. And you finally did. But as a trainer, you don't understand the proper protocols and procedures of approving a bout. And that's why I'm trying to tell you that promoters are not obligated to pay anybody unless there are certain circumstances. You said legal. So I'm saying, okay, was there a legal matter involved to get Crawford, to get David Evanesian from off of that card to America? No, it was not. It's very simple. It's very simple. And I'm not undermining you as a trainer, but when I asked you about the transactions in the business, you haven't made any transactions in the business. I'm not talking about you getting paid for training a fighter. You're supposed to get paid, whatever your percentage is. But what I'm saying is the procedures it takes to get a bout approved. A trainer has no jurisdiction there, not even one.
I never said a trainer did.
But you said that you know everything.
You asked me about a transaction. I gave you a transaction that's monetary far as the purses. Yeah, but as far as the percentage of the purse that's entitled to the camp.
But that's between you and the
fight. You so eloquently mentioned the boxing commissions, right? So when boxing commissions when they're brought a card by a promoter, whatever the case may be, it's contractual. Are we right on that, Manager Marty?
What was your question, sir?
Is somebody else chiming in, or are you?
No. What's your question? Say it again.
No, I'm asking you about the purse percentage and the corner for the fighter that's contractually obligated to perform on a fight bout. Now because you mentioned But the boxing commission, you mentioned the British Boxing Commission, British Boxing Board, however you put it. You mentioned the Nebraska Boxing Commission. So when we're talking about the business of boxing, right, and we're talking about these cards being put together, these fighters, are we clear that the purses that what the fighters are supposed to make are brought in front of the board? So this all can be logged and processed as information, and while these contracts are approved for legal purposes. Are we correct on that?
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with the trainer.
Okay, so
it had nothing to do with no trainer though. You proving my point though. You proving my point.
You're not letting me finish, man. Because the point that I'm getting at, because you keep on bringing up these box commissions, so that lets you know right there that the money is that the money has approval behind it. So the promoter is contractually obligated.
No, that's not what that means. No, it's not. That's not what that means, sir. I'm trying to educate you for free. You still ain't catching it.
So manager Marty, so fighters go into fight bouts and go into camp after the bouts are already approved by whatever commission, whatever state that they're in, and their money isn't on paper, or they already don't have a guarantee no matter whatever the price is. We're not talking about the tier of the fighter, just the fighter in general. There's not already money approved or a front end given to the fighters, or is that what we're saying?
What front end are you talking about?
Any front end.
That what?
Any bout, mind you, the fight card that you chose to use for your example is one for one of the biggest promoters in the world, Frank Warren. So from me knowing the business of boxing on a lower scale and me watching how bigger ups operate, there's no way that those fighters went in there, started camp, and didn't get monetarily compensated for anything.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now let me educate you, because I'm going to use it as a teachable moment. Let me share this with you, because I think this is important. When I give this information that I'm about to give to you right now, when I give this to fighters that I either managed in the past, advised in the past, advised now, I give this information, and I don't give this information for free. I give this information because I know that I'm going to be compensated, and I'm not talking about financially. What I'm getting at is this, because you are one of the reasons why, when I say you, I'm not talking about you as a person. I'm talking about you as the mind of not being educated, of why I started this channel. And so I'm going to use it as a teachable moment. According to the Nebraska Athletic Code, and I published this on my channel, Green, and I will send it to you if you want me to, so I can show you in writing in black and white. It was a total violation for BLK Prime or whoever else as the promoter that allegedly paid Crawford up front before he stepped in the ring to fight. That's a direct violation of the commission rules and regulations. You understand that, right, Green?
Well, I'm not privy to the information you just stated earlier. I didn't see that, so I would have to see that receipt. But go ahead.
You would have to see the receipt. Great. I'm glad you said that. When you get a chance, pull up the Nebraska Athletic Code, and it will talk about purses, and it's probably above the section of the gloves. Go do your research and your homework, and I assure you that everything I just told you was facts. And with that being said, you are incorrect that promoters are obligated to pay fighters upfront money. That is a total violation of the commission rules. And I already pointed that out on my channel. So with that being said, whether the fighter got paid up front or not, or violated the rules or not, you said that you was cool and okay with a fighter being approved on a bout like David Evanesian was. You was okay with that. You was okay with them going behind the promoter's back, breaking business protocol and business ethics to get a guy off of the card to get this person to fight Crawford. You've seen this same tactic used with Hank Lundy when Adrian Broner couldn't fight Ivan Redcash. You've seen it first with Ivan Redcash. You've seen it first with him. how they broke protocol with that promoter. You see it happen first there. And then you see it happen again, which got Hank Lundy suspended. And I know all about that situation. I'm not bringing it up. What I'm trying to show you and educate you in the fan base is on this point. There's certain business ethics that need to be done properly for fights to get approved. And if you try to get a commission to approve a bout with a fighter who's already scheduled on another promoter's card, that's bad business. Now, you said you cool with that, but that's bad business, Mr. Know-It-All. Because you know why it's bad business?
Bad business if those fighters aren't compensated. You
no, it's not. No, you're wrong.
That's what I'm telling you.
No.
You're talking.
I got to mute you now because you're wrong. That's not why it's bad business. It's not bad business because they wasn't compensated. It's bad business because the promoter had to go through all of the legal protocol with the commission and the insurance company and get the venue and make all these purchases with the expectation that the people that's on his card that's going to sell tickets that will provide him with a recoupment and of his initial investment and a profit is not going to be able to contractually be obligated to render their services. It doesn't matter if the promoter have to pay the other people. Just that fact alone is what got Ivan Redcatch in the gym with his promoter. Why you think his promoter said, whoa, what about percentage that you owe me? And Ivan Redcatch says, no, I'm going to pay you, just take it out the purse. And the promoter said, no, I've already lost money up front. Hank Lundy tried it too. And the promoter said, no, I've already lost money up front. When I paid for your airfare, when I paid for your hotel stay for you and your trainer, when I gave you a per diem for meals. See, trainer, you don't know this, so now I'm going to educate you. And that's how it works. The promoter had given up all of these monies up front and the insurance premium, something that you don't know about either. And because of that, regardless of the fighters getting compensated, just the fact that that process happened where someone took a fighter off the card in the first place is bad business. So what I'm trying to say was you got to understand how the business works. And if you don't understand, then just say that. But to say with pride, I know it all, I know everything, you don't know what you're talking about, Manager Mario, you undermining me and my platform and the fan base and the subscribers that come to this channel to get educated. And I'm using it as a teachable moment. I'm not mad at you, brother, but I'm using it as a teachable moment because you're trying to tell me I do this. You haven't made a business. This is what I do, bro. Before I got on YouTube, you wouldn't even find nobody that was able to give you the background and education the way I'm doing it. And I'm not.
That's not a fact, Manager Mario.
All right, no problem. Say no more. Say no more.
I can bring you where I'm at, and you can manage some guys out here. Like, cause I see this is me. I'm a real player. I'm a real Ohio player for real. So we can spread this bread and get this money just because we have a disagreement on.
No, well, see, let me tell you this. I don't mind doing good business. But when I hear somebody say they cool with doing bad business, I don't mess with people that do bad. I only do good business.
But your narrative, Manager Marty, was that those fighters weren't compensated though.
They wasn't. We all know that they wasn't.
Okay.
We already know that they wasn't.
How do we know that, Manager Marty? We're in the age of the internet. If those fighters weren't compensated, I'm pretty sure someone would have came out and said something by now. This happened December 10th.
They live in another country. What are you talking about? They low up and coming guys and fighters.
The internet is worldwide, though.
Yeah, but everybody don't go on the internet, bro. You think everybody goes on the internet about their personal business? Everybody don't do that.
If that was the case, I'm pretty sure Fight Hype would have got around that story. That's
all right. So now you assuming now. Now you just assuming.
I'm not assuming. I'm giving logic. That's what I'm
giving. You haven't used logic all night.
I've been up here dragging the whole night. It's been like 4 or 5 of y'all. Y'all can't do nothing with me. Now you want to mute me, all this and that. Tell me how you got dude in the background. He like 45 years old making sign language and stuff. Y'all can't do nothing with me, man.
Well, hold on. I muted you, Green, because you were trying to overtalk me.
I wasn't overtalking you, Manager Mar.
You've been cutting me off the whole night, Green. You really have. You really have been cutting me off all night, bro. You really have.
Manager Marty, this might don't make sense to a lot of people, like for real. And I say this, like like I said, I ain't got no dog in the race. I don't make content, so maybe this fight will go over, like some of y'all head because like y'all not looking out for stuff like this. Me, I'm a dude that come on and I look for, I follow your channel. I go on, a couple other channels and I pay attention to things. From this only from me. I don't know if everybody else think the way I'm thinking what I'm about to say. I really believe that my man he addicted to debating people because earlier I heard him and I didn't jump in. I was letting y'all cook. I was letting y'all, here I am talking about cook. I was letting y'all talk, and I heard him say, "I won. I'm just saying, this is for me on the outside looking in. I felt like he looking at this as a debate when we all were just getting on here and we was conversating. You know what I mean? We was conversating about a couple of other fighters, including Terence Crawford, Earl Smith. We was talking about all that. We wasn't debating. So when he jumped on, he took on like he looked at it as like it was a challenge. He wasn't trying to join the conversation. Like I don't know if that makes
do you feel that way, Manager Marty?
Well, you know what? Well, you know what? When I kept hearing you talk, I actually do feel that way because when we were talking about one thing and you called it a debate, I didn't. You called it a debate, and then you said nobody can bang with you. I got several people that have been around me, including I see my man WCS in the chat. Salute to him, and my guy that's right here now, YSM Sports Media. You tried to undermine me in front of the people when I do this. YSM Sports Media, glad to have you, bro. What's your take on this? I know you've been hearing what was going on. You got the floor, bro. What's up?
Wait. I just hopped on. I got a question for Bull. Getty Green, is that you?
That's me, boy. You know who it is.
Oh, you know this guy?
Oh, okay.
You know this guy?
Yeah, I know Getty Green. I know Getty Green from Facebook. He don't like me.
No, I rock with you, but we gonna bump heads. You know what I mean?
Yo, you Getty Green, you be on like pause, but you be on my ass like for me posting boot stuff. Like you always, he's a real big Terence Crawford supporter, man. That's his guy, yo.
No, I like Boots too. I want him to stay in the WBO rankings. That's all.
Hey, yo, is Alexis Roca getting that fight next?
Nah, they gave him another bout. So he's not getting the mandatory challenge for the WBO.
Wait, why? But the narrative that you kept pushing that I remember is that if Boots stayed in the WBO rankings, he would have got Crawford. And you said that Roca is getting Crawford. But I told you that Crawford was always going to fight Spence next. So Boots staying the WBO route was irrelevant.
Why is that though? Why SN?
He was always going into a fight with Earl Spence, bro. So whether Boots stayed in and became the mandatory, unification trumps mandatory. As you can see that they ordered they ordered Alexis Roca versus Terence Crawford. You remember it. And then all of a sudden that shit disappeared. And now Roca is facing my man Juice Young. Right?
Yeah.
What do you think happened? Because I know what happened.
Well, the point that you're talking about is time infringing, right? Because at the time when we was going at it about this, Conor Ben was still in the rankings before he tested dirty, previous to his fight. So once he got eliminated, we all know Virgil's been at the top for a considerable amount of years. At that time, Gervonta Davis was number 2. So just like Sean Porter when he was number 2, and he petitioned to be the mandatory challenger. Gervonta Davis could have did the same, but we all know in September of 2022 that he petitioned the IBF. So that was my point that I was making.
Crawford's mandatory wasn't due till 2023. Gervonta Davis petitioned the IBF when Terence Crawford announced his bout with David Evanesian. Boots saw that Earl Spence was free and went after a title shot. What I'm saying to you, the narrative that was pushed was that if Boots would have stayed in the WBO, he would be getting Terence Crawford. But the reality is the guy that stayed in the WBO isn't getting Terence Crawford. Is he not? Alexis Roca.
At this present time, you're 100% correct, YSM. But we're talking about months prior. So had Boots still been in the WBO, who would be Crawford's mandatory at this present time?
Would he be getting Terence Crawford next?
Well, that would be solely up to his promotional company how they decide to go about it. Would they let it go to purse bid, or would they actually try to come to terms?
No. It was ordered. Alexis Roca versus Terence Crawford was ordered by the WBO, and then all of a sudden the fight isn't happening. Why isn't the fight happening? Because Terence Crawford is negotiating with Errol Spence.
Okay, we understand that you're 100% correct on that. Why,
but listen,
what I'm saying to you is the time that you're speaking of, were they in negotiations then? Because he had just fought David Evanesian, which would suffice as a violent.
They have been in negotiations for months. See, let me explain something to you. With a lot of fans, y'all react and y'all call dudes ducks and this and that because y'all don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Just because shit isn't reported doesn't mean talks and shit isn't happening. So y'all gotta stop being y'all being accusatory, like, oh, this dude's scared, that dude's scared. You don't think that they got word? The first person that told me that Spence and Crawford was on the table was Mr. Bosey, and this is months ago.
YSM, I understand your platform. I get what you're saying, but you do know that they just told us that Spence and Crawford was going to be announced at the Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis fight.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that?
It was reported on many platforms that the fight.
Give us a name. Give us a source.
Michael Benson.
He was wrong, apparently.
Exactly. So it proves my point that just because someone comes out and reports something does not mean that it's coming to fruition.
What?
But that's not what I'm referring to. Yeah. I don't go by other people's reports. I talk to the sources. Like if I get something, it from the Showtime side, it's coming from the Showtime side.
Yeah, but like I said, I pay attention to your platform. So I've seen you put content with tweets up of other people that aren't Showtime representatives. So what I'm saying is that when this information comes out as people that's not on the inside of the business, we're just going off speculation. But and then, like I said,
me putting up tweets, putting up tweets isn't me reporting it. I'm just putting up tweets.
I'm gonna land my plane real quick, because what you're telling me is that there was no reason for Jerron Ennis to stay in the WBO rankings when he accepted an IBF interim belt that's only been given to people that's injured. Errol Spence isn't injured.
Well, let me ask you this question. Hold on, why?
Historically, YSM, that interim belt is only given when the champion is not able to perform.
Hey, Marty,
just real fast.
Injured.
Go ahead, Juan.
But bro, I was explaining to y'all it was a lateral move. Being the mandatory for the IBF and being the
let me finish, Green.
Let me finish. It was a lateral move, right? Y'all told me that Bud fights his mandatories. If Boots would have stayed in, Boots would have got that fight. Did the person that stayed in get the fight? It's the same. It's the same as the Earl situation. So it's a lateral move. Why? I'm number one in this sanctioning body, right? They ordered a final eliminator IBF interim. So I know if I win the IBF interim, even if this dude doesn't decide to fight me, I will become the IBF champion. You can't force somebody to fight. But y'all said, oh no, he just wanted to be handed a belt. If he stayed in the WBO, then Crawford would have fought him. Crawford always fights his mandatory. Is Crawford fighting his mandatory? I just want to hear I was wrong, bro.
No, you wrong. But you leaving out a bit of information with Boots and the IBF interim belt. You're leaving out the fact that he was promised after Spence's next fight, which was supposed to be Keith Thurman, his mandatory that he was fulfilling for the WBC, that he had 120 days to
Oh
fight
no, it
Gerard,
wasn't 120 days from his
or
fight.
not
It was
120
120.
days, not 90
It,
days.
no, no, no.
It was
Listen to
3 or
me.
4 months. It was a time specification that after Spence's next fight that he had to fulfill
It
his
wasn't after
mandatory
Spence's
against the
next fight.
IBF.
It was after Boots' next
when
fight.
was it? So when was it?
After
After January 7th, 120 days. Now because
Okay,
Terence Crawford and Earl,
so then what you
what?
telling me YSM is that
Now
Gerard
now
and Errol
because
Spence are fighting next then? That's what you're telling me.
no, what I'm telling you
Okay
is
then,
because
then we're both
oh my
wrong
God,
then.
bro, you can't let me finish. You asked me a question. I'm telling you that because Terence Crawford and Earl Spence about to fight, everything's on a standstill. But as soon as that fight's up, that belt is coming off of whoever got it.
We understand that, but again, it's time infringement. At the time that this was mandated, had he stayed in the WBO, it would have been Gerard Ennis fighting Terence Crawford or mandated to fight him. And if
Okay, hold on.
to fight him, he would have had to give his belt to him.
Okay, let me correct you, and I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong. Because Boots was number 2 in the WBO way before he petitioned the IBF. You agree with that? Yes or no?
Correct. That's what I
said. Okay then. So why would Terence Crawford say when they asked him, and he said it himself on his IG Live, they keep asking me why I did not fight Boots? And he said, he didn't say what you said. He said, their names never came up.
Precise.
Right. So what are you talking about?
because let me educate you, Manager Mark. You're talking about a voluntary. It's not a mandatory, a voluntary. It's a difference.
It don't make no difference, bro.
It is. Listen to the lingo. Listen to the term. Voluntary defense.
I know what that means.
Defense.
I know what that means.
Exactly.
I know what that means.
So we know exactly what we're talking about here.
So why he fight David Evanesian and not Boots?
Because it was a voluntary defense. He said
why?
He said that BOK Prime didn't bring Gerard Ennis' name up to him to fight.
How can they bring up? They didn't bring up David Evanesian name either.
So how did he fight David Evanesian then?
I tried to tell you earlier.
How did Frank Warren scrap that card and send David Evanesian over here to America to get knocked out then?
Dude, listen to what you're saying. I told you before that Crawford was in negotiation talking to BLK Prime in June. In June. He never said anything about Boots in June. Right or wrong? I know that's right. And I ain't mute your mic either. I caught you with that.
No.
I caught you with that body punch with that.
I didn't say that. Just like I told, I'm giving you the same answer I told you before. BOK Prime is the one carrying the event, so they tell him who they have in mind for him to fight. It's not.
No. You're missing my point.
Because as you put it, Manager Marty, Terence Crawford isn't putting up any of his own money.
But Green, why every time they say something? Why every time they make a point?
Why? Man, ask me a boxing question. I don't even want to talk to you, bro. Let me talk to Manager Marty and YSM, dude. Like you sound like you crying. You sound like you crying, man.
Hold on. Let him talk.
Question. I'm saying why every time they tell you some news, you make it seem like they coming at you.
That's how you perceive it. That's how you perceive it. This is how men who don't agree talk. If you've ever been in that circle, respectable men, when respectable men are talking, they don't disagree. This is the lingo that's going on. Maybe you're not. Maybe you haven't been in that type of conflict.
Calm down, man. Look. I'm 39.
No, I don't gotta calm down about nothing because
chill.
All right. Just answer that question. Why every time they tell you something, you disagree with it?
Because I don't agree with it. That's why I just told you that.
I got you. Okay, cool. No problem, Carl. No problem. No problem. You don't agree. So when Terence Crawford received the proposal in April, he agreed to those terms. You said that earlier that you agreed with me that he agreed to the terms that he saw on the proposal in April. He agreed to those terms. Now, my question is, if he agreed to those terms, then why was he talking to BLK Prime in the first place?
Okay. Answer that.
because him being a free agent and not contractually obligated to any promoter, that's his right to do.
Bruh, if he agreed to the terms, the natural thing to do, if a job tell you we're going to pay you $19 an hour, you're going to be compensated every 2 weeks, you're going to have this amount of vacation time, and you agree to it, and orientation starts Monday, May 1st. If you agree to those terms, they're expecting you to show up on May 1st to orientation, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Far as a job,
Thank,
yeah, but this
thank
is
you.
boxing.
Thank you. This don't make no difference. It's still a job, bro. If he agreed to the terms in the proposal that was sent to him in May of 2022, within 30 days in June, he should have not been talking to no one else if he agreed to the terms. And that's just like you agree with me that you will be expected to go to the orientation on May the 1st. The job would expect to see your face on May the 1st. They're not going to expect to see you working for another person if you gave them your word or your agreement that you're going to come to orientation because you agreed to all of the benefits of the job. That makes absolutely no sense. It's not about always boxing. It's the same thing because they still have to render their services as fighters. It's the same principles. The principles in business still apply. Whether you work for somebody or work for yourself, the principles of business still apply. You doing more advocating for Crawford than Crawford doing himself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now
let me ask you a question.
It's not that, manager Marty. It's just a simple fact. Like when you saying stuff,
I make too much sense when I talk.
It's a whole lot of other things and logistics that you leaving out, even about the whole conversation with Al Heyman and Terence Crawford directly. And see, we already crossed this bridge, and you know that we crossed this bridge before. So you would already know what arena that I'm going to go into if I decide to sing with you on that topic. But like we all know that Daniel Cunningham was mentioned, and that had to be established that he had no dealings with him.
Hey, Getty, I got a question.
We also know in that breakdown that you did of Terence Crawford's Instagram live that Al Heyman was dealing with family issues. We also know that. So and we also know that they were going back and forth about guarantees and then no guarantees.
No,
and then splits.
Hey, Getty, I got a question.
What's up?
Who initially said that Daniel Cunningham was representing Terence Crawford? Do you remember?
Bob Arum said it on the interview.
All right. So, do you think that was truthful or that was a fallacy?
No, it wasn't truthful because MTK Global, their last American signing was Virgil Ortiz, and me knowing what age that we're in, if they had signed Terence Crawford, had any dealings with Terence Crawford, a pound for pound fighter and a WBO super champion, I think that would be established that they were doing business with them.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You assume.
That's not my opinion. You do understand that
he's not on. He was not on the MTK Global website. MTK Global was disbanded in April of 2022. He was never featured on any.
Wait. You do understand that Daniel Cunningham and MTK Global quotation marks, they cut ties because of Daniel Cunningham's alleged criminal activity.
I'm
putting up the quotation marks.
I don't know personally. I don't know.
So essentially, what you're telling me is at the time that Bob Arum is promoting Terence Crawford, right? At the time that Bob Arum is promoting Terence Crawford, he comes out and says Terence Crawford advisor, and you are saying that he's lied about that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You asked me where was it?
I said, do you think it's truthful? I said, was Bob being truthful or was it a fallacy?
If you're asking me my personal opinion, no, I don't think it's truthful because, and here's why, because in November of 2021, Sean Porter, who was a PBC fighter, fought Terence Crawford, who was a top ranked fighter. When they said on that first press conference, Tom Brown, the promoter, president, whatever the case may be, of TGP, Daniel Cunningham was never mentioned. So if Terence Crawford had dealings with him then, there would be no reason for the PBC to do business with Terence Crawford at that particular time. Fast forward to these Errol Spence negotiations, when he's brought up, it makes absolutely no sense. That's my answer.
Let me get these super chats real quick.
So,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Marty.
No. Go ahead, Wyatt. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to direct it to you because a lot of times dudes be so much fans of guys that they can't step
you can
away
say my
and
name,
look
man.
at
We ain't got to be
anything. Wait.
I've been
I'm
respectful.
saying
because you,
bro. If I got,
go ahead, Wyatt.
You're getting your feelings, bro. You're getting your feelings, bro. You're getting your feelings, right? I said sometimes dudes be so much fans of people that they're not even going to look at things objectively. So essentially, right? A man's promoter comes out and says that this man is advising his fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to say that is false. Who would know more about Terence Crawford's dealings than Bob Arum? That's first. Secondly, when it was mentioned to Terence Crawford, well, by Al Heyman, if he had ties to Daniel Kinahan, this is almost a year after Bob Arum mentioned that, right? Around the same time that Daniel Kinahan was placed on what? Who was that? What was that about Department of Treasury?
Yeah, Treasury.
Who placed that bounty on his head? So everybody at that time was cutting ties with Daniel Kinahan, including guys like Jamel Herring, Jojo Diaz, who actually is the cause of this whole situation in the first place. So you think that Bob mentioning that and Al Heyman asking him about Daniel Kinahan, those businessmen that got over 40 to fucking 50 years in experience in business, they just brought that out of thin air? To me, that's not logical. I said, no, I'm talking to Marty. I said, to me, that's not logical.
No, you definitely right, but just like what I just gave you, they just did business in November of 2021. So if they were worried about him being involved with Daniel Kinahan, how come it wasn't branded then? YSM, can you tell me that?
Because the feds came in, nigga. What you think? Everybody got to get away.
The facts are the facts. You just gave me Jamel Herring. You just gave me JoJo Diaz. So if he's attached to Terence Crawford, that means he would have been attached to him while Bob Arum was his promoter, because you just used Bob Arum being his promoter, and him would be the one knowing more about Terence Crawford than anybody else. Correct? You just said that, correct?
Honestly, you. Say that again, because you kind of lost me.
You just used the point. You just used the talking point and said that Bob Arum would know more about Terence Crawford's business than anything.
I said Jojo Diaz and Jamel Herring all cut ties with them right after the bounties was placed on Kinahan's peoples, right?
Correct.
And I'm saying before then, Terence Crawford, this is his promoter. It's not like this was a YouTuber that said it or a member of the media.
Correct.
This is the guy that's doing business with Terence Crawford, saying that this man is negotiating on his behalf. And then you got Al Heyman that's asking, are you still doing business with this person? And Terence Crawford saying no. And I'm not saying Terence Crawford was lying at that point in time, but I'm asking you, do you think he was ever doing business with Daniel Kinahan?
I mean, well, first off, you're asking somebody that's not.
I just asked your opinion, bro. You got an opinion about all these negotiations.
I told you no, because if he was doing business with Daniel Kinahan, he just previously fought a PBC fighter that would have came up in regards to them even making the fight.
It only became an issue when the dude got a bounty put on his head by the United States.
Oh my God.
Once that comes, he's hot. Everybody got to get away.
Okay. So the MTK Global, the website that showed the feature that every fighter that they dealt with, it had Jamel Herring and JoJo Diaz on there, correct? And Virgil Ortiz. Are we clear on that?
Was never signed to MTK Global.
Exactly.
I said he was advised by Daniel Kinahan. I didn't say he was advised. He was no. You got to understand that the ties between. You know how RICO works?
Man, you talk about I don't want to talk about no Ricos, man. I don't want to talk about none of that, man.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about conspiracies, man. I don't know nothing about no wrong dealing with nobody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm saying they tie up in everything. So businesses that you had previously, any kind of ties, everything
True.
gets
Yeah,
roped
I'm
together.
glad. You know what? I'm glad you said that, YSM, because you remember when Crawford went to Dubai, right? You remember that, right?
Yeah.
He was allowed back
Yes.
in the country, wasn't he? He just recently went to Taiwan, right? He was allowed back in the
He's a
country, right?
citizen. He's a citizen of the United States.
Exactly. So, but if he had
Tyson, no,
dealings with a global crime lord, I'm pretty sure he would be detained because Tyson Fury's not allowed in the U.S. And
Tyson Fury is not a citizen of the United States.
exactly, but
Where's Terence Crawford going to go?
they revoked his ring, but he would be.
No, that's two different.
No, it's not two different things
Terence
because
Crawford is
it's not two
Terence
different things.
Crawford is a citizen.
Have you ever heard anyone being detained trying to cross the border from Mexico back into America? Have you ever heard it? Not saying not allowed, detained by the authorities. Have you ever heard of that?
Bro, but you're
Oh my God.
yo, you looking at oh my gosh.
I'm not looking.
Somebody else go.
You
Let me get this. Let me get this
You
super
just try to
chat.
correlate a
Go ahead, get the
Rico case.
go to super
Let me
chat,
get the
bro.
super chat,
Go
man.
to super chat.
Let me get the super chat because they've been waiting for too long, man. Let me get this super chat popping, bro. Mr. AMG, thank you for your contribution to the channel. He says, cook. Thank you, Mr. AMG. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. AMG. Clean Cut, thank you for your contribution to the channel. Clean Cut says, Green, asking the type questions that Bud was asking Al Heyman during Spence negotiation, trying to get free game when professional advertisement is not free.
Well, that was a good one.
Good point, Clean Cut, because I felt that as well.
That was a good one.
Mr. AMG again, thank you for your contribution again. Thank you for the colors. The color switch up in the super chat says, let's not be disrespectful. Green was not a janitor. He was a custodial worker. Keep cooking, Manager Marty. Salute D-Town. And Mr. AMG again says, for the visuals from D-Town. Thank you so much for all of your contributions. Let me just say this because there's a disconnect here. You know, Green, you know, when I try to talk to you, you know, you rebutted everything that I said. YSM tried to talk to you, you rebutted most of everything that he said. So that's why going back to the point of it's like you were in the dialogue at first, and then you wanted to turn this into a debate. If you want to debate me, I respect that. But just tell me you want to debate me. Don't come on the channel giving me the impression that you're talking about the topic at hand, and then you spin it as a debate, because I wasn't really trying to debate nobody, you know. But when you said you know everything, you know, and you know you made all these transactions in boxing, you didn't want to tell us what your position was. Then I had to drag it and pull it all the way out of you. Finally, I did. And when I asked you, you wanted to basically use reverse psychology on me by telling me to just point out, you know, by the process of elimination, if your name's on a specific contract, which really doesn't hold any weight about whether your name's on a contract or not. The bottom line is I used it all as, you know, a teachable moment for you. And you turned this into basically a debate. You said that I didn't know what I was talking about, which is your opinion. I respect your opinion. But then you offered me an opportunity to manage guys in Ohio. I mean, me personally, if I don't think somebody know what they're talking about in business, I'm not going to refer them to do any business with people that I know. That's just me. And on top of that, you made references about Terence Crawford, and I was basically just asking you just basically simple questions about, you know, what's happening with Crawford, why he fought David Evanesian when David Evanesian was scheduled to fight on November the 19th. All of us know that was true. You did admit that BLK Prime, on behalf of Crawford, reached out to David Evanesian. They didn't reach out to Boots. Crawford didn't reach out to Boots. He said their names never came up. But if you your own boss, you don't have to wait for nobody's name to come up. You tell the names of who you want to fight. And he didn't do that when Boots was ranked number 2 in the WBO. So that right there shows me that, you trying to make it seem like Boots ducked Bud, and we know that that's not true. Or like you said, there's a difference between mandatory and voluntary defenses, which I already know that, but that's beside the point because he didn't fight nobody anyway. He fought David Evanesian. Okay, let's say he wasn't on that card. David Evanesian is not from America. You mean to tell me he couldn't fight nobody from America that's ranked in the top 15, that's ranked in the top 10 by the WBO? Yes, he could have. He could have fought them if it's all about voluntary, but he did not. And I already told you all this on my channel that Neil Marsh, the manager of David Evanesian, he already said it in the interview with Dan Raphael. And when I talked to Neil Marsh, he reiterated to me personally that Bob Arum and them reached out to him years ago when Terence Crawford was with Top Rank, and they wanted David Evanesian to come in to fight Crawford. The fight didn't materialize, and that's why I believe that because the fight didn't materialize then, that was the first person on Crawford's mind when he went over there. No different than Broner. When he went over there, the fight between him and Ivan Redcatch did not materialize because of the pandemic. So the first fight he wanted to fight was the easier fight when he went over to BLK Prime, and that was what Ivan Redcatch. And guess what happened? The same business practices happened twice, where David Evanesian was scheduled to fight on a different card. He was already obligated to a different promotion. Boom. They went around and circumvented that, got him off. They did it. They tried to do it again with Ivan Redcatch, and his promotion caught on what was going on, and they wasn't going for it. Then they tried to do it again with Hank Lundy. And what happened? The end result was Hank Lundy got suspended by the California State Athletic Commission because the promoter made the phone call because of all of the investments that he made for Hank Lundy to fight the main event for his young prospect. So this is 3 times. And let's use the 4th time where they tried to do that again. They tried to get Boots when Blue Blood himself said he called Bozy on the phone late in January, not in October when they first had Crawford signed over there at BLK Prime, but in January when Crawford wasn't even signed to BLK Prime. They tried to get Boots through Bozy to do a deal with them behind the back of Showtime. Those are Mr. Bozy's words, not mine. So that's the 4th time that they try to use that business practice by circumventing good business ethics. You said you were cool with the fact that David Evanesian was taken off of the card. You said you was cool with that. Okay, no problem. But my thing is, when you come on the platform, I don't mind. I give you the platform, bro. But if you wanted to debate me, because you kept using the reference, oh man, I cooked all y'all and I can't nobody touch me, bro. This wasn't even a platform for that tonight. But if you wanted, since you did all this, you can get it, bro. I'm a very good debater, but I didn't get on YouTube to debate. But I will oblige you. I will oblige you, Green. If you want to debate me, I am open for that. Anytime you let me know.
Let's set it up.
We can set it up right now because I don't duck the smoke. But the way you was coming on a channel like you, Hulk Hogan and all that, cut your mic off and shut you down. We can do it. If you really want to debate me, and I'm talking about legitimate debate, like organized, not no keep cutting each other off and nothing, female-ish. Like real men, you can debate me. I'm open for the challenge.
Oh yeah, I definitely oblige you. I'm a gladiator. But what platform do you want to do it? You want to do it on Facebook Live? You want to do it on YouTube? You want to bet some money behind it? It don't matter to me.
It's the same platform that you watch every week.
I watch. I'm on multiple platforms, man. I jump around. You know what I mean?
Well, you on this?
I jump around where the content is is geared towards Errol Spence. I jump around when the content is geared towards Crawford or any other anything else that's going on in the sport of boxing as far as news. I'm a boxing savant. I just don't key in on the Crawford debates. I like to talk boxing overall, even the show box and the stuff that was going on pro bellum before they came to its demise. So however you want to do it, it don't matter to me.
Well,
Because this would be the fourth time or third time that we've been on here. So like I said, I'm pretty sure you know that I'm not ducking no smoke. You know what I mean? And you know you're gonna be in the firefight, so we can do it.
Well, you started it on this channel, and I'm going to end your career on this channel. So
I don't got a career manager. I don't make content and none of that. That ain't my thing. I'm too busy doing other stuff in boxing. I don't got time to make no content. I'm not a content creator. I'm not a YouTuber. I just like to like to debate boxing when I feel like things aren't being presented correctly.
Wow.
When you talk business, you talking business to me is like talking credit to me. You talking business to me is like talking taxes to me. You talking business to me is like talking slip to a can of oil. And the reason why I brought those two up because I'm certified in those areas too. And you talk to me like you knew everything and you wanted to take over the channel. So we're going to do it right here, live and living color. Since you started it, I'm going to finish it. You can get it anywhere you want. You said you don't duck the smoke. Let's get it. You came over here, you know, and you wanted to out-talk everybody. Now I'm going to give you the platform. But I can assure you, this is not going to be a firefight. You said I'm going to be jumping in the fire and all that. I totally doubt it. I've heard you for the last hour, and I already know some of your talking points. You don't want no smoke when it comes to Spence versus Crawford and all. You don't want that smoke with me, bro. You barking up the wrong tree. You should have stayed on Facebook, but you came over here and you barked up the wrong tree. You didn't get the last two. You didn't get the memo from the last two guys. You're gonna get it worse than them.
No. I didn't get to be a spectator on those. You got to let me know. Let me know when it go in the archives and see it, so I can see how you coming. Because I expect you to be. I expect you to be your best, but you can't. I'm gonna tell you, you can't make one slip, man. I'm real surgical with this shit.
I didn't see it yet. You've been watching me.
I don't care if it's biased or not, because the thing is, we want your channel to get shared. We want everyone to behold, and when everyone beholds it from a non-biased perspective, they'll see who the clear winner is, and that will be me.
No problem. But I want to say this to you because you sound very confident. There's a reason why my name is Mr. Roller Tape. And you've been watching me longer than I watch you. You said you've been on here twice or three times. I really don't remember. I do remember one time you was on here before, but I don't remember the other two times. But I'm sure you know how I'm coming. You know how I'm coming. Everybody watching me on YouTube know how I'm coming. I don't even know why you doing this to yourself, bro. I don't, because I wasn't even trying to debate you, bro. But I'm gonna give you what you asked for. You know how you know how when a woman is trying to get your attention, you keep ducking her over and over, and then something you say, you know what? I'm gonna take her phone number. I might not call her, but I'm just gonna do it just because she keep messing with me. And that's where we at right now. You kept messing with me. You kept coming over here. I'm gonna get you out of here, Green, because I know you like to jump on. Then I found that you jumped on my man channel, YSM.
Nah,
you messing with everybody, huh?
I ain't jump on his channel. He
on Facebook.
He do a lot of promoting on Facebook and stuff. I was going at him, and there's one man's that he be interviewing there. I mean, you know, but they biased though. They they Boots fans. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm biased to Ohio fighters. Shout out to Montana Love. Shout out to Tiger Johnson. Shout out to Dante Anderson. I'm biased for my area. You know what I mean?
Don't leave Crawford out. Don't leave Crawford out.
Crawford ain't from Ohio, brother. He from Nebraska.
I'm saying you biased towards Crawford.
But yeah, because you know that's the talking point. I don't know him personally. I know those guys personally.
Can I make a quick interjection, Manager Marty? Then I'm gonna get up out of here, man.
You was on.
You know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am.
Oh, yeah,
Let's not play those games.
So you already know. You know how I'm coming then.
What I know is this, man. It's a little saying from Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is what's known as failure to communicate. So this is how I'm looking at everything, and I'm gonna make it as simple as pie. Ever since Earl and Crawford met up backstage, the Crawford fans had went on an attack. You feel me? For years, they went on an attack. They called my man a drunk, the B word, all of that. Said he was a duck. But what happened is, after Earl said he was going to get those 3 belts, and then he was going to see who was going to be holding up that fight. That's what he said. And after he got those 3 belts, Crawford decided to go a different direction. And what's going on right now is Green and the rest of the brigade is left to clean up Terence Crawford's mess. That's what's happening. Feel me? Like, we can distort it with talking about no guarantees and all this old extra stuff. But the truth of the matter is, we all were waiting to see Crawford sign that contract, and he didn't do it.
That's facts. That's facts. Let me get this super chat real quick. Hold on. Let me get this super chat. You see your screen right there, Green? Green, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you see what's on your screen from Cash Sports?
Oh yeah, I see that. They supposed to ride with you, Manager Marty. This your platform, baby. You put the work in it. They supposed to ride with you, but they gonna mourn you too after I get through with you. No,
that's not why you ride with me though. That ain't why you ride with me.
They probably why you know what I'm gonna just say it for the debate, man, because I don't got time to be. I don't know them people.
Set it up.
Let me
you be trying to disrespect.
I got you. Hold on for 1 second. Let me get the Octavia 72. I gotta get this guy a box of cigars or something, man. This guy's been supporting the channel all night. Thank you again, Miss. I gotta get you. Email me the Octavia 72 if you're still on here. Okay, email me. I want to send you some stuff, man, for supporting the channel. He doesn't have a career. The first truth he told tonight. I think that was directed, to you, Green. Hold on 1 second, Green. I got my guy here, World Combat Sports. What up, Scotty? What's going on, brother?
What up, Marty? How y'all feeling, man?
Man, I was feeling good before.
Scotty was good.
I was feeling.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I was enjoying the cook session. I ain't gonna lie, man. I wasn't taking sides, even though I'm a Crawford, supporter, just like Green amongst other fighters. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was having a good cook session, man.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, what's going on, brother?
I'm good. How you feeling, bro?
Good, man. WCBS one of the best at it, man. I mean, on foot with it too, man. His first content I seen, he was down there, Cincinnati Golden Glove with Nolan Huntley and them. You feel what I'm saying? On the foot.
Shout out to Nolan Huntley.
You
Cartel.
That's the first time I came across his his platform, man. Like I said, whether you agree or disagree, like I said, on whatever point, WCS though, his opinion valid though, man. He really in the streets for real with this boxing. You know what I mean? Salute.
I appreciate it, man.
Salute. Well, I'm listening to you, bro.
Go ahead, Manager Martin. What's going on, man?
No, I was going to say I usually don't allow cursing on my channel, but I did allow Green to curse on the channel tonight. He said that he was going to cut me and dismantle and destroy me. I mean, those are curse words, brother. I mean,
hey, World Combat. Say about both of y'all not taking a step back.
No, we don't do that in boxing. World Combat Sports, you've been around me. YSM Sports, he been around me. D-Town been around me. The real ones know what it is. The real ones know the
YSM, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Work, man.
We got people all in the chat. The chat been rocking with me for hours. The chat been rocking with me for 6 months since I've been on here. The viewers, everybody's been supporting me. They know what time it is. Green. I don't know why you doing this, but whatever your reasons are, I'm sure that the why will probably never be known, but the what's next will be. And you know how they say, when you put your hands on the wrong person, they make sure you don't put your hands on nobody else again. And I assure you that when I'm done with you, if you decide to debate anybody else, you got to be a little bit sharper than what you have been tonight. And it's unfortunate that you have to be a victim on this channel, brother. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But I appreciate the fact that you stand on your square. The difference between you and somebody like a World Combat Sports, because World Combat Sports is a Crawford fan, but he's realistic in his views, where you don't want to accept certain truths. It's like you always want to crawl out of a hole. Where World Combat Sports, as a Crawford fan, he can say, "Yeah, that's true. Well, that's not true." Most Crawford fans can't do that for some reason. So I appreciate what World Combat Sports. Salute to Scotty. Y'all subscribe to WCS channel, YSM's channel. D-Town was up here. Knockout Boxing was here a little earlier. He said he would come back, but I know that we're about to get off soon, and hopefully we could get him back on. I think I saw Big Dose in the chat. Salute to him. I think I seen Right Side. Don't quote me on Right Side, but I think I saw him in the chat. I just want to make sure I get everybody that's content creators. Chicken Talk was in the chat. Salute to him. If I missed anybody, I apologize. I'm trying to go up the chat just to make sure I get everybody. I appreciate everybody rocking out with me. All night. This was really good. This was good stuff. The question was about the 150,000 pay-per-view buys that the Dallas Morning News published a few days ago, and then somehow, some way, it turned into this. World Combat Sports. I think I cut you off. The floor is yours, brother.
I just want to know exactly what y'all was speaking on with the Tank fight. It's a lot of controversy. They say in one breath, Ryan Garcia is bringing social media followers to help build a pay-per-view, even though he never did a pay-per-view. And then, being that you deal with numbers and plenty other people, I would think that Gervonta Davis, having been on pay-per-view previously, would have been a bulk contributor to the pay-per-view, in my opinion. But, a lot of people was insinuating that Ryan was bringing a heavy load of IG followers over there to induce the numbers. You know what I'm saying? And then when it came down to the fight actually happening, they want to say the man, it's a fixed fight and stuff like that. I didn't think it was a fixed fight. I just think he got hit with a good body shot, and he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Whatever Ryan got going on, I didn't think he was ready for Gervonta on that night. I mean, the ring IQ showed it was separation in the ring IQ between them two. But as far as him being the face of the lightweight division, I mean, you can say that. You know what I'm saying? You can say that because boxing is a business first, and not necessarily the guy with the belts bring in the most ticket sales. What's your thought on that, man?
I'm not gonna lie. I think Tank is just that great. That's just my thought on it. I think that man really he's just that good. He's good. If you see how
Tank is great, bro. I agree.
The way he was moving, pay attention. He told Ryan, this crazy, and this what got me. He told Ryan all he had was a left hook. Even if Ryan had other plans to use his right more, Tank made him use it. Tank is a master. Yo, look at what he's doing. That Tank is a master in that ring, yo. He don't make they don't be really want to go after him. It's just the way Tank fight. He make you feel like he coming at you, but he making you come at Tank is a master, and I give him. Man, I thought I seen something in other fights, even at Hector Garcia. When I seen him banging back, I'm like, if Tank could bang like this on another level of fighting back and forth, I was like, this dude is super great. And I seen him going in with Ryan. Like Ryan left hook the way he swing it. That think about it, he's trying to catch Tank coming all type of ways. A little bit far on the out, a little bit in the inside, and close to the inside. So Ryan had that time, and it just Tank was
Hey, brother.
Can I ask a question?
Where did you rank Ryan before this?
Who, me?
In your opinion? Yeah. Where did you have Ryan in the lightweight division?
Well, I have Ryan. This how I always looked at it. Like when they say the original Four Kings, because look, Shakur, he good. Me and we from the same town, everything. But I'm talking about I ain't had Shakur up there, so I had it literally Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, and then Loma.
What the?
Because I was never sold on T.O. I'm not gonna lie. He
You
jumped.
had Ryan over Dev?
Yeah, I because it wasn't even about the follow. I really believe that it wasn't about. Even though Tank said he got all you got is the left hook. If you go back and look at all Ryan fight, Ryan used that left hook. His right was damaging too, but he used that left hook on outside, inside, body shots, everything. Like sometimes I seen him double up on it. Like that. That's just for me. The way I looked at it, I always thought he was part of the Four Kings. I thought he was really good like that.
Man, Devin was smoking,
Okay.
Ryan, bro.
I just thought he was stiff with his goodness. Like he couldn't dance with like a Tank Davis. Like,
Can I ask you something
you
though?
Devin can dance with Ryan?
Can I ask you something?
yeah.
Man, how can you equate Tank with being great until he fights Shakur, Devin Lomachenko, or
Look,
somebody to that caliber? You feel me? And hold on, I'm just saying this. Like, I've been watching boxing for a minute, and I recall people saying that Mike Tyson was great, but as soon as he ran into the Holyfields, the Buster Douglases, the Lennox Lewises, and people who were a little better, you know what I mean? He didn't look so great. So that's why I'm saying, like, we can't really jump the gun and say that Tank is so great, because if you really go back, like, when is the last time he fought a black fighter?
Check this out though.
I'm just asking.
That sounds good and then see that's why I look at boxing. I don't look at because this black fighter or this person. I don't look at it like I look at.
But black fighter constitutes as styles and ability.
Right.
So he's not necessarily race. He's talking about the black style. Historically, the black style.
I know.
Always the kryptonite. Wait. Black style has always been a kryptonite to the black style.
No, I get what you're talking about. No, I definitely understand what you're saying. But I'm saying like see, even that, like you talk about the slickness. I get that, but I think that type of fight for Tank is gonna be easier. I don't know why. I feel like them awkward fighters, they was to me. I just said this the other day. I was talking to my homeboy. I said, you know what's crazy? I said Tank got past the hardest hitters at 135. He got past like the Rolly and Ryan. I always said that they was the I'm talking about like single one shot. They catch you, they putting your lights out. Like for real. I always said, but I'm talking about the slick ones. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that's to me, that is the way I see it. The way
can I holler at you for a second, bro? I just
please.
What?
So just like, you know, people are questioning Tank's greatness on who he fought, right? So that's going to go across the board when it comes to boxing, because it's just have some, you know, some mashed potatoes, some tomatoes, or whatever you want to put in there. It's always going to be like that, right? But to hear you say that Ryan was in front of Devin, it's preposterous, bro.
It's crazy.
Preposterous. And then look, check this out. You are you're placing Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia as two of the hardest hitters in the lightweight division based off who? Jackson Marinez. He went the distance with Jackson Marinez, bro. Richie Comey stopped Jackson Marinez, but Rolly went the distance and arguably lost that fight and was gifted a title in Connecticut because he was signed with Floyd.
Right.
Who did he knock out? Who did he smash? Who did Ryan Garcia smash? Javier Fortuna. He couldn't even take out Emmanuel Targo, bro. He knocked him down in the second round and couldn't even take him out. Man, this don't make any sense. It ain't personal, man. It just don't make any sense.
He lost credibility.
No, you're 100%. No, I'm not saying that. I said that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like, damn, I'm like Rolly. He got that retarded strength. I look at him. I'm like, yo, he got that.
He do. Even though he ain't knocked out Jackson Marinez, Rolly do got that retarded strength. Like,
and that's what I was looking at.
He a judo black belt too. He's strong. You know what I'm saying? Rolly would be the first to fight, but that's why he demonstrated that power though.
And then one thing Tank said after one of his fights, he said, when they fight me, it's just like when people fought Floyd, they go to this extra, like even with Rolly. When I first heard of it, I'm like, man, Tank gonna smash me. But then when I start seeing the build up, and then I'm like, you know what? This Tank they fighting, so they can't go in there the way they go in there with everybody else. They about to bring their best, and I'm like, damn, he about to bring all that super retarded strength. If he catch Tank, he gonna put Tank out. Like, but I'm like, you know what? Tank gonna handle it. I wasn't even worried about the rollie, but with the Ryan, I'm not holding none of y'all or nothing. I ain't talking about like great as I'm talking about that the ones I thought that could knock Tank out in the way they fight. I'm like, they gonna go to that extra level, and if they catch Tank, they gonna put them up. Them the only ones.
Hey, yo,
Why? But
can I
why?
get 30?
Why?
Can I get 30 seconds real fast?
Good.
Can I get 30 seconds? Hey, bro, right?
Yeah.
They're big punchers, right? But if you got really, really glaring flaws to a fighter like Tank, I don't care how hard you punch, he's going to pick you apart. What make these other young bulls different is these other young bulls ain't coming in throwing no wide ass hooks, or they don't have glaring weaknesses with them. They come in with some super sharp technical shit. That's how I feel like. Well, put it like this, right? Do you feel like Tank's in a hurry to fight them too? Based off of what you're saying.
You know what? Off the point now, like as of right now,
yeah,
I think Tank ain't thinking about nobody else but them two now. I really think Tank about to just go. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I feel like any other fight besides them two.
No. I said you look at Tank. Look at Tank's team. From what you've seen or from what you've heard, do you think that he's in a rush to fight either one of those guys?
I don't think he's in a rush, but I don't think that he care anymore, like the way he did back then. I think that he like let's say Devin Loma fight. Devin watch Loma. I think Tank will want to take that fight.
I guarantee you that Tank goes another direction.
He is.
And I'm not saying that he's scared. I'm not saying that he's scared. But
you could be 100% right.
But Tank can sell out. Tank can sell out against a Hector Garcia. Tank can sell out against a Isaac Cruz. He's looking at them two young bulls like, okay, they gonna be a problem. We gonna wait for that because that's how the business of boxing has always been.
Yeah, but can he do that at this point?
And you could be 100%.
He'll do it. He'll do it because the hood has anointed him as the one. You got an undisputed champ at the lightweight division, and you got the street saying that he's the man. I'm wondering what y'all think about that.
Well, a lot of people are going to call him a duck. I'm sorry.
Yo, a lot of people are going to call him a duck, but is his show still going to sell out? Is he still going to sell pay-per-view?
That's the question. That's the question. I don't know.
Right now,
I don't know.
Right, Watson.
What's that?
Tank has 5 right pay-per-views right now.
Yeah.
So if he has 5 pay-per-views, and you know you have the undisputed champion pursuing Tank, man, he's not gonna go in that direction because he continue to make money without the strap.
Exactly.
That's more money he has to put into the sanctioning fees. They ain't trying to pay no sanctioning fees, man. Over there, they trying to get paid.
Until Devin and Shakur can prove they can sell pay-per-views on their own, they're not getting that. Bro, these little motherfuckers are dangerous. I don't know what other people be saying. Like, them little niggas ain't playing.
Listen, but what I'm saying, listen though, he don't have a lot of options here. So if he go, wait. So if Tank is thinking about fighting Timo, which, okay, yeah, he'll beat the shit out of Timo, but I don't think I think Josh Taylor's going to beat him, and I think if Josh, that's a 50-50 fight if he fights Gervonta. So what's left? Is he going to fight Rolly again? Is he going to fight Isaac Cruz again?
Yes,
I'm just trying to figure out who's he going to fight.
He's definitely going to fight Isaac Cruz again.
Yeah.
I see. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's bullshit right there. If
he's
he
a
does that,
though, he's a 35er, man.
If he does that, people gonna call him a duck.
He went the distance. It's nothing
wrong
with a rematch. It's nothing wrong.
I get that, but you can't rematch when someone's calling you out. That's the champ with all the belts, bro.
Yo,
but you're talking about ticket sales. We talking about.
He just did a.
So y'all
he just
allowing
did a
that
pay.
then?
We talking about
No, I'm
prize
not
fighting,
allowing
bro.
it. We
So y'all
we telling you
allowing
what's
that?
going to happen.
Wow. Okay.
We're telling you. We're
I
telling
knew
you
it.
what's going to happen.
They're
Like you're
allowing
not
the duck.
listening,
I
bro.
can
You're
see
not
it
listening.
already.
I'm not allowing anything. I'm not.
Y'all
I don't
allowing
have.
the
I
duck.
don't have.
I
Look,
got
I
you.
don't have a dog in the fight, bro.
Hey,
I
I'm just
do.
telling you
I want to
my
see the best
understanding.
fights.
hey,
I
can I
don't want
say
to see him
something?
fighting Pitbull again. Who wants to see that?
Can I say something?
Yo, you may not want to see it, but that's the fight that you're gonna get. I'm telling you how
I
this shit
know,
works.
and I see it coming.
Look,
YMC, I see it coming. I
why y'all
see it
say?
coming.
Look, why? Like, see, I was never. I'm not even a. I'm not a big Tank fan. But why y'all say y'all be allowing it? I never got that part. Like y'all
No,
be
no.
like y'all.
Boxing
He's
fans allowing him to duck.
he's right. He's right in the sense of like, yo, you telling me this dude's the man, and I'm not taking nothing away from him. You telling me this dude's the man, right? So he
Right.
just gonna go around and not fight the champ?
Terrible. And they're
Like,
allowing it.
I
That's
really
what I'm
want you. I
saying. They're
really want you to
allowing it.
think. I really want you to think if this was 20 years ago. That's like a dude out here, right?
And we
You
don't.
got let's say you got Floyd. There's a dude out here that's Floyd's undisputed, and he out here he's selling tickets like, yeah, I'm the man, I'm the best. Why don't you go fight Floyd? Nah.
Right.
Now watch them.
And
Remember
they
I said.
complain when Canelo did it, though. They complain.
I got a question
They
though.
complain when Canelo does that.
Look,
Hey,
remember
Marty, you still here? Marty.
Yeah, I'm still here, Scotty.
I just wanted to know with the sanctioning fees, what's the cumulative if you're the undisputed money you're gonna pay out when you take a fight for undisputed? What is Devin looking to pay out?
Well,
I mean, just guess. I don't know.
12%.
12% for
he has
every.
to give up 3% for each belt he has. So that's 12%,
But Marty,
3% per belt.
Marty, didn't you teach me that you can negotiate that though?
Say that again, YSM.
I said, didn't you tell me one time that you can negotiate to pay the lower sanctioning fees?
No, not if you hold the title.
Hey Marty, how much will Tank have to pay for sanctioning fees for that? Just as a challenger, does he have to pay sanctions?
I heard two people. I heard two people talking. Somebody say that again.
I said I thought that was a promotion's obligation to cover that, not in totality, but some of the expenses.
Green. When we debate, I'm gonna educate you on that. Go ahead, Terrence. Best video. I ain't giving you no free answers. I ain't giving you no free answers. Green.
No, I have a question. No, Marty.
Huh?
I have a question, Marty.
Hold on. Who talking? I'm trying to see who talking. Who's asking the question?
I have a question, and I think somebody else had a question too.
Okay, go ahead, Terrence. But best video. Oh, that's Terrence best video.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Terrence best videos. Can I before you ask your question, Terrence best video? The guy that's next to me on your screen. Can you tell him what I did to you when we debated?
Man, Marty, come on, man. Stop.
All right.
Stop capping, Marty. Marty, stop. Stop it. Listen. I got a real question, Marty.
All right, go ahead. It's past my bedtime, man. Go ahead.
All right, real question. So, how much does Tank have to fight? Because I heard somebody saying that Tank doesn't want to pay the sanctioning fees. Can he fight him and then just drop the belt? He can fight Haney. Will he have to pay anything to fight Haney in sanctioning fees?
Yes, he's the challenger.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
How much
the challenger and the champion.
How much does he have to pay?
Well, it all depends on which body is sanctioning it. See, because like the WBA may have a certain a different amount. I know for the BC, I think it's 2%. So whichever fees from each challenge, for each sanctioning body who has those belts, they might have different fees, and they add it all up. For Tank, because he's the challenge, he'll be the challenger if he fight Devin Haney, because Devin Haney got all the undisputed titles.
Just remember I said this. Just remember I said I really believe that Tank about to go that direction. I just feel it. I feel
What
like
direction?
direction of Devin Haney.
No, no way, no way.
Look.
Look. You think that's negotiations going to be
wrong.
easy, brother? That negotiation isn't going to be easy.
I'm just saying I could be 100% wrong. I'm just saying I believe that Tank about to go that direction. I could be
Hey,
100%
who the A
wrong.
side, bro? Who the A side in that fight?
Come on, man.
Tank.
Tank the side. Stop.
Who?
Tank.
You know Tank the A side. You know that easily.
Yo,
I'm
wait,
just saying.
wait.
Some people saying
I
Devin,
know.
dog.
I said, but that's gonna be the problem. But Scotty, right?
Devin
That's gonna be the
gonna
problem.
look,
If I hold all the belts and you the cash cow of the division,
what
right?
you say?
We both bringing
Right.
something to the table. So you
Right.
gonna have Tank trying to lowball Devin. You gonna have Devin trying to get at least 50-50 with Tank. It's gonna be a whole mess.
I don't think so.
But doesn't this expose the PBC? Because don't they always do this?
No,
What?
no,
They gonna
no.
lowball. You just said they gonna lowball that man.
You
Just
think
like
Build them don't take a back seat to negotiations. They don't care how many pay-per-views. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to go through the Cambosis negotiation no more where he was like
right.
$2+ million, man.
Right.
And, you know.
Hey, yo, you think? Wait, bro. You think that every opposing promoter won't try to lowball you?
Who?
This is the guy that said, "Ain't that the problem with the PBC?" Bro, this is business. You think Bob ain't gonna try to lowball you? You saw
Like,
Eddie try to do this
What
shit to Wilder. That's what they
shit they
do.
gave? But they gave Sean like $4 million. Bud got 6 and Sean got 4.
Wait.
That's not lowballing.
Whoa, stop. They initially offered Sean $1 million. What are you talking about?
they offer him a
That was
buck.
an initial offer, but I'm saying what he got was
Yeah.
4.
But
We
what
go
I'm
to a
saying,
purse bid to get paid.
I said lowball. I said lowball offer. I didn't say that Devin wouldn't get more after they negotiate, but the first
Right.
offer is going to be bullshit. It always is.
Yeah, they're gonna test the water.
Well, let me get these super chats real quick, y'all, because I was slipping on my pimp. Hold on. I apologize to everybody that donated. I apologize for the delay. Thank y'all for the contribution and support to the channel. I'm here for boxing. Says bro sounds like Ryan before the fight. Thank you. I'm here for boxing for your support, man. Appreciate it, brother. I'm here for boxing again. Thank you again, sir. He says if you pay for Tank and Pitbull fight, you are allowing them to duck. Period.
Exactly.
Devin versus Tank is the best fight at 135. One more,
Absolutely.
y'all. One more. This is from Cash Sports. Thank you again for your contribution and your support. Green, my friend, I have never been on this platform before tonight, but there's levels to this, so I'm riding with Manager Marty. Oh, support. Thank you so much, Cash Sports, for your first time being on the platform. Appreciate you, man. Feel free to go down the list of the content, man, so that you can check out some of the content. Feel free to subscribe to the channel if you feel led to. No pressure. I appreciate you just viewing and just coming on and then contributing to the channel. Thank you so much, Cash Sports. Looking forward to see you again this Friday night live in living color on Road to Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I forgot who else was talking. I think that was World Combat Sports. I'll speak on it, Scotty.
Yeah, I was just I think I was mentioning at the time as far as Devin Haney, Team Haney negotiating with Tank. It's definitely, if he has the belts, both of them have leverage. Tank has the pay-per-view numbers, Devin have the belts. So, that seemed like a 50-50 deal, but it's just not going to go down that way. There's no way. So that's why I think it's going to be extremely difficult for them to be dance partners and make some money together. I just don't see it, man. I just don't see them having cordial negotiations, man, because, Devin is truly legitimate, confirmed, certified, undisputed world lightweight world champion.
Absolutely. And he deserved the shot, man. Come on, man. This is bull.
Scotty, the only way it goes off smooth is if Devin signs with the Phantom Menace.
Signs with who?
Damn.
The Phantom Menace. If he signs with him, then the negotiations, I feel, will go off real smooth because whatever number that they want, they'll get, as opposed to it being an outside, like, a free agent or a co-promotion.
So you say he got to sign with PBC?
I said if he signs with Heyman, the negotiations will go off smooth.
I don't think Bill doing that, bro. I don't think Bill doing that.
Bill
because
what's wrong? They get along with Floyd. The Haney's ain't never had no problem with Floyd.
Nah, because they don't want to pay that 20%, bro.
Bill said he
No, it's 33 and a third, bro.
33%
damn.
bro. God damn.
Hold on. Everybody, hold. Terrence, hold on. Let me let YSM give you education on that, because that might be the normal fees for certain people, but YSM knows the real fee for Al Heyman.
Okay.
You can Google the contracts. It's 10 to 15.
It's 10 to 15. Okay.
10 to 15. 33. A lot of dudes that we don't think get charged 33. They charging 33. I ain't throwing out some names, but a lot of y'all favorite
Al
fighters
Heyman ain't charging 33.
10 to 15. Remember during the lawsuit, the paperwork becomes public record. So it shows you his contracts is on Google if you want to look at it.
Okay.
Oh.
But y'all, do y'all really
been hanging around Marty too much?
Hey,
I had to take out a pen and paper too. Goddamn, I ain't gonna front.
I couldn't hear you, Scotty. Say that again. Somebody's.
No, I said YSM been hanging out with you too much, but I was like, I had to take out a pen and paper too.
Oh yeah, well I'm always just talking and trying to teach people stuff, man. That's all. We just talking boxing.
I do rock with Green. He do know his stuff though. That Marty.
No, I'm not undermining him.
That should be a good debate though.
Yeah, I'm not undermining Green. He just called the wrong guy out. That's all. We make mistakes in life, Scotty.
But y'all really don't think Tank got the heart to fight Devin though?
It's not about
the heart.
It's nothing about heart,
bro.
No, he has the heart, but they're not gonna do it.
Can I read this comment? I think this is a good comment from Chicken Talk. This is a really good comment. Let me catch it here. This is a good comment. Very relevant. Chicken Talk says he signed with Bob to get a Loma fight, but won't sign with Al to get the biggest fight in his career.
Ooh. You know we will.
But okay.
Break that down a little bit.
Can I
go ahead, Scotty?
Go ahead.
I mean, he making it seem like he signed with Bob just to get the Loma fight. Well, his manager, it's not like Luda Bella had a network. You know what I'm saying? So they had to get with somebody. They couldn't get with PBC and Showtime. So they had to go over there to Bob Arum and ESPN. So if Bob is going to give you a somewhat of a red carpet, he's going to get some out of the pie. And Loma is the pie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He believes Loma can beat Devin. I mean, if I'm wrong, let me know if I'm wrong.
No,
ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that's how you feel. But I think what Lefty is saying is it makes sense for if he went that route with signing with Bob to get that fight, it would make sense for him to go this route to get the Tank fight, which would be worth significantly more money.
But he wouldn't have got
Devin has shown.
But here's a question though.
He wouldn't have got
no.
fight.
I'm talking about after. I'm talking about his contract's up.
Okay.
So would he sign with Al after this to get the Tank fight? In my mind, he would, because he's shown propensity to signing with guys to make big fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are they gonna let him just fight one fight and leave though? Are they gonna want more from?
I mean,
I'm talking
did.
about Al.
Canelo did, but Devin ain't
I'm
Canelo.
asking.
So Devin ain't Canelo. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but bro, that's business. Bob didn't. Did you have an issue that Bob made him fight 3 fights?
I mean, that's bullshit too. Yeah, it's bullshit.
No, it's good business.
Yeah, that's bullshit too.
I mean, in all actuality, that would be good though, because if you got it, because it's 3 or 4 fighters over there that Devin already tried to fight, while he was on his own. So if he's contractually obligated to the PBC, he can still get those fights. He can, if Mr. Gary Russell wanted to come up to 135 and fight him, he can fight Tank, or they will have like.
What 3 fights do you want?
All right.
On that side, on the PBC
side,
for
Dev. For Dev, if you could pick his 3 fights, who would you want him to be?
Just in general?
Yeah.
Tank. Shakur.
But he's not with PBC.
PBC side. Yeah, on the PBC side.
On the PBC side, Mr. Gary Russell, Tank, and Frank Martin.
Okay.
I like Tank and Frank. I like that.
I was gonna say, beat him somebody like Pitbull Crew,
Okay.
Frank Martin, and then Tank.
I'm with
Oh no,
those.
we can't wait. We want Tank first, bro.
Because they ain't gonna he not even going. Well he might.
Because he
No,
already trying to go to 140 now. He only got one fight left at
I
Yeah,
would.
yeah.
135.
That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work.
No,
Y'all
I
gonna
would
make
take.
him
I
wait
would
two.
take Tank last. Yeah.
That ain't gonna work. No, but I'm talking about that ain't gonna work. Like, cause he's struggling to make, and I don't see Tank.
Yeah, he's struggling to make that weight.
Matter of fact,
All right.
I think Tank will fight Devin at 140.
But Tank don't want to go to 140, I don't think.
I think he'll go there for Devin.
I don't know.
To
The
me, that
reason why,
wouldn't be smart though.
but the reason why I think he'll go there for Devin because like back to I was saying, they was known as knocking dudes out. The ones that the Ryan, the hydration clause, all that. Yeah. So I think he'll go up there for Devin because it ain't no secret that Devin really ain't no monster hitter. He no big hitter. Like, so I think Tank could go up there and Tank showed that he can he could box up there too. Like he just fought Mario Barber. So I mean he showed that he could box and still touch him. So I think
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
but
enough.
Mario Barrios was
bro.
touching Tank in
I
that
know,
fight.
But
but
that's
bro,
what I'm
I got
Mario
a
saying.
was
question.
touching him.
I got
But
a
that's what I'm
question for
saying.
you
But
though. I got a question for you.
what up?
Is Devin not a big puncher because he can't punch, or is Devin not a big puncher because he's killing himself to make 35? That's the
Oh,
question you got to ask yourself.
oh,
Is he going to be a bigger puncher at 40
oh.
because he's not killing himself?
Yo, you know
I
what's
would not take that chance. If
you know what's
I would
crazy
not
that
let
you say
Devin
that?
get to 40. No.
That's crazy that you said that because he probably become like a knockout super artist at on 140.
I don't know
A lot
about
of
that, but
I
I
don't
know
know
No,
about
Tank ain't
no,
taking that
no.
fight at
Right.
140.
I
Because,
like I
because
like him fighting at 140 and looking much stronger than he doing at 135
and,
because you know the rematch would come. Bozo, he was
and,
looking
with,
like a zombie.
and
bro.
with his
Think
skill set, the way he could pop things off in the pocket and all that too. Oh yeah, that I mean, yeah, that's possible. But if he
yo,
don't, but Tank not thinking like that.
you don't
But
want
this,
him to turn into a Terence Crawford.
Whoa,
Terence
whoa, whoa,
Crawford.
YMC. No, no,
No,
wait.
wait. No, let me finish. No, let me finish.
I get what you're
You
saying.
don't want him turned into a Terence Crawford.
I
Terence
get what you're
Crawford
saying.
at 35 and at 40 wasn't a big devastating puncher. But at
Right,
47, he's knocking niggas' heads off. So
Right.
it's now
right.
that Terence Crawford don't gotta cut all that weight and he's fighting closer to his walk around weight. Now he's a big puncher. You don't want to see if that's Devin.
Hey,
If
YC,
you
I
take.
wanted to ask you something. I wanted to ask you something. If hey, being the fact that Earl Smith got the IBF, the WBA, and the WBC, right? Just being the fact that he got all three of those belts, but being the fact that he still got the IBF, is this still that 10-pound
Yes,
weight clause on him?
yes. Him and Boots have that rehydration clause. Anybody in the IBF that's either fighting in the IBF eliminator or for the IBF title has to do that 10-pound rehydration.
So it's dang, it's safe to say because think about before Earl Spence had to do that. Think about what type of fighter Earl Spence was before he had to do that 10-pound weight thing.
Mm-hmm.
He was late. He had 11 straight knockouts. He was lacing. He was lacing dude.
That's a good
Showing
Yeah,
point.
but he stepped up in competition too.
no,
Yeah,
but
but also that could be a factor that he's not rehydrating all the way up like he used to.
the way he used to, because then he was pinning on muscle. He was pinning on more muscle then. Like he was ripped back
Earl
then.
always said you never seen the best of him because you would see the best of him at 154 pounds. He always
Yeah,
said that.
even though he never
I mean,
mentioned.
let's not go to an all-out war now
No,
and
I'm just
bring up
saying.
why Errol Spence couldn't make 147 easy.
No,
Let's not go there at 11:40 in the PM.
no, I'm not saying he couldn't make 140. I mean 147. No, I'm saying, but think about when he got that IBF champion, and then I know they went up in weight. I know they went up in competition, yeah. But I'm talking about Just think about it when he went up when he got that after he got that IBF champion.
Oh, he got the stoppage against Lamar Peterson. I mean, they threw in.
They threw the West, yeah, but I'm talking about he was dropping dudes. Every time he put his hands on, he was dropping these dudes. He was.
I mean, he was increasing competition too. He, you
Hey,
know, like
y'all
Lamont
Peterson.
Peterson,
Think about it.
he
Y'all
forced
gotta
Lamont Peterson to shell up. Lamont Peterson was shelled up, and he just
Too
destroyed him.
small. He was just too small.
Yeah, he
I
just
can see it
destroyed
being
him.
a combination of the two. I can see that being a factor though.
right.
But
'Cause
at the same time, I'm not going to let Ryan bitch about it when Boots and Earl are big for their weight classes and they got to do it.
doing it. Yeah, they've been doing it for how long? Well,
Boots been doing his last 3 fights, but Earl been doing it shit.
Right.
This is like what, 4 or 5 years?
Right. Damn. But that's what I was saying, like, because the knockout stopped, but Earl Spence put this thing to his game. This is what I believe. I believe he put this thing to his. He ain't really worrying about no knockout. He thinking about punishing the knockout and yo.
I think it got to a point where he just couldn't drop weight when he was out there doing what he was doing outside in between fights. It got a little bit difficult for him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was on record as saying he made the Sean Porter fight way difficult because he had to cut extra weight. He was up there like what, 188, 189?
He had a fat camp, I guess. But
yeah, so he had fat camp before Sean Porter, and we all know what happened after Sean Porter. And he's gonna have all these residual effects even when he moved up to 154, man.
I doubt it.
The man had a car accident, bro. I used to run bikes, man. I seen minimal 20 people die riding motorcycles. I ain't talking about just riding them around the block on an electric scooter. Right. That man was ejected out of the vehicle onto the pavement. He's gonna have residual effects. You didn't see his tweets? You didn't see Aerosmith's tweets?
No.
He said I got ejected out of a car. I'm gonna have this. You know, this is gonna be forever.
Yo, you know what I used to say to people? People used to be like, cause obvious, Earl Smith, that's my number one fighter. But people used to say to me that he's a drunk and all this other stuff. I always came back to them. I always said, if he's a drunk and these other fighters that he's fighting, they clean. What that say about them?
Exactly, and that's why a lot of people disappointed with him. Because imagine if Errol didn't have this stigma placed upon him, drinking and getting alcohol related incidents outside the ropes. Imagine how tough he would be leading up before that accident. I mean, he would have been a killer. You know what I'm saying? This Crawford matchup, people will be looking at it like a much closer fight when it comes to percentages. You know, 50-50. You know, stuff like that.
You don't think it's 50-50, Scotty?
I think Crawford stopped this man in 6 rounds, bro.
Oh wow!
Oh no!
Wow!
Scotty, I can't pick a winner in this fight, Scotty. I can see nah, man.
It's easy.
No.
Why?
The man is inactive, and he had a car accident, bro. The man is never going to be the same. He admitted it. Errol Spence admitted it, man.
Wait, who ain't active? Who isn't active?
Errol Spence. You talking about Danny Garcia? You talking about Danny Garcia and Dennis Ugas, bro?
All right, well, look, Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. Let's go back to 2018. How many fights Terence Crawford had? How many fights Errol Spence had?
We're talking about right now after the accident, big dog.
All right, even last year, Terence Crawford had 1 fight last year. Errol Spence had 1 fight last year.
Listen, Terence came out 2021. We know this. He was in negotiation after Errol Spence fought your Dennis Ugas, bro. We already know why he had 1 fight, because he was waiting to try to get the Errol Spence fight. That was the whole debate, right?
But, Scotty, his point is Crawford hasn't been as active as he has been in the past, just like Earl. I think Crawford got 1 more fight than Earl in probably like the last 2 or 3 years.
Not even, because not even that.
I wasn't talking about years back. I'm just talking about now. He's inactive right now.
Terence Crawford in 2023.
What now?
Terence Crawford didn't fight in 2023. When?
I didn't say he did. I said he fought in 2021, Sean Porter, and then in 2022 he fought David Evanesian.
2022.
What now?
Errol Spence for April 2022.
We know that. That was your Dennis Ugas.
But
Yeah,
that's why
I'm saying in the last 3
he-
years he was inactive.
So when is Earl gonna fight again? That's the
You
question.
know,
I
yeah,
get
I
that.
mean,
But when have Earl?
but look, all these fighters fight once or twice a year, pretty
See,
much.
I thought you just saying Terence Crawford was active and Earl Spence wasn't. That's what I thought
No,
you were
I
saying.
didn't say Terence Crawford was active. I say Errol Spence is inactive in the last 3 years. He only had like 2 fights in 3 years or something like that.
Yeah,
Tank
that's true. Two
been the
fights in 3
only
years.
active fighter
2 fights
that
in
we
3
all
years.
follow. Tank and Devin.
What?
Tank and Devin been the only active fighter.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Tank has fought 3 times since Earl fought.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Wow,
That's wild, yo.
that's crazy.
That is.
But you know, I mean, he is
He fought 2 fights in 4 months, man. That's gangster. 2 fights in 4 months.
That tell you that Tank really, that right there tell you that Tank really is a 135 pounder.
Yeah, that's what he is, a 135 pounder. Yeah.
Let me get this.
A true 135 pounder.
Right, he is.
Let me get this super chat, and then somebody had a question for Scotty. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm here for boxing. Thank you again for your contribution, brother. Always a pleasure, man. I'm here for boxing says, why would he go to 140 for Devin when he didn't go for Ryan and Ryan got power? It would be better for Tank for Devin to go to 135. Devin would be harder to fight at 140. The question for Scotty from my guy Clean Cut, salute to you, Clean Cut, says, Scotty, why Bud haven't signed the contract yet then?
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, and this is why you don't find WCS in these debates, because anybody that spell clean with a K and cut with a K, I can't even answer. And to be honest, that contract deal, much of the time when you hear that question asked, it's not a single person that can present documentation on the contract they're talking about.
Thank you.
Present me documentations and then I'll debate it. Until then, we just going off, all the logistical terms that was used in 2022, like everybody.
And just ignore what Bud said. Everybody ignores what Bud said.
All right, can
just
we say
ignores
this?
it.
Is this true? Is this true? I'm just asking. The revised contracts they sent. How many? I'm just asking. I ain't mad at them. But look, they started sending Terence Crawford term sheets back in April. I mean, not April. June. Right?
May. You just heard Marty say that on the panel. I pay attention too. God damn it.
No. Okay, look. They've been sending Terence Crawford term sheets back in May. They got all the way up to 3 before 2002 was out.
And they say he signed everything, right? He agreed to everything, right?
No, they got up to 3 of them, 3 different ones.
And what were the differences between the 3? I mean, when y'all put this stuff out, y'all gotta have some facts behind it. So what was the difference between 1, 2, and 3?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I mean, that's a valid question though. What was the difference between the 3 though? It was a valid question.
I don't know what the difference was, but I'm pretty sure we all know that 3 term sheets, 3 different term sheets. No matter who's okay, if they was holding up a little bit, well, obviously PBC can't be holding it up because they sent it out to Terence Crawford, so they wasn't meeting his demands, right? So Terence Crawford said nope, send it back, and another one. Now, but they got to 3 from May to what? When the last one got sent on August. That's what bothered me about when everybody keep running with that last one.
They say Crawford agreed to everything, right?
But that was the last one.
Right.
Y'all keep talking about that one.
So if
Remember,
Crawford agreed to everything, and the final revision came back from what I understood when the news broke that negotiations had failed because they took to social media and said that they was concerned about Crawford not returning or not being interested in furthering the negotiations. And come to find out, they sent Crawford back a final revision, which had a whole different year on it.
No,
a whole different year. That was the final revision that they sent back to Crawford after he agreed to everything.
But that's why
February 4th.
But that's why I keep bringing up the 3 because the reason I keep bringing up the 3 because the first one didn't go right because of Terence Crawford. The second one didn't go, and it's true, right? The
I
second one
mean,
didn't
so
go.
let's just say it didn't go right because of Terence Crawford. What is that saying? He don't supposed to, he's
No,
just supposed to
no.
take what they give him?
You act like I'm arguing with. I'm just saying. I'm just
No,
telling
no,
you.
bro. I'm having a conversation. I'm not arguing with you, bro.
Okay, look, the first one didn't go right because of Terence Crawford. The
Okay.
second one didn't go right because of Terence Crawford.
All right.
And the third one didn't go right because of Terence Crawford. All the way to the point, like Terence Crawford had to go, and I said this earlier, right, Manager Marty? I said Terence Crawford go to social media because he know his fans gonna do the dirty work for him.
What we do? What dirty
Like
work?
look when he said that on IG, all y'all believed it because
Now
because
what? What did he say? What did he say, big dog? What did he say on IG?
I'm talking about when he talk about the whole negotiation. Remember, we all seen the same old thing when you start bringing
He
up the
said
whole
every
negotiation
time that he
about him
checked the
and Al
box.
Haymon. Look, I'm not going to tell you the whole. What you want me to repeat the whole
Yeah,
thing?
no,
We
he
all know
said
he
every
said.
time that he checked the box and agreed to something, they came up with something new.
Who? Terence Crawford had different things. Think about it.
He's supposed to have different things, man. But
All
when he
right, so how
agreed to
you?
everything, right? They said
But
Terrence agreed. So how can you
now,
agree to
listen,
everything, but yet he
that's
didn't agree to everything?
the part that get me right there because how could you agree to something but asking for something? How could you agree to all of it if you asking for something else? If you adding something?
Because they said
What do you
that
agree
look,
Hey,
to?
if you
yo,
check with the Arrow supporters, they always say
No,
that,
I'm
Terrence
asking what do
Crawford
he agree
agreed to
to?
everything.
But
I
what
don't
did he
know.
agree
I
to
don't
though?
know. Look, the logistics is just an overlay. When it
So
comes
he
to the
didn't agree
logistics
to
of the contract,
everything.
no one truly knows what's in the fine details of the contract because I haven't seen no term sheets or anything on anybody, even Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford.
I know, but Terence
hey,
Crawford told y'all on IG, I agreed to all they BS.
Yeah,
I
he
agreed to
did. He did
everything.
say that, but we
But
don't know what that
Espinosa
is.
said, but what about the part when Steven Espinosa said out his own mouth that like when they was reaching out to Terence Crawford and he took his time getting back to them.
What time
Now
is that? Because he never gave a timeline, brother.
see,
Espinosa's
I ain't even give you a time. I said
Espinosa
I ain't even give
he
you
didn't
a time.
give us a timeline.
Look, I didn't even give you a time. I just said that truth, what was said. That
I'm
Terence
telling you,
Crawford took his time getting back. Terence Crawford
I've
took his
dealt with
time
this
getting back to
information.
them.
Like I dealt with this information. I heard it over and over again. Like Espinosa said, yeah, he spoke on the timeline, but he didn't say when the contract was sent to Crawford and how long it took while it was in his possession for him to send it back. If they didn't give
Terence
him a
Crawford didn't even
timeline,
say that.
look, if
Terence
he didn't,
Crawford,
I didn't say
he
he
didn't even
did.
say that. He
You
didn't tell
mentioned
none of that.
Espinosa. You mentioned Espinosa, and I'm telling
I
you,
know, but you just said
Espinosa has to give us a time frame on what they
why?
sent. That's all.
Why? Why you gotta get that to us?
Because pretty much when you have when it comes to the YTC and the debates, right? Okay, you have certain sides that's pointing the finger at Crawford, certain pointing fingers at Spence. So I'm saying, okay, if you're going to point the finger at Crawford for keeping the contract too long, I would just like to know when they sent it to him and how long was he supposed to have it before returning it.
That's what I'm saying. None of us don't know. Terence Crawford ain't tell us when. Espinosa didn't tell us when. So that part right there, that ain't
But
that
if
don't
you
even
if you listen to the Errol Spence supporters, they speak strictly point the finger at Crawford on what he didn't do. What he
because
didn't do. He didn't sign the contract. What he didn't do.
the only reason I say that's why it's being like that because that we all Terence Crawford fans, Earl Spence fans, boxing fans, everybody know by now that it was 3 term sheets that was sent
Where are
to
they? I give
Crawford.
you $1,000. You
You don't
present me
even know.
the
None of us don't
documentation.
know.
But I'm
None of us
not
know,
talking
but
about it either. I'm not talking about 3 term sheets.
I know, but you want to talk about the last one.
I'm talking about the last one because it was the determining factor as the fight being canceled. Crawford going with Evanesian over the BLK Prime. He said the last revision that came back. Listen, brother. The last revision to come back, they wanted to fight in 23. He made it perfectly clear he wanted to fight in 22.
Now, when did you find out? Now you should. I know you should know this then, because you just told me this just now. Now, when did you find out And who did you find out it from that Terence Crawford was received something for 2023?
That's when the news stalled, and
From
the
who?
news from Espinosa.
Uh-huh.
When it broke on Boxing Scene or something like that, they had said that they have concerns that Crawford is no longer interested in making the fight with Errol Spence. When that
Because
news broke right there, everything started to, come out in the open. That's when Spence took the social media. That's when Crawford took the social media. That's when everything just went left. And then we found out that Crawford's opponent was going to be BLK Prime. We already know he was talking periodically here, this and that, the other. I ain't trying to get too deep into it. That's it.
Right. But look, Errol Spence, when he went on social media, I remember seeing one thing that he asked for that. I mean, Terence Crawford said a lot, and everybody said it was true. Nobody, I ain't never heard none of Terence Crawford fans say anything that he did or said was a lie. But Errol Spence, that mean if Terence Crawford words is credible and what he write and what he say is credible, that means Errol Spence words to be credible too, and what he say is right.
Okay. First of all, there's two.
Wait,
there's two teams.
I'm getting
Okay,
somewhere.
go ahead, bro.
But right.
I gotta wait till you finish first, man.
Okay, well, look, I was getting at because Errol Spence he actually asked Terence Crawford when both of them was on he wasn't trying to get his audience. He asked Terence Crawford, well, post the draft that we sent you then. If I'm lying,
that wasn't Errol Spence. That wasn't Errol Spence. That wasn't Errol Spence. That was somebody else on his account.
See, you see how you looked at that?
I know. Look, you get used to. Check this out, bro. I'm not saying he lied about anything. I'm just saying that when it comes to Errol Spence, you can get used to how people word things, right? And Errol Spence don't go into a long freaking tweet like that. That was a paste. That was a copy and paste. And I don't think it was him continue to just drop that info. I think it was somebody from his team is just dropping, the nuggets and let people know this and this and this. I don't think Spence was the one that was trying to organize all that. I think it was somebody from his team that was dropping those tweets. And furthermore, when it comes to the negotiation between Crawford and Spence, Crawford was over there without a promoter. Al Heyman was doing all the talking for Spence. So Spence had a whole lot easier than Crawford did.
Because that's why everybody keep on saying, like, when you got representation, you don't have to say too much. Like that's what they get paid for.
Well, the man had representation. He say, "Hey, Bob Arum couldn't get me the fight. Bob Arum couldn't get me the fight when I was with him. Okay, so I don't expect him to get it when I'm not with him. So therefore, if the man is jumping out on a leap of faith to go over there and negotiate a fight without a promoter, don't act like people wasn't complaining about him being a top rank to begin with. They was calling the man top rank Toby and making it all about
right.
Plantation this, plantation that. So he leaves. Then they try to link him up with Daniel Cunningham as if he's on the most wanted list.
No, Bob
can't do no wrong. He can't do no right, bro.
You right, but look, didn't Bob Arum say on social media? I mean, because now we got to question everybody, what everybody's saying, because Bob Arum came on social media and was straight up was like, Terence Crawford never approached me about making the Errol Spence fight. Remember you said that?
Oh my God, Bob Arum is such a liar. Why was it $1 million? Why did he sue him because he didn't make the fight? That don't even make no sense. He just made that up. He just lied in court records.
Yeah, he did put a lawsuit up.
Yeah, come on, man. Bob Arum is a liar, man. He be catfish so much.
So was he lying? See, now we can't call Bob Arum a liar.
Sometimes he lies. Shit.
See, now it's so sometimes everybody lied.
All right. Well, yeah. When it fits their narrative. When it fit their narrative. Just like he lying about Bud Crawford not making money. Because if he wasn't making no money for him, he would have dropped him the first time. He would have tried to re-sign him. But he kept trying to re-sign Bud and then saying, oh, yeah, he's losing so much money. You can't believe everything Bob tell you, bro.
No, I think what Bob Arum was saying when Bob Arum bust out and was saying that he lost so much money off of Terence Crawford that he could build up. I think he was just it's like hustling backwards. That's why I think he was really getting that. Like he wasn't trying to well, he was shitting on him. He was keeping it real.
Yeah,
My bad,
he's
for
supposed to be his
my bad for
promoter,
cursing.
and he's shitting on him.
Who's
No,
speaking? The guy, not Terrence Best Video. What's the other guy name?
me.
Yeah, you.
My name Cole Brown.
Okay, Cole Brown. I got this question. When it comes down to the Arrow supporters,
Right,
usually in a different context, in a different platform, I'll be calling them Arrowsexuals. But for the
right.
sake of Manager Marty's platform, the Arrow supporters, right? Why do they talk about Bud more than they talk about Arrow? If you support Arrow, talk about Arrow and stop talking about Bud.
See, look, see, to me, only way, like you just asked me a question, and if I got to put my thinking cap on, I say, I think usually when stuff like that happen, it because like when people get fed up, like you know how you get fed up, so they be like, it's this my uncle's fault. It's this, that's what it is. It's frustration. It's a lot, and then with all this coming out, and then I'm telling you right now, I ain't even gonna lie. I've been on a lot of channels. I never seen not one Terrence. No, yes I did. But it's probably seen one or two of them that told me something bad that Terence Crawford said, or a lot that Terence Crawford said. It's a lot of them out there that say that Terence Crawford, everything that came out of his mouth was gold. So I'm like, it's no way that could be true. Because somebody got to be lying then. If Terence Crawford telling the truth about everything that he ever said, if everything he ever said was the truth, then it's a lot of people that's lying that even get on camera. Bomac, all them.
Bomac don't have nothing to do with this, dog.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out.
Hey, Carl Brown, can I ask you a question real quick, since you an avid Arrow supporter?
See, there you go. I'm talking regular boxing. Why I gotta beat all that?
I mean, no, you said Arrow was
That's
your
my
top guy,
favorite
right?
fighter. But if he did something wrong, I'm straight up like, man,
Do you have a drinking problem? Do you have a drinking problem?
I'm gonna get to that point.
I don't know him.
That's why I want you to answer this question for me.
Has he been drunk in public before of your
I
nature?
never seen him drunk in public.
Yeah, he was. He was on that. He was on TV at PBC event, and it was him, Gervonta, goddamn Robert Easter, Adrian Broner, and that's when he said he started boxing in 2015. Y'all got to stop ignoring that fact, man. That's out there for public record.
Let's just say that true.
You say, I started boxing in 2015. Yeah.
And look, that's look. I'm just gonna say that's 100% true. It didn't do nothing for him.
Why you acting like you didn't know it though? You just said Bud Crawford fans don't admit to anything he do this wrong, and you just proved you're the same way.
I just said that's true. Wait, how? I just said that's 100% true. What you just said, I said, yo, that's 100% true.
No, I'm talking about before then. I asked you, does he be getting intoxicated in public? You say, well, I don't know. You do know. You just don't want to talk about it.
No, bro. You gonna make me know something. Look, I don't know if the man was drunk. I mean, if the man be drunk in public. I don't know. I don't know how much the man drink or nothing. All I'm saying, well, look, even like I just said, okay, you know what? That's 100% true. And then check this out on top of that. What do that make the fighters that he fought? Because he's still undefeated. So he a drunk. I had a Terence Crawford fan tell me, because I was defending Errol Spence one day, that he wished Errol Spence died in that car accident. Like straight up.
You'll never hear me say some shit. You know, like I rock with Bud. I rock with Bud heavy, but you know, you talking about a group that's held. They primary focus is, you know, trolling and, you know, just saying some hurtful personal stuff. But the man got a family at the end of the day. And what I go in on Arrow about is what's public record. I go on his public record. I'll never bring his kids into it or none of that.
It's his boxing, like his boxing, or the people that he fought, the people that he beat, or the way he went about getting the championship, the route that he went. We ain't gonna bump the word, because I hear another thing that they say, because they want to run with that. They said the easy road, the easy route. Whatever. I mean, but we already know.
He said that. Spence said that. Nobody said that. He said.
Look, that's what I'm saying. I said that's what I'm saying. So that's why I said. But we know, like, as regular grown, just regular people, that we know what he was saying, because like he went through with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so like, what I don't see nothing that he done, like going even getting to this point right here. He took belts off of everybody just because even if he never ever fight Terence Crawford, if he never get that chance to fight Terence Crawford, he stayed on course even with a car accident, a retina, and another thing. I had people say that he faked the car accident to me before.
Hey,
People say that he faked the accident.
can I ask you a boxing question real quick, good brother?
What up?
Since you brought up the easy route narrative.
What up? What up?
So when Errol said that the easier route would be to collect all the belts on the PBC side, correct?
Right.
Did you feel like he was avoiding Crawford when he said that?
No, it just because Bob M painted something right then and there from the beginning. And look, like I said, I'm a regular dude from the streets. So when Bob M first said this out of his mouth was the best thing you can do is stay away from Terence Crawford.
Yeah, no,
That
I ain't
no, look, wait, wait.
I ain't talking about what Bob said
I know. Look, that's what I'm.
because when you answer that, I'm gonna say
Okay,
this
now,
to you
all
because
right, let me answer that.
who did Errol go against to get his first title at the 147-pound division, his IBF title? Who did he fight and what promoter was that fighter up under? Because you said Errol Spence is your man's.
Kell Brook and what's his name? Eddie Hearn was bro. Like it's not really we gonna go down that road.
No, because I'm asking you a specific boxing question because you talking
You want
about
me to mention every
you
fighter that
talking
he
about
fought
Bud
after
Crawford
that?
fans. They say stuff that you like
See, that's
about
why we can't get
accidents
along. Y'all be getting hyped.
and things
Yeah.
like
All
that.
right.
But I just
Who?
want to keep it strictly. I just want to keep it strictly boxing with you.
Okay.
And when it came in context of fighting Terence Crawford, and
Right.
he used the analogy of using
No.
of saying that would be the easier route. How come when it came into regards to Terence Crawford, that was the easier route, but you got your first belt dealing with a rival promoter that was not a part of the
Huh?
PBC?
Nope. Now look, see, check this out. Check this out. Now y'all just got finished talking about this a little while ago. Y'all just talking about putting yourself in place. One thing Earl Spence did when he got in that place, he took advantage of his spot. When he beat what's the dude that went 12 rounds with Kell Brook? I mean with Keith Thurman,
Mario
Bundle.
Barrio,
No,
what?
Bundle. Look, when he
Oh,
beat Bundle, Earl Smith became the mandatory right then and there. Earl Spence pushed up on his spot, or he had Al Heyman on them. Either way you put it, he pushed for that spot. So anybody that was number 2 or number 1, and they not pushing for their spot, then that's on them. All I'm saying, when Earl Spence was in that position, he pushed for his spot. He pushed. He was the IBF mandatory. Who had the IBF belt?
Exactly. So I say that. I say that to say this. Now I don't know if you heard the conversation that I was having earlier, but you can go back to an interview that Keith Thurman was on the podium, and at this particular time, Keith Thurman had the WBC belt and he had the WBA belt, and he was suspended because he was injured. He looked right over his shoulder and looked Errol Spence in the face and told him, "I'm not fighting any champions when I'm coming back to the ring." And he stuck his hand out and told Errol, "I'll get to you when I get to you." And Errol extended his hand to him and he shook his hand. They looked each other in the eyes for about 5 seconds.
I don't remember that.
Now, if Errol Spence sought out to conquer Kell Brook and go take the IBF title back from him that he took from Sean Porter, how come he
Right.
couldn't use the same admission to go fight Terence Crawford when someone that's on the same side of the street as you, that was a unified champion, told you to your face he was not fighting you?
All right. Now look, check this out. Would you agree when Earl Spence said, now this simple. When Earl Spence said the easy route, because I know no matter how much no matter how much you think about it, the truth is the truth. We knew everybody that was on that easy route that y'all was talking about was on where? PBC, right? So, but let's just take the easy route out. We knew that the fights on PBC, because he fight for PBC, was going to be easier to be made. So everybody really should understand that the WBO belt was going to be last, no matter who had that WBO belt. No matter who had that WBO belt. Earl Spence, when he said I was going to clean my side of the street, because we all know what the side of the streets was, the PBC and Top Rank. So when Earl Spence said I was going to clean my side of the street, we knew he talking about all the champions over there. So he did even with the car crash. That's what get me with the dude, because even with the car crash, he fought everybody that he was lined up to fight. That's what, like, any boxer fan would be like, yo, this is a bad dude, because like nobody can name another fighter that's fighting today that would have had that same crash and came back and fought that type of opponent. And he was supposed to fight Danny Garcia that January before the car crash. And he
Look, I
came
don't
back,
even.
huh?
I wouldn't even want to, even try to compare a fighter to be in that situation to begin with, because
No.
that's like saying who can be a better wino and survive the longest.
Well, all I can say is if a wino doing that in the ring to the people that he was doing it to, then
No, I get your
give me
sentiment,
a
right?
drink.
But the question that I asked you though,
I'm
that
about to start
predate
drinking.
the question that I asked you, it predated his car accident.
He,
You feel what
Carl,
I'm saying?
Carl won't answer it. He keeps
Wait,
ducking that
what did he say?
question.
And at
Wait,
that
wait,
time,
Carl keeps
Keith
ducking.
Thurman was the
wait,
unified
tell me.
champion,
What did
and
he say? What did he say?
He told Errol Spence to his face, when I come back from injury, I'm not
Uh-huh.
fighting any of the champions. So when he tells Errol Spence this to his face, how come Errol Spence wasn't progressive and said, okay, well, since this guy has two of the belts, I have one belt that I had to go overseas and take back.
Uh-huh.
Tell Brooke, why can't I go fight Terence Crawford? Why
Crawford.
why why why
Yeah.
why why do I have
At
to
that
fight?
time,
Because you just said the easy route, right? Well,
uh-oh,
the beginning of 2018, he fought Lamar Peterson, and while he said
uh-oh,
at the press conference, he said the only reason that Lamar Peterson is sitting here is
you
because
just messed
nobody
up
else
right there.
answered the call. He said Sean Porter didn't answer the call, Danny Garcia
Yep.
didn't answer the call, Keith
And guess
Thurman
what?
didn't answer the call. He's seen that meeting that you keep alluding to in the
Uh-huh.
Dallas Stadium, that was the end of 2018. So that adds validity to the point that I'm telling you, or the point
Uh-huh.
that I'm
Now check
making,
this out.
that he did not want to fight Terence Crawford because of the level of competition. It had nothing to do with the fights on PBC being easier to be made. Because if that was the case, he never would have fought Lamar Peterson the top of 2018.
All right, hold
Yeah.
on 1 second. Let me
All
get
right.
these super chats, and I'm gonna get everybody's last words. I told myself weeks ago that I would not do a 5-hour energy drink. What I mean by 5-hour energy drink is we went to the 5-hour max again.
I
But you
blame
know
the
what?
Arrow fans, man,
It
for
was
real.
all it was all good. We did 5 hours. Let me get these three super chats here, and I'll get you guys last words. Hold on 1 second. Uh, I'm here for boxing again. He says Errol was not 100, but still dogged Danny and Ugas.
Back.
He also said Bud is a title holder. Give it up or fight. When you talk about Errol, you have to talk about Bud, the two best fighters at 147. Stop the cap. I'm here for boxing. Thank you for your contribution to the channel all night long. Really appreciate it. We had a great live. Of course, we ran over 5 hours. The chat was popping all night long. I appreciate everybody who came here today, tonight, and thank you to all of the uh, supporters. Thank you to everyone who are content creators who came up to the panel and was in the chat. I salute to all of the viewers. I want to just get 20 seconds, not 30, but just a quick 20 seconds for your last words. I want to start with Terrence, best videos, and then I'm going to go right next to Carl Brown, um, Scotty, after Carl Brown, then my guy Chicken Talk, because I had him back there for a while. I just wanted to make sure he get his little quick thing in, and then uh, um, Green, you're 20 after Chicken Talk. So Terrence, best videos is on you. 20 seconds. What's your last words, brother? Terrence, best videos. You there? Okay. Carl Brown, 20 seconds. It's on you. What you got for us? 20 seconds.
I just want to say, man, we started off boxing good this year. I hope we keep it up. I hope all y'all be safe tonight. It was good talking to y'all, and I'll catch y'all on another one. And let's keep it up, y'all. That's all. You know what I mean? Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat, especially the real ones in the chat and the real ones on this panel. All of us real. Look, I'm just saying, much love. I'm going to take it down. Y'all have a good night.
You do the same, Carl. Thank you, my brother. Look forward to seeing you Friday evening.
All right.
You got it. Terrence, best videos. You there?
I can't. You don't hear me?
No, I can hear you now. We can all hear you now.
Oh man, okay. I just Carl got off, but next time I want Carl to think about this question for Carl Brown. What other fighter besides Bud Crawford? He called out Spence a number of times. Tell me what other fighter that's ducking somebody does that? Did Canelo ever call anybody? Did he call Andres out? Did he call Charlo out? Why would a fighter that's ducking someone continue to call him out? Not in history of boxing can we name one fighter to do that. And that's all I.
You got it. Thanks for joining us again, Terrence. Best videos. Always a pleasure, bro. Look forward to seeing you Friday because you know we got some cooking to do on this topic. We got my main man, WCS, World Combat Sports, my guy. Always a pleasure having you, Scotty.
Hey man, big shout out to Manager Marty doing it. You know, still growing. Very intelligent boxing mind. He's on the other side of the street when it comes to these two names, but he's always educational, in my opinion. I do look forward to that future debate between you and Green. For me, it's educational. A lot of people don't take it as such. They take it for bragging rights or whatever the case may be. But I know both guys going to bring it. And brother, thank you for having me on the panel and everybody else that was on here. Salute to y'all. Be safe. I'm out.
You got it. Always a pleasure, WCS. Always a pleasure, my brother. Salute. We got my man Chicken Talk. I know you was in the back for a minute. I didn't know you were back there that long until I scrolled down.
No, I wasn't that long. I was only there for like 2 minutes. But I just want to come back and say a positive word that hopefully next week we won't be talking about this no more. We'll be actually breaking down the fight and talking about the fight. Like I told you last time I was on here, I did have the June 17th date. Well, we know that's not happening now. But I also told you that Alexis Rocha had another fight that will be announced.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
you were the first person to break that to me. Yes, you were.
Yeah. So I knew Alexis Rocha had another fight, and he wasn't fighting Terence Crawford. So yes, they are still working. Looking for not this week, but next week, an announcement. Hopefully, tell y'all right now, go on T-Mobile website and see the 2 dates that they have open. It's the 15th and the 29th, I think, are the 2 dates at T-Mobile that they have, T-Mobile Arena they have open. And take your guess which one they're going to announce. Reserve your hotel rooms, and this fight should be happening. Stay positive. About this time next week, hopefully we'll be breaking down who is fighting and the breakdown of the fight instead of all of this stuff that we've been regurgitating for the past 5-6 years.
Yeah,
I am still 100% sure this fight is happening.
Yep, you got it. Real quick before you go, Chicken Talk, you said the dates of the, I think you said 15 and 29th.
I think that the only 2 dates T-Mobile have open is the 15th and the 29th, I think. But
can you give us what month you saw that in? What month was that?
July.
Okay, July. Okay, so July 15th or July 29th. Okay.
I think those are the only 2 dates that got open. It's July 29th. If July 29th, that's the other date I'm hearing. So
July
29th.
Okay.
Hopefully we get this announcement next week. Next week, we're supposed to be getting this announcement. Like I said before, last time I was on here, I told y'all June 17th, which was what I heard. But I also told you that he would not be fighting Rocha because Rocha has another fight, and that also came. Now he has another fight. They're just still working on it. They just got to get this over the line, man. It's got. Man, I'm so tired and frustrated by this. They got to get it over the line. Like I said, Gervonta Davis has fought 3 times in the 11th month. Crawford and Spence has fought 3 times in 29 months. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. We have to get they. If you're not gonna fight each other, fight somebody else. But I'm a fan of a boxer. I don't care about all this other stuff that they're doing. If you're not fighting, I don't care. Get in the ring and fight somebody. And that's really about it. I gotta say, everybody stay positive, man. Hopefully next week around this time we'll be talking about the fight instead of this stuff we've been regurgitating since 2018. Because
Yep.
it's getting old and it's getting tired. I'm tired of both of them, to tell you the truth with it. If they don't fight each other next, they can retire for all I care. I'm so goddamn tired of this. We got thousands of dollars in our pockets that we ready to spend on these two guys, and they act like they don't want no money. Bro, we got 32 people that's ready to go to the fight right now, and they act like they don't want this money, man. We getting 2 sweets for the fight if it's at T-Mobile, and these people don't want this money. It's crazy to me. But that's why you see why Tank has skyrocketed, because he give his fans what they want, which are fights. So, but anyway. All right, Manager Marty. Hopefully next time this week we'll be talking about the actual breakdown of the fight. Appreciate
Yes,
you.
sir. Anytime, bro. Hopefully, and I look forward to seeing you again, bro. Thanks for joining us, man. All right, Green. We at 5 hours and 16 minutes, brother. I'm gonna give you 40 seconds. It's all on you. You got it. Final words.
I want to say salute to the channel, man. Salute to the owner, operator. Y'all mean? You feel what I'm saying? You know, like I said, man, this is one of the channels where I have to be more intellectually sound. You feel what I'm saying? Which is great for me. I always like to get my brain working. Although I'm one guy, I'd rather converse over film study. But once I hopped into these YouTube platforms, whatever the case may be, I see it's a different kind of talk. So I have to adapt to the environment. But like I said, salute. Hopefully we can get this rumble in, or whatever the case may be. We ain't gonna wait too long, like Spence and Crawford have. You feel what I'm saying? So we can go ahead and get it in, and we can dine in hell, and then see who the better man is. You know what I mean? But salute to you. Salute to your channel. Hope it grow. Keep supporting everybody that support him, that rock with him. You know what I mean? And y'all be easy.
You got it, Green. Appreciate you for coming through. Salute to you as well. Absolutely. We definitely gonna get it on. Send me an email. Let me see, what is it? MartyTheManager@gmail.com. It's on my channel too, if you forget.
I got you.
All right, yeah. Shoot me an email. Let's set something up. Let's organize it properly. We can do it this Friday. We can do it next week. You tell me whatever. It don't matter to me. I'm just ready because it is what it is. We're here now. You know what I mean? So we love the opportunity, and we're gonna give the people what they want: entertainment and education. You know what I mean? So yeah, shoot me an email, man. Let's set it up properly. And thank you for coming out again, man.
I got you. Salute.
That was Green. We will be. Dang, I think my mic was off the whole time. My fault, y'all. I told y'all I wasn't going to do another 5-hour energy drink here. Not the actual beverage. I'm talking about being on live over 5 hours. And we did it again. But it was a great podcast, great show. We had a great panel tonight. Great panel. Very diverse. The chat was on point tonight, man. This was one of the best chats I've seen. And I've seen a lot of good chats on this channel tonight. Fire chat. Thank you for everybody that contributed to the channel tonight. Thank you for everybody supporting the channel. Thank you for everybody that participated in the chat. Thank you for everybody that was viewing. We had a great show. Hopefully you learned something about the business of boxing and the sport of boxing that you did not know prior to engaging in being a part of this live stream. And me and Green, I think I've heard 2 people call him Getty tonight, so I guess his name is Getty. Green. Him and I will debate. I don't know when. Keep tuning in. Y'all know I'm going to promote it heavy. I didn't get on YouTube to debate, but I just can't allow any man or woman for that matter, but definitely a man to get on my platform and call me out and try to take over the platform. We're not doing that. Y'all know me better than that. So we want to put it out there to all of you. Look forward to debating this guy, and I'm not going to talk no more trash about it. It is what it's going to be. But I'm glad that y'all came out to support. I see you in the chat. Thank y'all. Salute to everyone who came out here tonight, whether you was here for an hour, whether you were here for 5 hours, and whether you were watching the replay of this live. Salute to Cast Sports. Thank you for your contribution in being on the channel. For the first time, I look forward to seeing more of you in the chat and just on the platform as a viewer and a subscriber. Appreciate all the love you guys and ladies showed me tonight. And I'll see you all live in living color on the Roller Tape Podcast with Manager Marty this Friday evening at about 7 o'clock. And I look forward to all of you. Good night. And we will have a very fire show. Very, very hot fire show on Friday evening. And y'all know this past my bedtime, so it's all over. Salute.